Maeva, and welcome to the 2016 Spark Green Tahiti Challenge. Manny V here with the very muscular. Is he in frame? If we can get him in frame, we're solid. Eric Apple, how you doing, brother?
I'm doing great. We're ready to start the first day of the actual contest. We got the trials done the other day, had a couple of lay days, but now it's time to the main event and the best riders in the world.
The conditions are looking pretty solid to get the first round going for the main event, and it's going to be pretty insane because we do have a pretty awesome situation. It's not massive like the Tehopu that we all know, but it is 3 to 5 foot with an epic ramp end bowl at the very end of the wave, so it's going to be interesting what the riders are going to do today. Pull in or hit the lip?
Yeah, that's the never-ending question. What do you want to do? Do you want to hit that lip, get on top of it, do a big trick, or do you want to show your mastery of the two?
Yeah, and we're going to see that all day today, and it's going to be pretty interesting who's going to want to land on the reef because it is really shallow out there when the wave is smaller. It's actually a little bit more dangerous when it's smaller because you're doing maneuvers or it's breaking closer to the reef.
Yeah, that's the big paradox. A lot of times the guys think it just because it's small means it's much safer, but that's not necessarily true because you're always riding in shallower conditions.
Yeah, and the reason why we're delayed, I mean, everybody's been waiting, and we're just as anxious as you are, but I went for a run yesterday, and I crossed over the bridge that they have here over the river, and I saw this massive tree roll out of there, but I can guarantee it's not as big as the one that is ready to take out the judging tower.
Yeah, I think we're going to get a shot at it in just a minute, but we had a complete tree, like a full tree, I don't know, maybe 50, 60 feet, wash into the judges' tower where all the judges are sitting, and we have a lot of our production team out there. A lot of camera angles are shot from there as well, and we literally had to stop the contest this morning, stop everything to get rid of that tree, cut it up, and disperse it, I guess.
I mean, they're still working on it, and we can't start it because the judging tower is going to be home base for the judges, obviously, but there's tons of power on there too, electrical power.
Yep.
For the relay of the scores to us here. They have the internet band widener thing or whatever they have up there. But I mean, they want to make sure safety is priority for the entire event, including the judges.
Yeah, 100%. So also, just so you guys know, David Hubbard, he will be back here sitting at the booth. I will be out on the boat after David's heat, but I believe Dave's in the second heat today, Manny.
Yeah, so Dave's out there preparing along with the rest of the competitors standing by in the channel or on the beach. As I look behind me, the boats are still on the beach, but you can see here that massive just clump of branches, trees. You can see the roots on that's one solid tree. You can see the roots next to the tower. It's pretty scary. And with the tide coming in, that could roll in and probably could knock over the tower. We don't want that.
Yeah, but so it looks like we're just now getting guys up on the tower, and it looks like they've towed the tree away or starting to cut it apart. So we should be good to go here in a little bit. But let's talk about our first couple of heats that we have coming up.
Yeah, it's going to be a solid run for the first round of main event. We do have all the top bros standing by in the water and or on the beach with their jerseys ready in hand. We did mention that Dave Hubbard is in that second heat, but that first heat is on standby. I'm not quite sure how long they're going to take to get that tree out of the way, but that's priority number one. Who do we got in that first heat? Who are we going to see first?
Right now I see Louis Finnegan from Australia as well as David Tuarau and Henry Hiloti from Tahiti. So a couple of Tahitians here in the event already in the main event.
Yeah, and Louis Finnegan, no stranger to big waves. It's going to be interesting to see what he can do in the smaller stuff too. Again, the question is who's going to hit the lip or who's going to pull in for that end section. But the Tahitians, they're not going to let their guard down because they know who they're going against with this international crew of bodyboarders in town.
Well, of course, as in every country, there's a feeling of national pride, and you don't want to let the world's best come into your neighborhood in your backyard and beat you at a wave that you call home.
Yeah, so I see this local fly hovering around you. I thought they would be hovering around me because I'm sweating like a pig right now. The humidity is killing me, but maybe you should start sweating. The flies won't bother you.
Yeah.
I'm burning up right now, but I think you're burning up too to see some action to go down right now. Round number one, heat number one standing by. Again, if we can get a shot of that tree out on the reef, that with the tide coming in, could possibly take out the tower. So they want to make sure they get that thing out of there.
Yeah, we'll get that thing squared away as soon as possible. We're going to have heats coming at you all day long, hopefully. Remember, we still have 3 full days to go here in the contest. We have about 2 weeks to fill in those days. So, man, we're definitely going to have some great action.
Yeah, and a good thing to do right now while we're standing by waiting to get that tree out of the way. Again, one of the partners that we have is Magic Seaweed. They're feeding us the awesome updates as far as the swell and winds are concerned. But also, we have another partner, uriding.com. If you know uriding, then you know that they have a mobile app game called The Journey Bodyboard. And we partnered up with the APB. And I say we because that's my real job. I'm moonlighting right now with Eric Apple here on the TV show. But you can also ride chopes in the bodyboard game. Download it, The Journey Bodyboard, and you'll see. Go to U Riding League, and right now the highest score is at 60,000 points on chope. So make sure you download and go have fun on the U Riding game.
There you go.
So you can see right here, look at how many jet skis are out there. They're trying to figure out what to do, how to get that thing out of there.
I feel like there's a joke in here somewhere. How many
jet skis, even the boat, because you could damage the reef as well.
Mm-hmm.
And we don't want to do that. So the judges are they're making their way up onto the tower, but we do want to get this heat underway before the winds start coming up. This morning was epic. I mean, here on this wave, even if the wind is up, it's so round and barrely that it still will barrel even if the wind is howling.
Yeah, Manny, let's talk about the conditions that we have going on this morning. So we don't have the biggest waves, about 3 to 5 foot. It's just about head high, maybe a little tad but bigger. But, man, the shape is good. We have some good pulses starting to come through, and we definitely see that the swell is going to be rising throughout the day. So we decided to get a day started.
I mean, one of the toughest jobs here is the event organizer, Alex Leon. He has 3 days in his pocket to run those 3. I mean, he has up until May 2nd in his pocket to run 3 solid days of competition. So with the help of Magic Seaweed, he's trying to figure out which days to run. And today, I think, was a good choice to get this first round out of the way.
Yeah, it's definitely looking into a crystal ball, isn't it? Like, man, we try to take all the information that we have available, but it's not always enough. It's a gut feeling, it's experience, and it's just a guess sometimes.
Yeah, when Mike Stewart...
It's an educated guess, sorry.
Yeah, but you do have a little bit of help, too, with guys like Mike Stewart coming out of the water from that morning session saying, hey, it's not bad out there. Let's do this.
Mm-hmm.
So Ben Player, Toby Player, and Guillermo Temega, these 3 guys have been paddling out at dark to be one of the first ones out there every single day to make sure they understand what's happening with this wave.
I mean,
But first, we need to get that tree situated out near the judging tower. So, yeah, I mean, you can see the jet skis there and the boats. So the forecast, once again, we do have Magic Seaweed partnering up with the APB. And we did have a couple graphics they sent over. And take a look that we do have a wind and swell graphic that they sent over. And the first one we'll take a look at, I believe, will be the swell graphic. And the wind graphic is going to be put up right now. So we're going to see that the winds right now are pretty favorable. But if we look forward next week, how do they look?
Well, I'm looking right now. Today we have some good winds out of the north and the northwest, which is pretty good. If we have winds coming out of the north, that's basically straight offshore. That's going to continue Friday, Saturday. Now Sunday we're going to have swirling winds coming up both sides, out of the east and the west. And then it's going to come back to predominantly north winds on Monday. Tuesday we should get a little more swirly out of the east. Once again, back out of the north on Wednesday. Thursday coming out of the west. Friday is the problem. We're going to have winds straight onshore Friday, Saturday onshore, Sunday cross shore, and those are the days with some of the biggest waves, I believe.
And I mean, with those winds, it would be nice to have, with the swell coming in, it would be nice to have those winds. But as you can see, talk about the swell.
Well, the one good thing, Manny, is with the wind report before we move on to the swell is that the wind report changes all the time.
Yep.
A swell can be on the way to you for 10 days. Winds they can predict a week out, and 3 days later they're going to say, nope, just kidding.
Yeah. And
so
now we have the swell graphic up.
Yeah, so now with the swells coming, today we're looking at waves up to 6 to 10 feet by tonight. So we're going to see a growing swell all throughout the day. Friday, 6 to 10, 6 to 9 throughout the day. Saturday, 6 to 10, still about the same size. Sunday. Monday, they'll start getting a little bit smaller, slowly backing off. Wednesday, it'll be much smaller, 3 to 5 feet. And then it picks back up on Thursday, 8 to 12, 9 to 14 feet, according to Magic Seaweed. So we have a couple days here coming up to get it done. And then we have a few days where it's going to be much smaller. And then again, the weekend after that, starting Thursday, Friday, Saturday, it's going to get much bigger. So hopefully that the wind forecast changes.
Well, I just got word that there is a small chance that we may run consecutive days, and it could end as soon as before the end of the weekend. But it all depends on the forecast of the winds and swells for next week. So we are on standby for that to happen. And every day, we're in the tropics right now. Everything changes within hours.
Yep.
I mean, we could have a rolling thunderstorm come in and just completely downpour 1 minute and then be semi-sunny and beautiful the next, which I love, but not the best scenario for our event organizer.
Well, you know what they say: if you don't like the weather in Tahiti, just wait 10 minutes.
Exactly. This is in the middle of the Pacific. I mean, if you look on a map, we're in the middle of essentially the ocean.
Yeah, the islands of Tahiti are some of the most isolated and remote islands on the entire planet, similar to Hawaii. I mean, we are nowhere near a big landmass. It's thousands of miles to Australia, thousands of miles to South America, and that's what makes it really interesting. Is to see the boat shot right here. It makes it really interesting to think about the first explorers, the Polynesians that made it all the way out here to Tahiti, and the communication with the rest of Polynesia, Hawaii, and even South America, which archaeologists have proved now that there's been communication back and forth between Tahiti and South America.
That's right. Tahiti is part of the Polynesian Triangle, which includes Easter Island, which is closer to South America. We have New Zealand to the southwest, and we do have Hawaii to the north that make up that Polynesian Triangle. And yeah, I mean, back 1300 BC is when they started settling these atolls, these islands in the middle of the Pacific. And just, I mean, you're right. How were they getting from island to island? Would you get on a boat and just go into no? They had the cojones to get in a boat and just go. I mean, just go. It's crazy to me.
And you know how they figured out that man has gone back and forth between South America and Tahiti and Polynesia? Sweet potatoes.
So
they found fossilized sweet potatoes from thousands of years ago here, and those only come from South America.
Oh my goodness! So there was
sweet potatoes are not native to anywhere in Polynesia.
Are you sure the aliens didn't bring them?
Well, that changes everyone's deal. So everything goes out the window if that happened.
All right, check it out. We do have the clip from the trials on standby, and while they're still working on the tree out near the judging panel,
maybe I should just go out there and get it.
I think you have the muscles to do that. Get out there and get that thing out of the way so we can get this thing underway. But first, take a look at the highlight reel from the trials. Welcome back, and my Eva is welcome in Tahitian. I'm still working on my Tahitian, which is, I mean, if you just pronounce every letter, you got it. I mean, just like in Hawaii.
Just got to take your time.
Yes, that's
and they have the same alphabet here, 13 letters, mostly vowels.
Yeah, I mean, that's it. But just there's names that are this long to pronounce every syllable. You can do it, but I'm going to try all week. But, okay, so yesterday we had a lay day. And a lot of the riders, they went out and surfed, and they knew that we had a special event going on middle of the day, and we took a trip.
Yeah, we were supposed to have a bunch of the kids from one of the local schools, a lot of the handicapped kids from local schools. They come out to Chopu. They come out to the point here. They enjoy the surf. They get outside. But yesterday we had a little bit of rain in the morning, so they weren't able to come to us. So what do?
we hopped in a bus and headed to them. It was about a 20-25 minute bus ride, and it was cool. The bus was full. We had about 4 or 5 car caravan behind us with other guys who are staying in different parts of the island. But it was pretty awesome, and I'm pretty sure we have a clip of the cool things that went down yesterday. And when they play it, when they're ready, we'll talk about what
Yeah,
went
we
down.
definitely had a bunch of great kids with us. They made a bunch of presentations. They had some different dances from the different groups of archipelagos here in French Polynesia, because there's not just Tahiti. Tahiti's a part of what's called the Society Islands. There's the what are some of the other island groups called?
I know one of the main islands. Oh my gosh, Marquez.
Marquesas?
Yes, they did an awesome Tahitian song.
Mhm.
I mean, it was pretty cool because
There was a haka as well.
There was a bunch of children from different parts of the island,
Yes.
and they each had their turn to
Mhm.
to demonstrate through dance or song. And then afterwards, all the pros lined up and signed posters for
Yeah, all the
them.
kids got different posters. We signed bodyboards, all kinds of stuff, and basically just gave out a bunch of hugs.
Yeah, it was pretty cool to watch it. And the coolest part, yeah, I mean, I think we got the clip ready, and we'll talk about what we see and what you see too. But it was cool too to see that some of the pros got a little emotional. I talked to a couple of them. They're like, "Whoa, this is pretty cool to be a part of." Let's roll the clip. That was pretty cool. I mean, what else are you going to do on a lay day when the waves were, still on the small side? They had pretty cool program that went down yesterday.
Yeah, it was definitely special for us to visit the kids at the IIME. I mean, those kids were definitely special kids, and they're handicapped kids. But I mean, like I said, something like that is only just in your mind. If you're able to overcome it, if you don't think it's a problem, then it's not a problem. And those kids were definitely stoked and definitely having a good time. And they're able to enjoy life as much as anyone, if not more.
Yeah, no, it was pretty awesome to get the whole crew together to go out there and be a part of something special. And another special thing that we have lined up is I believe there's like a coral regeneration program that they're going to start here in Tehopo. And it's going to be pretty cool, and I think that's lined up on the next lay day, I believe. So we'll have a pretty cool clip from that as well.
Well, hopefully we won't need to do much coral regeneration. Hopefully none of us are removing too much coral with our bodies.
Or with the tree. No, we don't want the bodies to be a part of the other side of that. But look at that wave on the outside.
Oh,
right
spit.
now, we're still working, as you can see, getting that tree out of the way. I think we may need to send you out there, Apple, and move it with your buffness.
I mean, if we don't get it handled soon, I'm just going to go out there and take it upon myself.
All right, so we do have the main event of round number 1 ready to go. The trialists, the top 8 trialists are now seated in the main event, and we're going to be right back and talk more about what to expect in today's live feed. So don't go anywhere.
Chew.
It's interesting, we ought to know. Originally, we
Challenge. Manny V here with Eric Apple giving you the morning show. And we still are on standby. As you can see, the tide is starting to come up just a little bit. That hopefully will help get the crew to get that tree out of there. I mean, with the tide coming up, it could move it towards the judging tower and take out that tower, and it would be disastrous. So we don't want that, and safety too, priority. So we're taking the time right now to get that thing out of there.
Last I checked, wood floats. So if the water comes in, it should float up and we should be able to move it away.
Yeah, but
That's basic physics.
yeah, exactly. But do we have the time? We got a full round.
Where's Neil deGrasse Tyson when we need him?
Exactly. Well, we may send you out there to get that thing out of there
It
shortly.
looks like it's moving. It's definitely moved a little, quite a bit.
Yeah, it looks like they are moving. Are they cutting it up as well?
I believe so.
I don't know.
But it's definitely moved away from the scaffolding a little bit.
Well, I know you're tuning in because I did ask on our live feed, and we do have a little area where you can communicate directly to the booth here in Tahiti. And a quick shout out to the first few that did log in and did respond. Lolo from Coors Beach, what up? Thank you for tuning in. And Zanet from the Basque Country. I hope is that right? Janat?
Janat?
I don't know. They got the X's and Z's and some other crazy
Sure.
letters in their alphabet. Basque Country is tuned in, and Rice 2 a.m. in Perth tuning in. So thank you. They just got internet on the west side of Australia. So 2 a.m. Rice, thank you for, I think I'm pronouncing that right, but thank you all for tuning in. Again, use that as your gateway, and we'd appreciate some ethical comments on there, or not ethical, but some be nice.
Appropriate.
Yes, exactly.
And I'm just kidding. I know that Australia's had the wheel a long time, and I know that Western Oz has internet. I don't want to take it too serious.
No, hopefully everybody's being all right watching. But yes, again, we are still standing by, and you can see that the competitors are antsy. I mean, we all want to get this show underway, but again, safety priority number one. You can see people out there working to get that big branch, big bush, or big tree out of the way before it takes out the judging panel.
It's always good to get the bush out of the way.
And right now, we do want to get that thing out of there. Let's take another look from the channel. You can see the competitors and the photographers, everybody's standing by and waiting. We're already going on.
That's where I'm going to be, Manny.
Yeah, I mean, talk about what you got.
Yeah, so for those of you who don't know, I'm filling in right now for David Hubbard here at the desk. David Hubbard's in heat number 2. So after about heat number 3 or 4, I'm going to be out in the water, and I'll be giving you updates every heat, as well as interviews with the riders, and we'll give you a closer feel to the real power and the real magic that is Chopu here in Tahiti. And this is, we were talking about, and we were joking about last night, this is a magical place. It really is. It's mystical, magical. Those are all the terms that Manny had for last night. But it's such a beautiful place here, and they call it the end of the road. But it's not just a figure of speech. It literally is the end of the road where the mountains start, and it is just one of the most beautiful places, if not the most beautiful place I've ever been. So all you guys out there, you got to come here to Tahiti, and you got to stay with Bernadette and everyone here where we're at, because it's amazing. And the bungalows are great right here on the point of Tahiti. And I mean, this is the true meaning of paradise.
I mean, you have both. If you want to stay in Papeete in the main part of town, you can get that city feel. But if you come this far, I totally suggest coming to the end of the road and enjoying this country, like full tropical. If we weren't here, if these competitions that roll through town weren't here, it would be, you'd only see a handful of other tourists, and it's just amazing. Look at the backdrop.
Yeah, it's amazing. And Manny, I was going through some of the basic Tahiti facts. You're talking about not many people coming here. So Tahiti gets, Hawaii gets more tourists in one day than Tahiti gets in an entire year.
Oh my gosh.
And can you imagine that?
I mean, and they're probably all going to Oahu and raiding Waikiki, but they're dumping a bunch of cash there too. But it's different here at the end of the road. I mean, you have just a handful of houses and bungalows at the end of the road, and it's just you're in a different world. It's pretty awesome. Look at the landscape. I can't get over that.
I mean, you're living in a water world where people think it's more important to buy a boat than a car.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, there's really, essentially, I've seen a lot more people riding around on bikes than I do, the cars coming to the end of the road and parking. And the boats, you'll see as soon as the event goes on, you're going to see a bunch of boats and jet skis in the channel watching the event. It's going to be pretty cool.
Yeah, for sure. It's definitely amazing. I mean, last night we got a chance to free surf.
bunch of us out there. A couple of us took. I took a kayak, paddled a kayak all the way out to line up and tied it up with a buoy. And there were several boats out there, just some of the locals offering, and they were offering to give everyone rides back in. Did you get a ride in?
I took the SUP board out and tied that up.
That's
but
right.
I saw the boat. It had like 20 or 30 people at the very end of the night.
Told everyone, jump in the boat. We'll give you a ride inside. Because
Yeah.
it's quite a long paddle. It's not a joke to paddle, right?
Well, you're paddling for what, 20 minutes from the shore out to that wave?
I haven't paddled yet. I don't plan on it.
Oh yeah, you took the kayak.
I'm
yesterday.
taking the kayak or a boat.
Well, I just got word too that some of the Groms here, they live on the other side of the river where there's this side of the river where there's no road, there's no cars, and they actually get in a boat or a kayak and paddle to school.
That's awesome.
It's pretty awesome. I mean, imagine growing up like that as a Grom, where you have to take a boat to school. Pretty cool. So you've been talking about you want to come back already, and you're not even done with this trip yet.
Yeah, I'm definitely looking into. I'm already talking to Bernadette and them. I would love to come back here by myself with away from the contest and just bring my girlfriend and just enjoy Tahiti and kind of get to know the Tahitians better, get to know Chopu better. I would love to do a 10-day trip here.
Just got word, that we are still gonna stand by and wait to get that tree out of the water, out of the way, or I mean, just so it's not endangering the judging tower. So hang there, hang tight. We're gonna log off for now, and as soon as we get word that we're gonna get back live on screen, we're gonna post it on the APB World Tour Facebook page, and that's where you're gonna know that we're gonna get back into the live situation as far as the broadcast and the main event round number 1. So hang tight. We'll be back to the 2016 Spark Green Tahiti Challenge. You will be greeted with Manny V and Eric Apple once again. So
Lucky.
don't go anywhere. All right. Bummer.
Scopes is definitely made for bodyboarding. That ledge is so thick. It is so hard to maintain focus because it's just so big and scary. You're just kind of running on adrenaline. It's time for a bodyboard expression session. I mean, there's a lot of psychos in bodyboarding that'll just paddle into anything. It's going to be pretty mind-blowing. There's going to be blood for sure.
Yes, finally, that tree has moved. Once again, welcome to the 2016 Spark Green Tahiti Challenge. Mandy V here with Eric Apple. Man, that was excruciating.
Yeah, it's definitely tough to see some insane waves here at Chopu. One of the best big wave riding spots on the planet, one of the best barrels on the planet, and we're waiting for Mother Nature. It's been raining several days here really, really hard, and all kinds of stuff coming out the rivers into the ocean. And what do you know it? We had a huge tree, a total huge log, wash into our judge's tower. They had to cut it up to remove it. It was a big deal, but as you can see, it's gone now. And we are ready to get the action started with round number 1, heat number 1 of the main event of the Spark Green Tahiti Challenge.
Finally, we thank you all for tuning in and hanging in there. Yes, round number 1, you can see it on your screen right now, is the draw for the main event. Round number 1, we have Louis Finnegan, David Tuarahu. We're gonna get it. I'm gonna get it right. Henry Hitoti. So we have 2 Tahitians and an Australian for heat number 1, round number 1, ready to rock and roll. But as you can see, look at the names from there on out. I mean, including round heat 1, but I mean,
yeah. Let's move forward. We got David Hubbard in red in the second round going against local favorite Tahura Henry, as well as Sebastian Kreft, and then the third heat,
Alex Uranga, Julian Merimont, and Cedric Estal. I mean, it's an international contingent here. I mean, we got Chile, Tahiti, Brazil, the Basque Country, and I mean, the list goes on.
Moving forward, the fourth heat, we have Brahim Idouche, one of the favorites, one of the most well-known riders here on the APB.
Super cool.
Trevor Cam from Hawaii, as well as Alvino Tupaui.
Guilherme Temega. Yeah, we're gonna be rocking through these Tahitian names all day. But Guilherme Temega, Garth McGregor, he has a pretty awesome story. He's been around. He's an old school guy making a showing here. It's gonna be exciting to watch that heat along with Manea Fabish from Tahiti.
Moving forward, the sixth heat, Ben Player, Mike Stewart, the multi-time world champion, Dean Fergus.
That's a stacked heat right there, right off the bat. That's gonna be pretty fun to watch. Before we move on, the way this first round works is this is a non-elimination round where first place will advance on, skip round 2, and go straight into round 3. And second and third will go on into round 2. So you're going to see all these riders again if they do not get first or second place. So don't worry about that. And I just heard the horn in the background. Heat number 1, round number 1 of the main event has just started.
Awesome.
Pretty exciting. Finally. Woo, I'm excited. So we're going to get back to the main event draw, but as you can see on your screen, everybody is now finally can breathe a sigh of relief that we finally are rocking and rolling.
That's right. So let's take a look at what it looks like in the channel. Remember, we got several boats out there in the channel. We got camera crews. We got riders waiting for their heat. We've got the water patrol. We have the locals hanging out. We have kayaks out there. We got everything you can imagine.
I mean, this first heat is going to show exactly what we may see throughout this first main event round. Again, talk to us about the conditions and the wave itself on what we're going to see.
Well, again, Manny, I mean, for those people who don't understand Chopu or aren't that knowledgeable about Chopu, this is a freak of nature. It really is. It's one of very few mutant slabs in the world. This wave comes in from open ocean and hits this reef and wraps around it in a way that makes it suck up under the sea level, which is something I've never seen. It's hard to even believe when you're looking at it in real life. This is what they call a wave of consequence. Now, the waves today are just over head high, maybe a little bit bigger, and it's definitely building. And we have a swell that's coming in. We can see the lines coming in. The winds are good. The swell direction is good. So we decided, even though it's not 10, 12 foot, we decided the waves are rippable. There's going to be some barrels, and guys are also going to be hitting the lip and going over it. So we're going to have some high impact riding today and some great bodyboarding.
It's going to be super, super exciting. I mean, all these competitors out in the water. This is the main event. Nobody's going to hold anything back, whether it's going to be a deep, deep barrel ride or, like you said, they are going to, I guarantee you're going to see a lot of high flying maneuvers at the end of that wave. The scary part about it is if you're going to pull off that big maneuver at the end of that wave, you're going to land in very, very shallow water. And if you land in semi-deep water, within a second or two, you will end up on less than 3 feet of reef, and it's scary. I mean, it's you got to know what you're doing, and I think these guys know what they have to do to advance on.
Yeah, we talked about the other day. There's different types of reef in the world. Here in Tahiti, Chopu, it is a living reef, meaning it's constantly growing, which means it's spreading out in different ways, and it's very, very sharp. Now, we talked about on the North Shore, like a pipeline I talked about the other day on the show. The reef at Pipeline, it's hard like a rock, but it's relatively smoothed out from years and years of people being on it and surfing and bodyboarding over there and the ocean pounding it down. So that reef has been knocked down to being smooth. So you can hit that reef and you don't necessarily bleed all day. Here,
it'll still hurt.
It's a different story. Let me tell you, if you just come in contact with it, you brush it, you touch it in the wrong direction, it'll open you up.
And
it'll fillet you.
Oh, totally get filleted. There was an event 2003 where Guilherme Temega actually pulled the maneuver on the very last part where you can do a maneuver on, but he bailed mid-flight and landed on the reef, and he had to get hauled to the hospital.
Mm-hmm.
And unfortunately for that event, the contest window ended, and the person who took that, I believe, was Damian King, because he was next in line to get that score. So
yep.
It was pretty gnarly to see his knee open up. Hopefully we don't see any type of injury like that at this event, but it is possible.
Well, we see the open ocean shot of the judges' tower. That's where a lot of our camera angles are coming from. We also have cameras in the channel, and that's where I'll be later because we're going to have David Hubbard coming back here to the desk and joining Manny Vargas. I'll be out there in the water talking to the athletes as they come in and out of the water and giving you updates on the conditions and each wave in general, hopefully.
Was that a big box of Dramamine that you got from Costco that I saw in your backpack?
No, I'll be just fine.
All right. So you.
Luckily, I've been in the ocean a little bit in my life, so I don't think I'll get. I don't think I'll get ocean sick.
Here we go. First ride
Look at
of
this.
the event. That is Louis Finnegan, the Australian. He's going to come out of that. He got pinched at the very end there. This is the camera angle that we're all going to be enjoying through the entire event.
Man, unfortunately, he wasn't able to come through that barrel. But, I mean, as you can see, there's some legit size today, and it's definitely contestable, to say the least.
One of the youngest competitors out here, Louis Finnegan, 21 years old, coming from Perth. And his first bodyboard, I believe, was his very own personal bodyboard, was an HB Sean Virtue model that he luckily got from his mom when he was 10 years old. And here he is 11 years later competing in an international event against some of the world's best. So Louis Finnegan, we all know him as a big wave charger, and he's waiting for the big waves to come in. What does the forecast look like?
Well, right now, today on Thursday, we are looking at about 5 to 10 foot waves throughout the day. 10 foot's about the max, according to Magic Seaweed. About the same for tomorrow. It'll be dying down tomorrow, as well as coming back up on Saturday, just a tad for the weekend. But the one good thing is the winds will be the right direction. The winds will be coming out of the north, which is straight offshore here at Chopu, and that's what you want. You want offshore winds blowing straight into the barrel, right, Manny?
That's right. I mean, the winds are here. If you can have glassy conditions like we have right now with a slight offshore, that is prime. If we get winds coming from the ocean towards the land, then yeah, it's going to be a little bit more difficult for the riders to get barreled, as the wave will crumble and break prematurely, and the barrels are going to be very hard to maneuver, as well as the lip maneuvers.
We can see our competitors waiting out there.
It's a pretty cool setup that they have here for this event, the 2016 Spark Green Tahiti Challenge. I would. Do you want to switch? I don't mind getting out there on the boat for the entire day, getting a suntan.
We could wrestle for it.
I'm down. I got a couple tips from Guillermo Temega.
Oh.
Yeah. I don't know if I can. Yeah, you're pretty buff, dude. Good work. Is it the California burritos that you're chowing down?
Definitely the breakfast burritos. I have egg white burritos.
Oh, my. All right, so here we go. We got the first wave under our belt. Louis Finnegan, the Australian, getting a nice barrel, but getting pinched at the very end, so not the highest scoring wave he's going to see. Hopefully he can come back with another wave. We do have a priority system in place, which essentially means the riders have
to take turns.
Exactly. If you paddle for a wave aggressively, you lose that priority, and the person next in line will have that priority and will be able to choose any wave they want that comes in. But if they paddle for that, the next priority goes to the third rider. So you can use that as a strategy, but if you hold on to that priority, it can also work to your disadvantage if you don't take advantage of it. So the winds are good. We do have swell out in the water. The tree that delayed us for most of the morning, that was pretty insane to actually wait and make sure that everything is dialed in. That was the last thing on the event organizers list to worry about. Here we go, taking a look at this.
We have a paddler, but nobody up.
That was, I believe, the rider in blue, Henry Hitoti from Tahiti. We have two Tahitians out in the water again. In the red jersey, Louis Finnegan from Australia. We have in yellow, David Tuaru, and in yellow, Henry Hitoti. Help me out with David's last name. Tuarau. So here we go.
I think it's Tuarau.
Okay, perfect. David Hubbard, he's going to be coming back in the booth, and he's got all their names dialed in.
Well, I mean, it's basically the same. If you're from Hawaii, you can pronounce all the words and names in Hawaii.
Exactly.
It's the same thing. It's the exact same alphabet. I mean, they're Polynesian. They're all related. It's the same type of names.
Yeah, and he's got it all dialed in. But guaranteed by round number 2, I'll have all these names dialed in because I'm going to hunt all these guys down to make sure I get the right pronunciation. So glassy conditions, you can't get any better than this, except for the swell size, of course. But the cameraman might
have a paddler here. It looks like green, possibly yellow. David Tuarau.
Yep, here we go. Nice clean bottom turn. Not the biggest wave. Nice roll. Goes into a spin. Clean. Both maneuvers clean. One more spin. Again, the judges have the best view. They're in front of the wave, so David could be doing more maneuvers right there, but decides to kick out. And the judges will have the best view. I mean, this side channel angle is pretty solid, but the judges will have the best view. And I believe it's just a matter of moments when we get a camera angle from the judging tower.
I was just going to say, I was thinking about that myself. Spin to win. You got 2 nice forward spins, a clean roll. Going to put a nice, decent score up. And let's talk about strategy in some of these heats for people who don't really understand surfing contests. The first thing you want to do really is you want to get a decent score up there. You want to get a 5, a 6, a 7, even less than a 7. You get a 5 or a 6 in your first 5 minutes, you're feeling good. You got somewhat of a score. Then you can work on looking for that big wave.
Yeah, I mean, multiple world champion Guillermo Temega. I always point out to my friends who are competing at this level, Guillermo Temega will catch a 3 to 6 point wave within the first 2 minutes, no matter what. He gets out there, he jockeys for that first wave, and he'll put that under his belt, so he has a comfortable,
starting point.
And then from that point on, he can use the priority system and wait for those better waves. And that has been, a ticket for him to, win titles over and over again. The heats are 25 minutes long. That seems like a lot of time, but when you're fighting with 3 other competitors out in the water, I mean, that time can fly right by.
It can go by real quick. I mean, we've seen tons of times in the surf and bodyboard world where guys have not been able to get any waves, especially in really big, heavy conditions. I mean, we saw guys at Pipeline recently get skunked. They go out there and they don't get any good waves at all.
And there's not, I mean, to be able to ride these waves with just a couple other riders, that I would pay for the entry just for that. I mean, this wave is pretty awesome. We both went out there during the lay days to get some waves, and it's pretty perfect. It looks like the wave is going to close out on you, but if you just find that perfect line and hold it, you're going to come out of that barrel every single time.
Yeah, for sure. It is a picture of perfection.
unless it pinches on you at the very end, like we saw with Louis Finnegan. So 25 minutes, it's going to zip by for some of the riders that have yet to get away. Here we go. We got a rider up,
That
taking a
was
look.
yellow again. David Tuarau.
And it was interesting to see one of the sessions we went out on the other day during LA Day. David Hubbard found this little corner out in the lineup and was catching. He caught like 10 waves for everybody else's one wave, and that's going to come in. That's going to come in handy once we get deeper into the event, where wave selection is going to be crucial. He's one of those guys that has been here before and understand how the wave breaks. Nice little zoom in right here of the judging panel or the judging tower. Man, that's
What a place to be out there, huh? Hanging out for the day out there.
why aren't we out there? Why don't we set up shop out there?
I wouldn't complain.
No, but it's pretty solid out there. Look at that. Perfect glassy conditions. Hoping we do get a little pulse as the tide comes up throughout the day, and I believe it drops pretty fast once the afternoon comes around. So we're going to see just better conditions as the event goes on.
Man, so stoked to get the main event going finally.
So the next heat is standing by right now for main event. It's round number 1, heat number 2 out in the water. We have David Hubbard, who will these riders are coming up next. David Hubbard from Hawaii, Tahurai Henry, the Tahitian, and Sebastian Kreft from Chile. The Chileans rolling in deep to Tahiti. I believe there are 5 Chileans still in the event. It's going to be pretty awesome to see if the Chileans can roll through the main event, and hopefully it'd be amazing to see one of them walk away with a win.
I mean, the Chileans have been a real force on the APB Tour as of the last several years. They've really shown up and really been on the map now.
Well, what's happening is you're getting these riders, these pro riders that have their home break in heavy reef breaks. So now that the World Tour, the APB World Tour, is showing up to awesome waves like this, they're already trained for how to ride these waves. The question is, and we ask this question quite often, the riders that know how to ride the wave properly, do they know how to use contest skills? Those
Because it's two different things.
It's 2 different things.
Definitely is. Have you got a chance to ride Arica much, Manny?
Yes, Arica is another perfect wave, and we're going to head over to the Arica Chilean Challenge, I believe in July, the first week of July. So that's going to be pretty awesome too. It's pretty perfect, man. My only complaint, it's cold.
It is cold. I wore a spring suit there and I was chilly.
Yeah, no, that's full suit material.
And I hit the bottom there, and it did not feel good.
No, you can tell that wave is pretty gnarly.
I was impressed. I was shocked. I could not believe how powerful the wave was.
No, that wave is awesome. But before we head to Chile, we'll be stopping in Brazil for the Itacoatiara Pro in late June. And the whole lineup, the APB World Tour, has a pretty sick setup as far as the riders and what waves they're going to be competing.
Itacoatiara.
So you can see how shallow it is right when the wave breaks and ends up right where the foreground whitewash, it's 2 feet right there. So if you roll up to that and your knees are dragging, you're going to get cut.
It doesn't even look like it's 2 feet.
No, it's pretty shallow. There we go. Riders in the next heat
That's
standing by.
Dean Fergus. Nope, I'm sorry. That's Sebastian Kreft. Waiting for his heat. And there's Hubby with the hat on.
I wonder if he's going to ride with that hat on.
Man, I hope so.
I think he might. I don't know. Is that him?
Yeah.
Oh, you know what? I'm confused. He just shaved his beard, so it's kind of hard to to spot him out in the water nowadays. He's got a cool, clean, sharp look to him now. Kaino alum, one of his buddies, posted a comment. Sorry, hippie chicks. No more love for Dub. The beard is gone. So, again, 25-minute heats. Round number 1, heat number 1 out in the water. Louis Finnegan is currently in the red jersey. We have Henry Hitoti and David Tuaru, the Tahitians, against Louis Finnegan. Look at this one rolling through. See, this is one of those situations where they're all waiting for that bigger set to roll in. But what's been happening the entire time we've been here, those sets are pretty far apart, 15, 20 minutes apart.
Yeah, and we'll try to get you some scores as soon as the system updates for us. We have yet to get any scores at all.
Yeah, I mean, we do have a scoring system set up on the tower, and we're trying to load them up on our end. And oh, look at this nice clean barrel comes out, nice roll. Playing it conservative right now was the rider in blue. That was Henry Hitote. A lot of riders are holding off on the backflips and the ARS maneuvers just to make sure you can land that maneuver at the very end. That was a clean roll.
You call it conservative. I mean, a roll out of the barrel is pretty sweet to me.
Yeah, you know though, but that's a safe maneuver. You're going to be able to pull that off. You're going to be able to land smooth. Soon later down the line, we're going to see ARS's backflips.
Oh, look at this wave!
A dime a dozen. But
Man,
that was clean, smooth.
Can't wait to get some scores out here.
Look at that. That was a pretty solid wave. Here we are in the middle of the Pacific, up and riding. Louis Finnegan, the Australian.
Look, driving. Now, should he stall? Should he drive through the barrel? He elects to take the barrel, but it outruns him.
That's the second barrel. Something's happening right now with Louis where he's just getting caught right behind the lip and not able to squeeze through the end of the tunnel. So Louis Finnegan, that's already 2 waves where he was not able to come out of that barrel. So in yellow, David is in priority right now. So he's got the opportunity to catch any wave he wants that comes through. You all right? It's hot and humid here in Tahiti, and some of us have the AC on all night. I've learned the hard way, so Guilherme and I are sharing a bungalow, and we turn that thing off.
Well, I'm with a bunch of Aussies who aren't used to the heat, but Brazilians are definitely used to the heat.
Yeah. All right, waiting patiently on the outside. You can see our riders from heat number 1.
I'm waiting patiently for scores.
Yeah, I think we all are, and those will be coming up shortly. Look at that. Could be some lines coming out at the back.
And again, you guys, this is a non-elimination round. Winner moves on to the 3rd round. Second and third place will move on to the 2nd.
Yeah, we're still getting those wireless networks tuned in. Here we go. Here's
Louis
another
Finnegan.
shot for Louis Finnegan.
Driving through the barrel right here. Look at this.
Nice.
Setting up. Good little in and out. We see a little spin or a roll possibly. Spins in the barrel. Nice critical section spin. Comes out. Out the back right there. You know, it's probably a good decision not to throw in a roll or a flip right there. But that's a better score for him. A quick little in and out and a spin in a very critical section.
Well, he needed that. I mean, these last 2 waves weren't the best, but that right there is going to be a solid run for Louis Finnegan. He threw in maybe 3-4 maneuvers on that one, which is pretty awesome. It was pretty cool to get the perspective from the tower. You can see how big the wave is. The channel camera angle is kind of misleading until you get to that shot from the tower where you can actually see how big that wave is.
Yeah, it doesn't look as big from the channel as it really is.
But an epic perspective. Look at that.
Man, what a shot! Just look at that peeler.
That surfer on your foreground, he was out there during the whole tree fiasco, and he was catching some solid waves with like a few other people out there. So he was one of the smart ones.
Definitely, we had some locals who got an extra hour and a half of Chopu time while we were trying to figure out our tree situation.
Pretty cool to see the whole contingent out there. We were out there yesterday afternoon and just watching everybody just having a good time and enjoying what we have here in Paradise. I'm pretty stoked. This is the first day where there's actually more sun than cloud and less rain.
Yeah, 100%. It's definitely nice to see the sky instead of just some clouds.
Yeah, it's going to be a pretty solid day.
Well, still waiting to see our scoring and a timing system. We'll let you know as soon as we do.
All right, I think we may be getting some scores. I think we got some scores coming in. I think they got the whole system dialed in. So, yes, perfect. So we got about 20 seconds before we can give you the lowdown on the scores here from the 2016 Spark Green Tahiti Challenge. And I love this view right here. So we have a few camera angles, one from the judging panel, a wide shot, and our angle right here from the channel. You can see some of the riders waiting patiently for their next heat or just watching.
I mean, what?
I wouldn't mind being out there in the water. Water's so warm. I miss the warm water.
80 degrees, 81 degrees.
I can understand the photographers wearing a wetsuit because they're in the water for hours. The riders wearing wetsuits.
Unnecessary.
But
Unless you want to pad yourself.
exactly. That's exactly it. Here we go. It looks like we may have a rider up.
That was blue.
Little bit of a slow start for the riders, but I can understand what they're doing. They're waiting for the bigger waves. But with a long period, they're going to be waiting anywhere between 5 to 15 minutes for the bigger sets, and if you don't have priority, it could be a disadvantage.
Looks like there's some riders coaching. It's Tahudre. He's telling his countrymen where they should be or where they shouldn't be.
All right, looks like we have a rider. Yep.
That is yellow.
Nice spin off the takeoff, stalling, putting his legs down in the water to slow down. Gets a little cover
Little
up.
head dip.
Can he come out of that? Nice clean exit. Could have been a little cleaner, but right now he needs whatever he can because that's, I believe, what his second score. Again, top 2 waves are scored. And 25-minute heats in these first rounds, in these first heats of round number 1.
Okay,
top
so
2 waves scored. Yes. Oh, yes. We are down with the scores.
I'm going to give you some updates. We have, looks like just over 2 minutes to go here in the first heat. 2 minutes and 7 seconds left. And so far in first place is red, Louis Finnegan. He's got a 5.67, a 1.33. Man, Henry Hitote, he did have the best wave, a 6.50, but that's his only score thus far. And David Tuarau, he's got a 4.17 and a 2.50. So in the lead at the moment with 1 minute and 45 seconds is Louis Finnegan. And he still, he only has a 1.33 as his backup score, so he could definitely move his score up, as could everybody else. Again, Henry Hitote taking off right now in blue, and it looks like, he'll take the lead easily on this wave. He just gets a 2.
Nice, and that's all he needed to do. And that could have a situation change right there, right towards the last 2 minutes of the heat. But again, anything with these types of waves is possible. A deep barrel with a big maneuver at the end can catapult anybody in third straight up into first.
Mm-hmm.
Especially with these lower scores needed to get into these positions. So priority right now sitting with red Louis Finnegan, so he can use that to his advantage, fending off the other riders of the bigger waves. And I think when you're at this level, you have to understand the whole criteria and the whole strategies that you can use with the priority system.
Again, less than a minute remaining, just about 45 seconds to go. And I'm pretty sure Henry Hitote is going to jump up into first place, and he does. He gets a 2 on that wave. So that gives him a total score of 8.50. He's in first place. Louis Finnegan is second. And now Louis Finnegan, he needs a 3 or 2.84 to move up into first place.
Big quick shout out to Zarmar 91 from the Basque Country, Ignacio Guifu and Guido from Arica, Asham from Maldives, Rich in Congo. And here we go, taking a look. It is Louis Finnegan, I believe, was taken off. Yep, here we go.
Here he is. Remember, he needs a 2.84. He's got less than 10 seconds to go. This is definitely his last wave. Can he find a maneuver or two? He goes for a whitewater roll, throws it over there, and ducks out the back. Man, it's going to be close. I don't know if that's quite enough for 2.84, but it'll definitely be close.
Yeah, right now he's look how shallow it is right there. That's what we're talking about. It's ankle deep. He did a maneuver right on the inside. So if you're going to do a giant maneuver there, that is what you have to deal with right there. What a great shot.
Man, it is not a joke out there.
No, and it's going to be very – I'm going to have an anxiety attack as soon as the riders start doing the bigger backflips and bigger maneuvers on that inside, because that's what they're landing on. Ankle deep water. So that is the end of heat number 1, round number 1. Finally, we got that first heat of the main event.
Well, again, Louis Finnegan needed a 2.84 to move up into first place. Not quite sure if he got that score as of yet, but we will find out. Well, let's see.
I think this is it. We got David
2.57.
Hubbard starting off this heat. There we go.
Oh.
Nice ARS right there for David Hubbard. Comes in inside and kicks out. And he's using that, I'm going to call it the GTS, the Guilherme Temega strategy, catching that first wave right off the bat. And Blue, bottom turn, does a roll, comes out in front of the whitewash, tries to get around that, and that's going to be the only maneuver that our rider in Blue, Sebastian Kreff from Chile. So both of these riders, as you can see, priority is at stake. So red and blue, whoever gets to the lineup first will have second priority. And it doesn't just stop when you catch the wave. They're going to paddle quick and fast to try to get that second priority. And I believe David Hubbard was just edging out Sebastian to get out back to the lineup. So holding that priority right now is the local boy, Tahurai Henry from Tahiti. He's actually we'll call him the cover boy. He's on all the posters, all the TVs.
He is a local favorite, 100%.
This is his backyard, so it's going to be very interesting to see how he fares in this event. It would be epic to watch him win in his own backyard.
Okay.
So Rich from Congo, Eric in South Africa, and Agustin from Argentina all tuning in. And we do have an Argentinian still in the event, Nicolas Chiara from Argentina. He's coming up in heat number 13. Look at this view from the channel.
Beautiful Tahiti. Now, we'll let you know as soon as we know if Louis Finnegan was able to get that score. It didn't look like it. I saw the score start to come through. We'll see if we can get a note from our director, Alex.
Luckily for the viewers and the riders, this is a non-elimination round, which means you're going to see every rider once again. So you're going to see these riders first place in this first heat will skip a round and go into round number 3.
Straight to the third.
Second and third go into round number 2. So we're going to see these riders again.
And we will see that is an elimination round, the second round. If you lose the heat in the second round, you're out. Look at this rider up in the barrel driving.
What?
Scooting out of Sebastian Kreff from Chile. He got a great barrel and scoot out the bottom.
That is an awesome angle right there, because from the channel it looked like it totally just shut down, but he was able to come out through the doggy door and sneak under the lip and come out of that. Sebastian has been putting a ton of time out here. Every time I've been out there, he's always the one sitting deeper and getting the most waves on the main peak. But Sebastian Kreff from Chile, solid ride right there.
So we have a score coming through on that first wave of David Hubbard, only a 3.67. Somewhat surprising. Tahurai with a 2.17. And we're waiting for a score for Sebastian Kreff.
Again, 25-minute heats in these first rounds. And right now we got about 21 minutes and 36 seconds. So within the first 5 minutes of this heat, everybody has a score. A few of them have a few rides or a couple rides. So it's going to be a pretty exciting heat for heat number 2. David Hubbard out in red, Tahurai in yellow, Tahurai Henry from Tahiti, and in blue, Sebastian Kreff from Chile. So it's getting exciting.
You know, I was pretty excited. I got a lot of time to hang out with Tahurai on the North Shore this winter.
Nice.
He stayed at Jamie O'Brien's along with Alex Leon, and I'm right across the street at Sonny Garcia's place at Off the Wall. So, you know, obviously, the only spot I really want to surf in Hawaii is pretty much Pipeline 90% of the time. So I'm hanging out there with the boys a lot, and I really got to know Tahurai, and his sense of Tahitian pride is amazing to see, and his sense of aloha, which we call it in Hawaii, is great to see. I mean, he's stoked to have everyone here in his home country at his home break.
No, he's super humble, he's a happy all-around dude, and I love hanging out with him. He's always happy and smiling. And you're right. I mean, yesterday he was on the boat towards the end of the session. He's like, hey, let's just wait for everybody, because it was getting dark, and you don't want people paddling in the dark.
Hey, we got a score coming in for Tahurai. He has a 5.5 as well as a 2.17. No score yet coming through for Sebastian Kreff. Or do you think that was possibly a mistake that score was supposed to go towards Sebastian? Because it looks like Tahurai has priority.
All right, it does look like, yep. That little P next to his color right there is priority to the Tahitian. So again, waiting for those bigger waves to come in, pretty tough because the time is ticking. It's not going to slow down. And with a long period, anywhere between 10 to 15, maybe even 20 minutes for the bigger waves, and if you don't have priority, there could be only 1 or 2 waves in that set. So if you're in last place for priority, you could be pretty bummed when the bigger waves come in.
Looks like we have some lines coming in right now. Okay, we have scores coming through now. More scores coming through.
Here we go, taking a look at this one. Yes,
David Hubbard.
David Hubbard.
Fading a little bit. Look, it sets up nice for the barrel. Great job. I'm pretty sure he's going to pop out the bottom of that, and he does.
Nice.
Now what's he got left for us? Section number 2 ducks out the back because we know how shallow it is there.
Yeah, we saw Louis Finnegan catch a wave, do maneuver on the inside, but once he finished that wave, he stood up on the reef, and it was seriously ankle deep right there. So a lot of the riders are holding back at the moment, but I know riders like in the later rounds are going to be hitting that lip,
Get rid of that.
and it's going to be pretty exciting to watch what they're going to do, if they're going to kick out or hit that lip. But right now, David Hubbard, he's looking pretty solid right now with two good waves under their heat.
So it looks like we were correct that we had a mistake on the score earlier. That wasn't a wave that should have been scored for Tahure.
Yeah, right now
Sebastian
we have
Kreff got that 5.50.
Yeah, we have a link to our scoring system that's on the tower, and these are live scores that we have on our end, and we're going to be showing you some of the scores that pop up on your overlay as soon as our systems get solid and set. 18 minutes remaining, round number 1, heat number 2 currently out in the water, and we're still standing by waiting for that official results from heat number 1. Wow, it's pretty epic right now. Conditions are pretty solid right now. 3 5-footers coming in, glassy conditions. Again, welcome to the 2016 Spark Green Tahiti Challenge. You know what? It's not bad to get another round under our belt here with these conditions. We're hoping and crossing our fingers that the southwest swell builds overnight and we can run another round tomorrow and possibly, maybe, hold on to.
Here's the story, Manny. It may not be the biggest, meanest chopu there is, but it's contestable. We've got barrels.
Yep.
We've got ramps. So at the end of the day, the guys who understand how to ride this type of wave and who can do it the best, they're going to make it through the heat regardless.
Yeah, and they're not going to hold anything back either. So it's going to be pretty solid to see at the very end. Very end of this whole event, it's going to be. We're in the tropics. Everything can change within hours. So we can have 3 foot now, and who knows if secret mysterious swell can roll through, and it'll go 8, 10 foot, which we all hope.
Yeah, for sure. So again, let's see. David Hubbard in red. He's leading the heat with a 9.10. He's got a 5.43 and a 3.67. In second place is Sebastian with that 5.50. That's that barrel we saw where he dodged out the bottom. And a 2.17 to follow it up. And we haven't seen a score for Tahure yet.
Wow, so look at that view right there. It's pretty awesome. And what a lot of riders do when they finish their session, they can come around the side of the reef that goes off to your right of your monitor, and they can paddle all the way in. Or if the tide's high enough, they can skim across the reef, hit the tower, and then come straight in, and that's a clear shot too, but it's still shallow for that first 300 yards of paddling in.
Yeah, for sure.
So another beautiful day. You know what? Even though it rains here, it's still amazing to be out here and enjoying the tropics.
I mean, we've had some legit rain the last couple of nights. I thought we were gonna, be washed away. It was flooding here and there, and everyone in Tahiti said it's no big deal. It's just all part of the game.
We are starting the winter season here. I think we're in fall and we're moving into winter here in the southern hemisphere. So I'm guessing there's going to be a lot more rain where this all came from.
Possibly.
Look at that. Have you tried some of the local beer yet?
No? Hinano?
Oh my gosh. I just had my first one yesterday. Thank you from Jorge Colomer. We had a little stop at the grocery store. He's like, Manny, I'm going to buy you a beer. I'm like, you know what? I haven't had one yet. And we had so yeah, Hinano.
Definitely one of the best exports in all of Tahiti, I'm told.
Yeah, that was pretty good. I'm not going to have more than one a day, though. That's for sure. Here we go. Up and riding. David Hubbard from Hawaii. Nice, clean bottom turn. Finds another little shack on the inside.
Man.
Is he going to do a maneuver?
Look at this. Nice roll on the inside. Still going, ducking out last minute. That's going to be a great score for him because, he flirted with the barrel for quite a bit.
Yeah, that was pretty awesome. It looked like he had 2 cover-ups and then ended that way with a nice roll. Pretty solid. That's going to be probably one of the biggest scores of the heat, if not of the event so far, with 2 little barrel rides.
Especially when you're considering these already leading the heat with only 14 minutes to go. It's going to be a good heat for David Hubbard. Man, nice set coming through. It's getting a little bigger.
Waiting patiently on the outside, we still have Tahurai Henry in the yellow jersey.
With no score coming through for him yet, with almost half the heat gone.
Oh my! So this is what we were talking about earlier. 2 different things. We know Tahurai can charge some of the biggest waves on this island or on the planet, for that matter. We know that. The question is, can he find it within himself to pull out those contest skills that he also has and put it down on the wire when it comes down to it? And we're going to see that at the end of this heat.
Yeah, definitely. It's like we said, it's 2 different things: the contest surfing and big wave surfing, and the best guys in the world can combine it, but it's a rare commodity.
All right, it looks like scores are creeping in right now.
We got a third score coming in, a 7.60 for David Hubbard. So wow, like we said, the biggest score so far. So he's carrying a 7.6 and a 5.43. And Sebastian Kreft, he's quite a ways back there with a 5.5 and a 2.1. And Tahurai yet to put a score on the board.
Wow.
Both riders are comboed.
Oh my goodness. So
Tahurai's comboed.
12 minutes and 30 seconds remaining, which explain to us what combo means for those that are just tuning in.
So Tahurai's combo, what that means is no one score can put him into the lead. So even a 10.0 will not be enough. He'd have to have a combination of 2 good scores to get him up in contention to win the heat.
And that's where you do not want to be in any heat, in any event, especially here in your backyard. But we still have 12 minutes remaining, which a lot could happen within those 12 minutes, but time is ticking away for Tahurai.
Combo land is not the place to be.
No, negative. But, there's still a possibility. Again, this is a non-elimination round, which means first place will skip a round and go into round number 3. So you're going to see Tahurai, you're going to see David and Sebastian again, whether it be in round number 3 or in round number 2.
So just over 11 and a half minutes to go. And who are we going to see next? We're going to see Alex Uranga from the Basque Country, Manny?
Yes, Alex Uranga is standing by, Julian Merimont, and Cedric Estal. Again, 2 Tahitians and a rider from the Basque Country in Europe coming up next in heat number 3.
Manny, for those who don't know, where's the Basque Country?
The Basque Country is a region situated between Spain and France. And they've been fighting hard to have their own sovereignty, but it's a pretty tough fight. That's full political, and it's hard to get into right now. But the people who are from that region, they are very proud of their heritage.
Yeah, like you said, they consider themselves a sovereign people that aren't French or Spanish.
Mm-hmm. And Alex Uranga is one of those hard-fighting.
Is he?
Yes, hard-fighting competitors that come from that area. And to this day, I think one of my memorable events that I was able to have the fortunate honor of calling was the Reunion Island event back in 2011 or 12, I believe. But he won the event starting from the trials.
Wow.
It was pretty amazing to watch. There's more to it, but
yeah, a lot of people look at the trials as there's 2 different sides to it. A lot of people think it's an advantage because hey, you've been surfing out there, you've had a whole bunch of heats, you've won a whole bunch of heats, you know what the judges are looking for in these conditions to win a heat. The other flip side of that is, well, you spent a lot of energy, you spent a lot of time out there, and you don't have as much energy left for the main event.
Yeah, and that's what's happening. That's what happened in those trials a couple days ago, is where riders were forgetting to fuel up. They made it through the trials, but they were exhausted. Guaranteed, they clocked in over 12 hours of sleep that night, knowing that there could be an event the next day. And they did fuel up, and hopefully they all learned from that.
Yeah, surfing 4 or 5 heats in a day out here at Chopu was a big deal for sure.
Yeah. And there's a lot of names that did not make it through the trials. The trials themselves is a whole tough competition within itself. I mean, you're going against some of the most hungriest local bodyboarders who want...
Yeah, you got guys really trying to prove themselves.
Exactly. And there was only 8 out of the 36 that were able to get those eight spots that were advancing on to the main event. Here we are in round number 2, round number 1, heat number 2, waiting patiently. And here's the current score situation.
Again, in first place, we have David Hubbard with a total combined score of 13.03. In second, Sebastian Kreft from Chile. And look at David Hubbard up again in red. Drop knee this time. Nice little snap. He's in the lead, feeling comfortable, stalling for a barrel. Is he going to get a little bit? Almost covered up. Another little snapper, turning out.
It's going to be interesting on how the judges are going to score for that. And I just got word right now that if you do get up on drop knee, you will not be scored.
Really?
Yeah, so we want to keep everything on an even plane. And, you're looking at me all weird with this. Is this really true? But, yeah, I just got word.
Is this real life?
Yeah.
Huh.
So
I would love to hear an explanation on that sometime this week, because I thought in bodyboard, well, unless there's a separate drop knee division possibly where you're not allowed to ride prone, but I always thought any way you ride the board, it's up to the judges to decide if they like it or not.
Well, you know what? There is a drop knee world tour under the APB world tour flag, so I'm guessing that is the reason. So
This is blue, Sebastian Kraft.
Right when we got to him, he did landing a nice roll, going into his third spin right now.
Yep.
And you can tell that he's trying to put every single combination of maneuver that he can do before it gets into the shallows.
Well, he needs a 7.54 in order to get up into first place and give David Hubbard a fight. And I don't think that wave's going to be it, although he did have a couple nice maneuvers. But going back, still, Tahurai with no score whatsoever just over 7 minutes ago, 7 minutes and 15 seconds for Tahurai to put up 2 good scores. He's comboed, so no one score will put him in the lead. Maybe his patience is getting the best of him. Oh, in yellow, as we speak about him, Tahurai.
This will be his first scoring wave.
Another
of the
roll.
heat, and he's putting together a nice combination of maneuvers right now. He comes to the inside. He's just going to show no fear coming into the shallows. Oh, bring it back. We'll tell you what happened on the inside for Tahurai Henry. Oh, my. But you can tell that he knows that his back is against the wall right now with less than 6 or 7 minutes to go in this heat.
6.5 minutes. Tahurai has 1 score. Can he get another one? Now, I'm guessing that's going to be a mid-score, probably a 5, somewhere 6 around that. Hubby, big roll, pushing through that lip. Bottom turning with a spin around it. Is it going to barrel again? It doesn't.
That was probably one of the biggest waves of the heat so far. And you can see it just came straight off the bottom, punched through the lip. Nice cylindrical roll lands. But look at this, out the back.
Out the back, Sebastian Kraft from Chile. Perfect barrel. Driving. How far can he go?
Is he going to come out of this? Ooh.
Man, he traveled so far in that barrel with a late takeoff. Now, Chopu is starting to come alive, Manny.
I'm hoping that pulse that we were talking about coming in with the tide is coming through. But, again, it's the direction of that wave right there hitting the reef was not in his favor. But, man, what a nice driving barrel.
It sure was. Let's take a look at Tahurai's first score, 3.60 for Tahurai Henry. He's still in third place. He needs a 9.44 to move up into first, unless David Hubbard's score improves. He might improve at 5.43. I'm not sure. Sebastian Kraft, he's gotten tons of waves, 5 waves now. He's still going to be carrying a 5.50 and a 2.83, so a total of 7.54. And it looks like David Hubbard's last wave, a 4.50, but that's not going to be enough to up his score. Remember, his lowest score is carrying a 5.43.
I like the way the judges are spreading the scores around. They don't want to give a too high of a score right off the bat, because if the swell does come in, it's going to be hard to spread out those scores evenly throughout the entire heat. But you know what? That was a solid run from a couple of the riders, finally finding some of the bigger waves in the heat. But Sebastian Kraft getting caught behind that deep barrel.
I mean, he was driving for quite a bit, traveled a long ways inside that tube.
So here we go. We are starting to see a little bit more action, not only from Mother Nature, but some of the riders finally hitting the lip, getting deeper barrels. And coming up in heat number 3, we're going to most likely see more of that from Alex Uranga, Julian Merimont, and Cedric Estal from the 2 Tahitians and the Basque rider. It's been pretty fun so far as enjoying everything Tahiti has to offer from the get-go. Even the rain. I'm from San Diego. If it rained as much as it rained in the last 3 days here in San Diego,
The drought would be over.
the drought would be definitely over. That's why everything's so green and beautiful.
It is lush.
You know what I tripped out on, too, is that the river was just flowing this dark, dirty brown water. And within a day, I look out at the ocean, it's all blue and green again.
Well, it's a big ocean, Manny.
It's pretty amazing. You see the currents move.
There's a lot of water moving around out there,
Yeah.
so that water gets carried off pretty quick. And I'm sure, even though it looks semi-dirty, it's not real. It's just silt and dirt. It's nothing. There's no type of sewage or real contaminants that we have to worry about.
Well, I grew up in IB. I don't know if you know anything about Imperial Beach, but
Home of the
It's-
syringe.
definitely different than what it is here.
Syringe Beach.
It's not that bad.
Oh, I was just backing you up.
No,
I just want to make you sound smart.
look at this. Look at this. Look at this.
Who
No-
it is
no need
that
to
up
do
and
that.
driving in yellow is that Tahurai Henry. Oh, in red,
That
Hubby.
was sick.
Oh, perfect roll coming out of that barrel. Hubbard just shut down this heat right now.
I think he's looking the most confident out there. And
He's just
comfortable.
paddled the boat.
He's pretty solid right now.
He just
after
put
that
this
wave.
one to bed.
Yeah, that was a good, solid ride from David Hubbard.
I mean, he was already leading the heat, but at that point, he just hurt feelings.
Yeah, it was a solid wave. I mean, there's nothing else you can do on that one.
Tahurai
But
in yellow, bottom turning.
somebody in there?
Sebastian Kraft was driving, didn't make it out again.
Oh my goodness.
So he's going to pop out the back. He's got just under 2 minutes to go. Man, he could have almost paddled it back out and made it priority, but not quite. Man, Chopu starting to show some life.
Really need that wave, but if it's going to give him more barrel time in Tahiti, he'll take it.
Like I said, David Hubbard hurting feelings out there. You already won the heat, buddy. Why you gotta stop hurting everybody? I mean, just let it be.
I think he's just having fun. Look, he's not even going to give up on the priority either. That's what I mean. Right now, it's Sebastian Kraft.
Or still waiting on the last one. 1.50 for Sebastian Kraft's last wave. 2.53 before that. So his 5.50 is still his best score. And it's just not nearly enough. He needs a huge score to knock Hubbard off. It's just not going to happen with 20 seconds to go. The second heat of the first round of the main event here at the Spark Green Tahiti Challenge is coming to a close, Manny.
Yeah, and I'm really excited that we're moving forward. Those first 2 heats pretty much under the wraps right now with a few seconds remaining. And these are the first 2 of 16. I'm
That's it.
pretty sure we're going to try to get these first 16 heats on the wraps. But heat number 2 just finished. Heat number 3 is standing by out in the red jersey, Alex Uranga. In yellow will be Julian Merimont, and in blue, Cedric Estal. Look at that view. Love it.
Man, like I said, David Hubbard, we talked about the other day when we first paddled out for a free surf. He really knew where the right place to be was. He was getting the right waves, got tons of waves, and he did it again in his heat. And to do that in your heat with Tahurai out here is another level.
Hopefully, Tahurai will realize what just happened and pull out those contest skills. I mean, we all know what he can do. He can charge big waves. He can do big maneuvers. Hopefully, he goes back to the boat. His boys tell him, hey, look, this is what's going to happen. If you do what you just did right now, you're going to get knocked out of this entire event, if you don't step up and use your contest skills.
Yeah, I think Tahuda is gonna have to get a little bit more aggressive.
And he knows. I mean, he knows what went down. I'm pretty sure he's going to come back all just ready to rock on this next round number 2, where he ended up along with Sebastian Kreft. But David Hubbard smashing that heat.
He really did. So again, in red, Alex Uranga. In yellow, Julian Mirimont. And in blue, Cedric Estal. 2 Tahitians and a man from the Basque Country, as we see some waves pushing through the inside of the barrel. And it's not every day that you're sitting here at the desk doing the APB contest and a rooster walks right by in front of you.
No. But it's pretty. I mean, we're seriously at the end of the road. It's full tropical. We're in, like, I want to say farmland, but it's not farmland. It's just like
It's a village.
there's nothing here except living life off the ocean.
It's
and
a village.
land. It's a village. Fishing village. There's a marina down the road that's pretty awesome. Everything's pretty. I wouldn't mind spending a vacation here, where you just let go of
I
everything.
wouldn't mind spending my life here. Do you want to move here together?
I'm gonna pass on that. We'll be neighbors, but I would up and do a big maneuver.
And Sebastian Kraft, he found a couple good-sized waves, good-sized barrels, not able to find the exits though.
And that was that's another thing he's probably gonna think about. What did I do? How can I change that?
Here
Here
we
we
go.
go. First wave of the heat.
Rider up, that's blue. Nice little cover.
Angle that we're seeing right now is just slightly delayed
Delayed.
from our channel. So if you see him doing the same maneuver, guarantee that's what's happening here. So, but either way, I guess we get to see an instant replay of each rider's wave. Solid wave right there to start off his heat, though.
For sure, great way to start the heat. Probably 2.83. So a little warm-up score there.
And that's the thing. I mean, right now he's on the scoreboard. He's able to use that 2 point something if he needs to fall back on one of his lower scores. And that's what's happening right now in these first early rounds. Is you want to get that first wave under your belt to make sure you have something to fall back on. 25-minute heats. Top 2 waves are scored. Again, the first place finisher in this heat will go straight into round number 3. And yeah, the rooster and the harem just rolled up behind our monitor. There
Here
we
we
go.
are, another rider up in blue. That's Cedric once again. Waiting for a section forward spin. Nope, changed his
A
mind.
little fakey.
Oh, not really much happening there for him.
No, I mean the wind is coming up just a little bit, causing a little. It's all wave selection. You get the bigger wave and you can ride the wave as good as you can. That's in your favor. I think every rider out in the main event is at that caliber of riding where they can go head to head, but it comes down to wave selection.
Well, one thing I was trying to talk about is just being in touch with the ocean and getting in the flow with the ocean. And even if you don't have a bunch of high scoring waves, you get a couple waves just to get used to riding waves, paddling back out, and you're moving.
The guys who went through 4 or 5 heats in the trials, they already have that slight advantage of getting more water time here at the wave, and it could be in their advantage.
And they just have learned how to compete at Chopu.
Yeah, and that's it. Finding that sweet spot out in the lineup. Look at this, up and riding.
This is yellow driving. Look
Julian
at this
Medina.
barrel.
Julian finding a nice little peak,
Oh.
hitting the brakes, trying to get in that barrel just a little longer.
Look
And here's
at
another
this.
view. And did he do a maneuver at the end, or did he cut out? It's more of he got a little cover up, and then it became more of a pocket ride where he wasn't super deep in the barrel, but it was something nonetheless.
Well, it's like I said, he's flirting with the barrel.
And that's what he was doing. Hopefully the scores come in his favor, but that will be his second wave of the heat. One of the bigger waves, and that's what happened to Sebastian Kreft. He was stalling so much where he couldn't come out of the barrel. So it's going to be interesting on what the judges are going to score this one for Julian's first wave.
Well, we already got some scores. There's like a couple 2.0s and a 1.5. So they didn't think he was in the barrel, but this is red. Alex Oranga, one of the APB favorites, driving through that barrel section. Let's take a look at it.
You can see that he's
Oh,
stalling
covered
for
up.
a barrel. Nice, clean
Oh.
move. Goes for a roll on that inside section. and
Punches
he
it
comes
through.
Out. Oh, I wonder if they're going to call that a complete, but you can see him pulling back. Oh, coming around this. Is he going to get around that
this is blue.
section?
Cedric Estal
There's another angle right there. Doing everything he can to come around that section.
Oh, he does get
Finds
through it.
Oh, and then he's going to get washed up onto the shallow reef right there.
Woo! No fun right there. So, a couple scores coming through. All of our riders now with some waves here. None of them have been, too over the top or, in that excellent range. But these guys are getting warmed up. We still have 16 and a half minutes here in our third heat of the first round. Again, 3 men out here as a non-elimination round. Winner heads to round number 3, second and third place. Go on to round number 2 where they'll have to fight for a non-elimination spot. As we see our rider in blue, Cedric Castall, getting up on the ski, getting a ride back out and around. But that's red. Alex Aronga, he paddled back out through. He didn't actually go over the entire reef, did he, Manny?
No, he actually is talking to his boys on the boat right now. How am I doing? Is everything all right? And that's what a lot of everybody here in the channel, they have their own spotters or caddies, just support, and that's who they're going to relay information to. As they kick out of the wave, they're going to be pretty close to the boats. You're going to find out and tell us more later once you get on the boats that
I'll be out there soon.
Right there. You're right next to the competitors as they finish their waves.
Yeah, there's a couple different things to think about here. Is number one, when you're on the beach, the wave is really far out there and quite a paddle. But then all of a sudden, you take a boat out there and it's really close.
Yeah, you're right next to the wave. It's going to be pretty awesome to have you out there and call it from the very first.
So we got a big score coming through. The judges
Yes.
did consider that a complete. Alex Aronga, man, he rode that barrel well and punched out through that lip with a roll, coming down with a 5.0. So he is currently in second place, but that's because he only has one wave. Leading the heat, Cedric Castall. He's got a couple of 2.83s. He's got a 2.33. And in third place, Julian Miramont with only a 1.83. Not really the best wave for him, but he's got plenty of time. 15 minutes to go, Manny.
Yes, and Julian right now is currently holding the priority, which means he has the next
First right away.
Yeah, he has the first right away, and he has the opportunity to catch the next set if he wants to, or he can fend off other riders by paddling for the wave or looking at the wave, but he could lose the priority if he paddles aggressively for the wave. So it's going to be pretty interesting how he uses that within the next 14 minutes. Sorry about that, but welcome once again. If you're just tuning in, we are in the first round heat number 3 out in the water. Top 2 waves are being scored in these 25-minute heats. Here we go.
are
Up
yellow
and
riding.
Oh, bails out of that before it comes into the inside and shuts down.
That was the Tahitian Julian.
Julian Merimont in yellow using his priority for that wave, which may have not been the right choice.
Definitely not, unfortunately for him. He's got a 1.83. He's going to have another similar score, 1.33.
So we're coming down to the last 13 minutes in this heat. So strategy is very, very important. You can't catch the wave to the other side. Everybody's going for the left-hand wave here, obviously on this particular spot. And when you have 3 people out there and only 1 to 2 waves in a set, it's going to be pretty tricky on how all the riders are going to choose which wave to go on. There's another look at the channel.
A little bit of breeze out there, but it seems like it's headed the right direction, so it's okay.
Are you sure you don't want to switch spots? I totally want to be out there on that boat. That'd be pretty sick.
So again, Alex Aronga from the Basque Country leading the heat as far as best wave goes. He's got a 5.0. All he needs is a 0.17 to move up into first place. So for the moment, Cedric Castall is still in first place, the Tahitian. So unless he gets a much better wave, though, I mean, Alex just needs to take off on anything, and he's going to have a commanding lead. And he's in priority.
Yeah, I'm going to be mentioning this all throughout the round 1 that this is a non-elimination round. So you will see these riders again, whether it's in round 1 or round 2. So but you want to win this heat. You want to skip. You want to save energy. You want to skip round number 2 and go straight into round number 3 if you win this heat. If you end up in second and third place, you're going to have to expend more energy and compete through round number 2, and that's where you can probably get knocked out. So you don't want to end up in round number 2 if you can avoid it.
Oh, of course. That is the that's the plan for all these guys. Unfortunately, it doesn't work out for 2 out of 3 of them.
Exactly. Have you been watching some of these guys eating? What have they been eating? How's their diet here?
You know, I've been seeing a lot of baguettes ate.
Yes.
So I don't know if the diet is the best here in Tahiti. You know, we're limited because there's not many choices as far as eating, and there's groceries. There's one store to go for. It's a small store. It's quite a walk away. As we see a nice set wave come in, it's quite a walk to the nearest store.
1.1 miles away from our
Yep.
bungalows.
And that's a small store. A big grocery store is probably 20 minutes away by drive.
Yeah, they have a Carrefour French supermarket about 25 minutes away in the middle of the island. And that one's a hike, but you get there, you get everything.
Yep.
Yeah, baguettes with fries and chicken with sauce seems to be the favorite for a lot of the riders.
Basically baguettes with everything.
Yes. I know the only reason why I bring up Guillermo a lot, he's my roommate during this trip, and he's been pulling back. I mean, when he first got here, I think he ate like 3 of those in one sitting.
Baguettes?
Yeah. And he pulled back on that, went to Carrefour, and ended up getting, granola cereal. And here we go, out the back.
Up the right, looks like Julian. Oh, he ducked out.
Yeah,
You
here's
see a
another
little-
quick look of what he did. You can see it's just shut down on him, and he pulls out of that. So
You know, I think he could have made that. Again, I mean, this is a wave. It doesn't look like you're going to make it, but I think he could have made that.
I mean, it's hard to tell unless you're on the wave yourself. I mean, these riders are at that level where I think they're going to be a little bit more cautious than anything, because not only because it gets shallow, but because they're in a comp, they want to make sure they can get the most out of every wave. And walking on that reef, and it was like ankle deep water.
It was a classy exit, though.
Yeah, very classy exit.
Man, our heat number 2 winner, David Hubbard, making his way back up here. And man, David, you were hurting some feelings out there. There's some guys who were upset, and I don't really know if you're very good for their self-esteem.
I think I saw a couple people on the boats telling you to get out of the water and give these other people a chance, but obviously you didn't listen.
I mean, it's a surf contest, so it's hard to tell, but I'm pretty sure people were crying.
Well, right now people are crying right now in the Bass Country because we missed this last wave from Alex Aranga, but it was a solid wave. I did get word that it was a solid wave.
A
And
7.
We're working on the replays right now, but yeah, that was a solid wave from the Basque Red, solid wave from Alex Uranga, and I think the scores are still coming in, and it looked like it could have been a 5.
Well,
but we'll see. We'll
no,
see
we
what
got
the judges say.
We got a 7. And I'd like to see a replay. I mean, we haven't seen replays as of yet today, but as things get up and running and going more smoothly, I'm sure we'll be seeing them.
All right, so we're still waiting for scores for Aranga's the third wave that just happened right now. So scores are still going to drop right now, but I'm getting word that it was in the 5 range.
So Alex is now basically on the same program that David Hubbard was in the heat before. He's comboed one of the riders. The other rider needs a 9.18. So he's in a commanding lead with 8 minutes to go, and priority is to Cedric Estal.
All right, so we are winding down heat number 3 out in the water. Again, conditions pretty solid. 3 to 5 foot waves, glassy, and totally contestable. Look at this, down the beach.
Is this red?
That looks like Alex Uranga. Nice spin right before sliding under the lip. Gets in there smoothly. Here's a quick look. Again, nice clean spin. That was he caught that on his way back out to the lineup, and to be able to pull off that kind of maneuver or that kind of wave on your way out back to the lineup is pretty solid.
Can't wait to see the score drop for that. We'll be seeing it here momentarily, but I'm going to guess it's going to be in the 5-6 range.
No, that was a pretty solid wave right there for Alex Uranga in the red jersey. Taking a look at this, it looks like Cedric Estal trying to slide under the lip, finds it and opens up for him. Here's another angle right here. As you can see, slides right under the lip, and then it opens up, streaks through another little pit right there, and slides out before it comes in and bails out of there just in time.
Great job by the Tahitian, Cedric Estal, almost kind of backdooring that section, driving through it. A smaller wave, but finding as much barrel time as there was possible. I mean, he really maximized that wave.
Yeah, he's got a couple little barrels on that one right there. So Cedric coming alive towards the last 6-7 minutes of this heat. And, yeah, I mean, these guys are starting to put it down.
Still waiting for a score. Oh, we got a score for Alex Ronga's third wave, 5.40. So he did increase his overall score. He's carrying a 12.40 total now. Second place, Cedric Astal. We're looking for a score from him. His most recent ride was a 5.93, so he has an 8.76 total. And then third, Julian Medamont, 3.16. He is in combo land.
So if you are tuning in, we do have a little comment box right under the live feed on the YouTube channel. That's where you can talk to us here in the booth. So if you are watching, si estás mirando de la País Basque, ahí puedes decir hola, bienvenidos a toda la gente aquí en Tahiti. So if you're in the Basque country, let me know. Get over there in the comment box and we'll give you some shout outs.
Shout out to the Basque. 5 minutes to go, 5.5 minutes to go. Can I do the rock and fig thing? 5 minutes remaining, gentlemen. 5 minutes remaining.
That's old school right there. Love it.
Well, you know, I hosted the U.S. Open one year with Rock and Fig.
Mm-hmm.
It's quite a while ago. It made me feel old.
But we're old school. But we're looking young.
I think we look okay.
Yeah, I think we're fine. What are you, 45?
Get out of here. Not even close. Not even close.
Well, again, thank you for tuning in to the 2016 Spark Green Tahiti Challenge. And yes, the Basque countrymen are starting to come down the comment box. So I'm trying to get a couple names right now. Unai Borda, Enu Gok, and Sup Diogo. Everybody tuning in from all over the Basque country and around the world. Reiki Ulurdui. Man, these are some very Basque names coming down the pipeline. Here we go, out in the water, dropping in on this one. Our rider in blue, Cedric Astal, comes around the section, punches through the lip, lands, and he'll claim that one. Or he's just checking to make sure if anything was happening behind him. I didn't see the takeoff, but...
Yeah, I'm curious what that was. I mean, his last wave, he got a 5.93.
Oh, I see. Okay, so, yeah, I
Was
just
it
got
ski?
word that, yeah, he's calling for the jet ski to come in and grab him. He's got 4 minutes to go. He doesn't lose points for getting a jet ski ride, but he does lose a little bit of time because they have to come all the way around to the inside and bring him around the reef.
So with that 5.93, let's see, he needs a 6.48, which is attainable. I mean, Alex Ronga got a 7.0, so he could get a ride that could, you know, if he gets a ride back out there, catches the right wave, he could easily move into first place and skip second round. So, you know, it's good that he's on top of it. He wants to ski there. Get me back out there. I'm ready to go.
Yeah, I mean, there's still a chance for anything to happen in this heat. And look how shallow it is right there.
Definitely.
No wonder he called for the ski.
Could be calling for my mommy.
What?
Only calling for the ski. I'd be scared calling for my mom.
All right, so he's going to lose a little bit of time by taking the ski up all the way around the inside and around the reef to get back out there. But we have a pretty solid security team, water patrol team. Everybody, all the pieces are in place for the rest of this event, so we're pretty stoked.
Looking for a score, 3.50 for the last one from Cedric. So again, his highest score is a 5.93. With a 6.48, he could make Alex Ronga surf that second round.
Yeah, I mean, 2 minutes to go, anything is possible. So we do have David Hubbard standing by, and we're finally going to have you out on the boat and get some first responses from the riders coming out of the water. It's going to be pretty cool to see. You just saw the jet ski skim across the foreground and on your screen, and that is Erica Estal.
And that really gives
Cedric.
That gives everybody a real luck and an idea of how far they got to come around.
Yeah, I mean, he got on the...
That's not a joke.
No, it's a lot of time that you're going to actually waste by getting the ski around. Here we go, up and riding.
2 minutes to go, yellow.
I believe that's Julian bottom turning and kicking out of that. Nothing on that way for Julian Merimont. And I want to say that Brahim Idosh from Morocco is staying with Julian down the road. And Brahim and Trevor Camp from Hawaii, Alvino Tupuai from Tahiti are coming up next in heat number 4. So we have 16 heats to run through round number 1. So thank you all for tuning in from all over the world to watch the live feed from the 2016 Spark Green Tahiti Challenge.
Minute and 25 seconds to go. Here's where we are. Alex Aranga in first place with 12.40 and the priority. Second place, Cedric Astal, 9.43. He needs a 6.48 to make Alex Aranga surf that second round. And in last, third place, Julian Miramont from Tahiti with 3.16. He is still in combo land and not looking very happy.
And rider up, we have Julian Marymount in yellow coming around the bottom. Nice clean reverse, but it throws him out the back of the wave. Here's another angle of what just happened. You can see him having all the speed to come around that section, but he's going for a reverse, and it's just not enough to get him back into the power zone of that wave, and he just loses that wave.
Throws a nice spray off the back of that one with that reverse, not able to finish the maneuver, though. And that's not going to help him very much. And we see a set coming through out the back. Nobody on it at the moment. Julian's going to have to dip the set wave, though. He's not very happy. 30 seconds to go, Manny. It looks like Alec Aranga with priority is going to end up feeling pretty good about himself and skipping the second round.
Well, here's the difference we're going to see right now. Julian didn't call for the ski, and he was kind of in the same position where Cedric was. And will he get out there before the jet ski drops off Cedric?
Well, 7 seconds ago, it doesn't really matter at this point. This heat is going to come to a close. And our next heat, like we said, Brahimi Douche, Trevor Cam, as well as Avino Tupai.
I think I just heard the horn. Yeah, that is the end of heat number 3, round number 1 out in the water. We're going to give you the official results as soon as we get them here. Kicking out of that one, Alex Uranga showing a great first look at what he's hungry for. And I think that's the first place win here at the Spark Green Tahiti Challenge.
Well, he's hungry. It looks like so are you, Manny. Get a little Manny's getting a little snack while he's off camera here. So we made it through 3 heats of the first round. David Hubbard, your winner from the second round, is going to be back here at the desk with Manny. I'm going to head out to the boat, give you guys a closer perspective of the waves and the competitors. We're going to keep things moving along here at the Spark Green Tahiti Challenge.
All right, thanks for having us, or having you. Thank you for being here. Again, welcome to the 2016 Spark Green Tahiti Challenge. If you're just tuning in, we are currently starting round number 1, heat number 4. It is a 25-minute heat. Top 2 waves are scored. First place, this is a non-elimination round. First place will go straight into round number 3, and third and fourth in this round will go into round number 2. I hope that's not too confusing. In other words, you still want to get first place. That way you will bypass and save energy by competing in round number 2. David Hubbard, welcome back.
Thanks, Manny. Stoked to be back with you here in the booth, and we've had a couple pretty interesting heats to set off the main event of the Spark Green Tahiti Challenge.
You have first-hand look on what the conditions are like out there, so give us the complete lowdown.
So it was interesting. Starting off in the first heat was a very slow heat of David Toroa, Hitoti Henry, as well as Louis Finnegan. And there weren't a whole lot of waves ridden. Best wave was ridden by Hitoti, and he pulled with that. Then we got into my heat, and there was a fair few waves. It was pretty cool. Definitely a lot more than the previous one.
Well, I mean, as far as wave selection, how difficult was it to find those perfect little shacks that you were able to find in your heat?
It was a little interesting. Yeah, they're definitely moving a little bit more in. Too many of them were farther out, so it was a matter of not being too far out of position, but being in the right place. And there was a few that came in quite a ways to the inside that were really cool barrels. I mean, the barrels were definitely rounder, more hollow, further in on that west bowl.
You have to also be going to end up most shallow part of the wave.
Totally, and with the situation that was required of me, I was very mindful of how far to push it on those ending lip maneuvers. So a couple of them I was able to get a safe roll off, and if it was more required of me, maybe I would have charged a bigger, more critical, or hit the lip on some of the waves that I didn't hit, and just kind of roll the dice, see what happens. But also, you can paddle back out really fast. So if you don't end up getting pushed up onto the shelf, you can make it up back out within about a minute, I'd say.
But what if you did get pushed up on the shelf and not too far on the shelf? Would you be able to still like? So
Definitely.
I'm hoping and guessing that most of the other competitors that are still have yet to go out in this heat. So what is the strategy?
I would say
If you don't want to divulge it, it's okay.
no. I would say to not be too patient, but definitely catch waves that are going to give you some scores. So in my heat, Tahure was really patient.
Yeah.
And he only had a few waves, and that didn't serve him well. And Seba was really busy, and that wasn't quite maybe the answer either. And
Yeah.
so I was kind of a little bit in between that camp. After I saw the first heat, was able to sit out there on the boat, watch it. I knew that I was going to have to approach it a little bit more like a regular heat and get the ball moving, catch waves, start surfing my heat, and not sit the whole time.
Yep.
Because I was hopeful if the other guys are riding, eventually my sequence of priority would come up and I would be in the spot, maybe if a good one came at the right time. And that kind of happened a couple times, but I didn't have to wait the whole heat to do that. I was able to stay busy, and my sequence was able to arrive when some waves did too.
There's a couple situations where we've seen some of the riders catch a wave and then on the way back out turn around and was able to catch you, for instance, and we just saw
Right.
Alex Uranga do that. What's happening with the other two guys that are letting those waves go?
Well, the difference is on the West Bowl, if it can move like quite a ways in. So they're actually like out of position to catch those waves unless they see them and really make a big push really early on to motor on into the inside. Like you said, if you're paddling back out and you can turn around and catch a wave, that's maybe half the distance of your ride in from where people are taking off on waves. So it is quite a distance in there for some of those West Bowl waves that are coming on the inside, but still hollow, still really nice shape, and we've seen some big scores in there just because of those factors. You know, it's a critical part of the wave. It's not necessarily much smaller of a wave, even though it's on the inside. Typically, at another break, if a wave's breaking on the inside, it's significantly smaller. That's not the case out here at Tehupo.
You were out and you were paddled out by the channel. So who's out there on those boats in the channel?
Well, there's a French boat that they've rented, and you know the French contingency is all sitting there on
No way.
on one of the boats. It's not a very large boat, doesn't have shade, but
But only the Frenchmen.
they're all topless on it. Yeah, there's there's the coach, there's Martine, there's Maxime, there's a handful of others that are waiting patiently on that boat. Just also at the same time, just living it up, you know, Tahitian lifestyle, sitting out on the boat watching a great contest right in front of them. Even though a lot of those guys are competing, it's not a bad way to hang out and spend your afternoon anyways.
I've been trying to convince Apple to switch places with me so I can be out there on the boat because, I mean, that's probably the best seat in the house.
Yeah, I wouldn't disagree with you there. Of course, our judges have a wonderful view from that
Yeah.
scaffolding that you see on screen right now. That's about 13, 15 feet off the water surface, depending on the tide, and it has a terrific view. So the vantage point of our judges is, I'd say, maybe almost as good as sitting in the boat. Definitely from the scoring point of view, it's better because you can see how deep a guy is and whatnot, but there is really something special about the experience of being in the channel. And for the people who are taking that opportunity out there on the boats, they're having a blast.
Well, right now, if I'm correct, we are already 8 minutes into heat number 4, and we have yet to see a ride come down on our scoring sheet.
So apparently this heat is pretty slow, and that can happen. Like the first heat was very slow, you know, a slow start. We're hoping that a new swell is arriving today. The conditions are nice. We're hoping the wind doesn't get too strong from any of the directions. It's kind of a variable wind today. So we are hoping that the conditions do kind of improve throughout the day, and that's kind of what we're gaming on when they call the contest on today.
And it seemed like it was going in that direction when we saw some of the bigger waves in like your heat, and I think we saw a couple of the bigger waves. Look at this. We do have a rider up. It's Brahim Adouche, the Moroccan, with a second roll on that, and I believe we'll go into that second angle. But Brahim's first wave after 8 minutes in wasn't too bad. So here's another angle from that. Nice roll, cleans, lands smoothly, and was able to punch through. That was his second roll, but he was able to get 2 rolls in there before kicking out. Look how shallow that is. I can't get over that.
It's really shallow, and from this angle we might say, hey, there could have been a little bit more room for another maneuver there. Really hard to say, but wow, great barrel for this rider in blue. Nice clean carve coming up after. This is Alvino. He's a local here, very experienced. There's him exiting the barrel. Nice carve. Sets up a spin, kind of in the pocket, looking for another move, and just ends up cutting out into the channel. He'll paddle back out to try to get priority sequence started for him again. Good way to start for both of those riders, Brahim and Alvino, getting on the board.
So Alvino definitely using some of the skills of being able to ride this wave anytime he wants because he's from Tahiti. We'll talk about some of the advantages that some of the locals are going to have as opposed to somebody who's coming here to ride this wave for the first time.
Ooh, and here we go. This could be Trevor Cam just getting a spin and getting out. So yeah, the advantage, like you're mentioning, Manny, is having that experience out here in various conditions. And some of that will come from, sometimes they'll run surf events, their own kind of local regional contests, and the conditions might not be like all time or how they normally surf it, because when these waves are going out, you know that they're out there. So they got the experience when it's epic.
Looks like we do have a rider dropping in, coming around the section right here. Trevor Cam taking another look. That's Trevor's second wave where he decides to kick out. So Trevor, it looks like he's waiting for that barrel to happen for him, but instead of, do you think he should be doing a maneuver just to get something out of that wave, or do you think he's fine with, time running down? We're already almost halfway through the heat.
Right, yeah, and it's more from his angle. If there was scoring opportunity, he is a pretty well-rounded, well-versed competitor. I think he is feeling the pressure of the time winding down, and so he is thinking, I got to get it started. That's why he started his first wave with that little spin. He was hoping for something else, got out, and within the next minute, he caught that last ride that we just saw, and again, didn't see the scoring potential, and he cut out. I think if there was at least place for a Rollo, he would have done it. But apparently, from his angle, he didn't see much scoring opportunity, and he got out. But he's been competing since he was 12, and he might be about 20 now. So he's got 8 solid years of a lot of great surfing against Guilherme Temega, Jeff Hubbard, myself, and a bunch of the other Hawaiian riders that frequent the tour there.
Down the reef, and nice came around that section, was able to come around that section and do a spin, and then finds a little pocket. Can he come out of that? Yes, finds a way out of there, and slides into another spin.
Wow. And
comes around the section, and he goes for a roll, kind of sloppy, but holding on, making sure the board is flat, because you don't want to do an endo nose over heels there, because it's super shallow. Look, you're going to see how shallow it is. Look at that.
He's walking off of the wave. You could see him pulling back on the board to slow himself down to let more water creep underneath him. Then he started actually putting his fins down.
Oh, you think that was a crucial mistake? Not a mistake, but crucial decision right there? Where
it was a crucial decision, and we got the memo prior to the heat starting that unless you're injured, don't use the ski. And so for that scenario, ooh, nice invert by Alvin. Oh, Trevor Cam.
So Trevor Cam finally getting a nice maneuver right here. He comes around the section. He knows he has to do something in this heat. Lands pretty good right there, but knows that he can get pulled up onto the reef, so he bails out just in time. But Brahim, he totally could have walked a few steps, jumped over a couple of whitewash, and made his way back into the lineup within a minute or so.
Yeah, he wouldn't be more than 50 yards behind these guys at this point. But like you guys were talking about, the jet ski ride takes probably 2 minutes.
And I can see I think you saw what I saw, but he looked towards the channel, and somebody, he said, do I go in and out? And somebody said, take the ski. It looked like. So he walked back towards the inside of the reef and decided to take a ski, which I probably wouldn't agree with that decision.
Yeah, but hey, it's Brahim's heat, and he's gonna surf it. Let's see, it could pay off. At this point, it does not seem like the best strategy at this size. If we're talking 6 to 8 foot backs, 15 to 20 foot faces, there's you're not really gonna second guess that. You're gonna be like, can I even paddle back through that stuff?
If we have a wide shot right now, we can see the jet ski in the foreground zip by because we can hear it right behind us. But Brahim deciding to get on the ski and taking it all the way around, and that is going to be a minute at least. A minute
At least,
and a half.
yeah. And we'll see if no waves are coming in during that time and he enters the priority sequence, which he would have into third priority, then potentially it was no harm, no foul. We'll just have to wait and see if there's a paddle or a ride prior to him returning to the lineup.
So forgive me if I'm wrong if I look at you weird because I'm still not used to you in this new look that you have. I think I'm sitting to Ryan Gosling instead of David Hubbard, the bearded one. But we do have a comment. We do have a comment box under the live feed right next to on the YouTube channel. So I personally want to know what you guys think of David Hubbard's new look.
Yeah, I've been hearing lots of funny jokes on. Occasionally, people will post about it. Post the transition video. There's a video of me shaving it on hub boards and a few before and after memes. And people are getting really creative with their comments, so I definitely enjoy the creativity and enthusiasm. Here we see the channel. Just such a great little party going on, but make no mistake, it's very organized and a very safe situation. Trevor Cam looks like he just got out of something critical, whether it was a barrel or a lit move. If we get the second angle, we'll see possibly what he just did.
Ooh, somebody's caught on the inside there, too. It looks like Alvino was caught on the inside as Trevor Cam came around that section. We have Damian de Villa, who's currently in Belgium. He says Dave looks pretty guapo. So new
thanks.
looks. There's one for the plus side.
Cool, yeah. Tally one up. Thank you, Damian.
And we got Art Fisher chiming in. He says Dub's looking all corporate right now.
Righteous. Cool. Awesome. Hey, well, they gave me this opportunity to jump in the booth with you, Manny, so I guess there is some sort of corporate side of this bodyboard business, and apparently if I'm fitting that image, then I guess it's great.
You know what? I'm glad to have you in here, bearded or not. David Hubbard and Manny V bringing you the live feed from the 2016 Spark Green Tahiti Challenge, and the conditions are not bad at all. It's glassy. We got some barrels. We got some maneuvers on Teohopu out in the water. So the competitors are putting it down. We'd like to get first round completed so we can have 2 days of competition left while the contest window winds down on May 2nd.
Exactly, and so this is a great day to get the event started, because we want to get into the rounds. Like you said, we got 3 days at least of competition. We want to get it started, and today is totally contestable. We've seen some cool rides. We've yet to see anything excellent. I don't think yet, Manny. You could correct me since I've been absent, but we're getting close. We've seen good rides, and so we are seeing, especially for this non-elimination round, some cool conditions for the progression of this round one.
And a lot of our viewers coming in from all over the world were really surprised when you got up drop knee on 1 year waves, knowing that you were not going to get scored for that. So in the rule book, there is a clause that says, hey, on the APB World Tour, men's tour, drop knee will not be counted. There is a APB World Tour drop knee tour for that. And a 0 point was okay with you on that wave.
Well, not necessarily okay, and that's been. I wanted to re-engage the discussion. That decision was made without any competitors and without getting into it too much. bodyboarding is what it is because we can assume many different stances. I do think, hey, it's cool that we do have at least one contest on tour that has a drop knee division, but there's not a lot of drop knee events or opportunities to showcase drop knee. So, hey, Tahiti's got some great waves, and I'd love to showcase one beautiful side of this sport of bodyboarding. So I figured, hey, let's go for it. Let's see if the judges are still going to hold on to that rudimentary rule. And we would love to hear from the spectators, and we're putting the show on for you guys. If you guys want to see drop knee get scored, let the APB the tour know. We could probably get that rule changed lickety split for you guys if you want it. It's up to you.
Currently out in the water with 6 minutes remaining. We are in the heat number 4 out in the water. We do have in the red jersey. Actually, can you give us a lowdown on where we are currently standing as far as the scores?
Brahim Idouche in the lead from Morocco. His first time here in Tahiti. He loves it, and he's got the total of 11.17 on the strength of a 6 2/3 and a 4.5. Trevor Cam sitting in third spot. He needs 5.25 to attack that first position, and Alvino a little bit closer to attacking it, but in his total he has more than Trevor, but his score required is actually greater than Trevor's score required. He needs a 5.68 to attack that first position with just over 5 minutes remaining. We are exciting to get the 2016 Spark Green Tahiti Challenge started today. We are in the 4th heat of the first round, the main event of the men's here, and we are looking to complete men's round 1 today. Not sure if we'll sneak any heats of round 2 in or not. We'll have to see. We do have 16 25-minute heats coming at you, so stay tuned for all the action here. We are expecting increasing swell, so some of those west bowlers might continue to grow and become more consistent. That is what we are hoping for.
Currently out in the water, heat number 4 of 16, and I'm looking at some of the heats which you are have access to as well on the APB World Tour Facebook page and website. Look at this. But first,
Whoa!
Nice maneuver down the reef down the reef, and another big move. Oh my! The Moroccan has woken up, and he's going for a nice backflip back on that wave. Comes around the section. He's not done yet, and a big roll. What? Brahim Idouche from Morocco laying it down.
He was stoked on that ride. He was sitting in first position. Not sure the priority sequence. He might have regained first priority and was able to strengthen his position. He wants to ditch that 4.5. Here we see yellow just having a look. Trevor Cam not excited about that wave, and he gets right out. But Brahim, let's wait for the scores to see how much is now needed for Trevor Cam and Alvino to attack his first position.
That was pretty good wave right there for Brahim Idouche. And if anybody's watching and supporting Idouche from Morocco, you know where to come in live into the booth. We do have a little comment box right under our live feed on the YouTube channel. So if anybody is tuning in, watching, don't be afraid to write down who you're supporting in the event. We'll do our best to give some shout outs. So pretty solid wave right there for Brahim.
Oh, it certainly was. That was great. You know, that 6.67 that he already had was cool, and this is going to improve that situation. Looks like we're going to queue up a replay for you guys now.
Yep, it does look like the replay is working.
There's that backflip, and there's that highline roll lens kind of on the top of the wave, skips down. Score's coming in 8.33. Solid score.
And it looks like during the replay, wow, we just got riders everywhere coming in on the screen right now. The boys in the production room right now are just tuning into any channel which is showing a bodyboarder. You're getting nuts. So We did have a rider in blue right there finishing off his wave. We'll take a look, trying to get the replays all dialed in. But I'm really excited about that. Then we'll be able to call the wave exactly. But again, solid wave right there. Pretty scary of Brahim's roll landing on top of the wave. If he didn't have that much momentum, he probably would have ended up on the reef. Look at this.
Looks like a really nice, classy Tehupo'o ride for our rider in yellow, Trevor Cam. He just ducks out. Here we can see him coming around.
Nice.
Hits that hollow section, parks it, and looks, but decides I better just get out before it gets too shallow. That'll be a nice score for him, but his required score is now a 9.08 after Brahim's last radical combination wave. So let's see, but we do have scores coming in for Alvino, which we missed while we were doing the replay.
And we have a rider down the reef again. Nice, clean barrel. It looks like it, from that angle, it may shut down on him, but again, from this angle, look at that. Brahim again, long, deep barrel. Did he come out of that, or did he just get axed by the lip?
He tried to doggy door it, and he ended up getting axed.
So right there, for the viewers that have never experienced that type of wipeout, what happened?
Wow, so he wanted to scooch out of the wave. He knew it was kind of closing out, and he was hoping he was going to be able to squeak out before the lip line landed. He was hoping it was going to land behind him. It had landed right on him. The situation that happens next occasionally could be sends the body right to the bottom of the wave, or sends you into a vicious wipeout. Either way, the pressure from that lip coming down right on you is usually pretty intense, and you get a beating for sure. Not the best way to get out of a wave, but if he would have snuck out, he would have got a cool score. The judges will deem the distance that he did make on that and give him a score, but the heat just comes to an end now, so any rides after this won't count towards that.
A couple of my favorites. And here's another look at Brahim's deep barrel.
Nice traveling, really round, really cool barrel. He's a lot of speed. That's what I like about it, too. He's flying. And he's making those sections, and it just clamps right at the end while he tries to doggy door it.
I can hear the horn in the background. The 25-minute heat number 5 has just begun. You're going to see in red Guilherme Temega, in yellow Garth McGregor, and in blue Manea Fibish from Tahiti. So we got a Tahitian, Garth, Australian, and the Brazilian Guilherme Temega.
Definitely a well-rounded heat we have just about to start. GT has competed at all the previous events that we've had here at Tehupo'o. And Manea might not have been very old when those events were going down. He's the young gun from Tahiti. But Garth McGregor, he's been around for a while, and he's making a push this year on the APB Tour. He showed up at Pipe, made the quarterfinals there. He's looking to attend the Arica Chilean Challenge, and he's hoping to make it to at least part of the European leg. And I think he's someone to watch for sure, because his style definitely suits some of the waves we have on tour. Obviously, if he made the quarters at Pipe, he's well suited to that wave. In previous years, he's gotten some of the highest scores in the Pipe event. I forget exactly which year that was, but here's a nice hollow barrel Tehupo'o, and Garth's definitely got the skills.
Garth's got a couple nicknames.
G-Mac.
Yeah.
He's the original G-Mac. And he's definitely holds it down from his hometown of Newcastle, getting tons of support from all the blokes down there in Newey. So we know you guys are tuned in. If you want to hit us up on the APB Facebook, let us know you're rooting for G-Mac. We'll give you a shout out.
I think he's going to be one of my favorite Australians to watch for 2 reasons. One, super cool. Goes back years, 36 years old. He's been bodyboarding for 25 years or more now, and I think every time I've seen him so far, he's putting a Hinano back.
Yeah, he's not scared to indulge in some beer, but at the same time, yeah, he's serious about this. And
Yeah.
he really wants to make a go of it, as they would say in the vernacular of the Australians. And so he's going to make a charge here. Like I was talking about, this wave, Arica, even waves like Fronton and Nazare, I think he could do some damage.
If the waves are on the bigger side, I totally agree 100%. And he's not a small kid by any means. So he's
No.
got the power to just slide into some of the bigger stuff. So Garth McGregor definitely one to look at as we progress through this event, and as well as the APB World Tour. He's going to be super fun to watch. So Guillermo Temega out there again in red, Garth in yellow, and Manea in the blue jersey. We're going to take a quick little break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Welcome back to the 2016 Smart Green Tahiti Challenge. Manny V here with David Hubbard, and David actually had a phenomenal heat earlier in the day, and now we are moving on to heat number 5 out in the water in the red jersey, Guillermo Temega. In yellow, the Australian Garth McGregor, and in blue we have the Tahitian Manea Fabish. What do you got in this one?
I'm going to go with the experience of the wave, as well as events out here, as well as competition experience. All of those trump cards would be with GT. So I'm thinking he's going to take this heat, but we'll have to see. I think it's anyone's game, but also it's a non-elimination heat.
And
so the other guys are still going to get another chance, whether that involves GT or if it involves the other guys.
And in these types of waves, even though GT is really good in the big waves, Garth is really big in the big waves, really good in the big waves, and Manea has that. This is his backyard. It could go to anybody as far as the first place spot.
It certainly could. I think that's going to have a huge thing to deal with the wave selection. It's been a little bit slow out there. I could see the best wave of the heat taking that rider on through. It could go to anyone, just whoever's patient in the right place at the right time.
And for those viewers that are just tuning in that don't understand the word slow, what are you referring to as far as being slow out there?
Talking about inconsistency. Look at this
Yes.
way to get started. It's GT with a big flip. Let's see it again.
Nice, clean maneuver right there from Guillermo Temega. And I coined a quick little GTS, Guillermo Temega strategy, getting that first wave within the first few minutes of the heat. But in this situation, it took him 7 minutes to get that first wave of the heat. And we still have a couple riders standing by. Again, so slow.
Slow means inconsistent. And here we have the inconsistency being
Oh!
mitigated. Garth, nice, cool barrel. Let's see if he gets an end move. Here's his takeoff. Check the speed. He just adjusts, kind of burns a little speed to hang in the pit just a little longer.
Oh, my goodness.
Now he's looking for the end section, but just gets out of there.
You cannot tell from there, but that guy is 6 feet 5 inches tall and coming in at 250 something pounds. He made it look like he was sliding on ice. It was amazing to watch. That was awesome.
Yeah, even got air on the kick out, so that was really cool for sure.
That was amazing wave riding skills from Garth McGregor, and he's been around for years, so I'm not surprised to see him riding this wave so confidently and looked very comfortable. Nice little speed check before that barrel.
Totally, yeah. He's definitely knows how to ride the tube. He wanted to stay as deep as he could, so he burned a little bit of speed with that little check turn, and then he wanted to sit in it as long as he could. But he did eye the section as he was exiting. Just didn't see anything that was gonna work for him. He is another rider that is versatile. Kills it drop knee. He's telling me on a session later, I'll let you know, Blue, the local, Manea, looking for that barrel. Doesn't get terribly deep, but gets a nice roll before dipping out.
So everybody has caught a wave now in this heat. We are about maybe 9 minutes, just over 8 minutes into this heat. So pretty crazy that nobody has caught a wave until this last minute, and it took 8 minutes to do that. So it's going to be tough. I mean, if no waves come from this part on, it's going to be pretty crazy. We got a replay coming up, I believe, of Garth McGregor. Let's take a look.
Look at this.
Nice.
Speed check. Nice tube ride. Even a little bit of a spit kind of coming out of the tube there. Here we see the takeoff. He knows the placement. Does that check turn. Scores coming in at a 6. 3.83 for the Tahitian, now sitting in third. Going to need a 3.01 to attack. First position held by GMAC. Anything he gets on top of this will improve his first place position. And GT needs a 1.51 to attack first.
Again, non-elimination round. I'm going to be saying that pretty much all day through this first round of the main event. Non-elimination essentially means you're going to see these riders once again, whether it's going to be in round 2, where second and third place finishers in these first heats will end up, or in round number 3, where first place will end up after.
Continuing from round 2 throughout the event, because sometimes it just helps to get your fins wet, kind of feel your board.
Yep.
You might not have a successful campaign in round 1.
Yep.
You got another shot. Guys will be making it from round 2 into round 3 and continuing on. But it does help for those who will skip round 2. They're going to have a little bit more free time, but at the same time, they're going to have a little bit less heat experience when it comes down to it. The guys in round 2 are going to have surfed every heat. You know, that's another extra 25 or 30 minutes.
We got a big roll down at the very beginning. Clean, solid, not bad for a second wave.
Not bad for a backup, and momentarily that could put him into the lead potentially. It was a smaller wave, so the judges are really going to take note of the size of that wave when they score this. Scores do come in at a 4.07, giving him a total of 7.9, currently in the lead. Now the pressure's on Garth to get a 1, and GT to get a 2.58 to attack first position, and we're just about to the halfway mark in this heat, which is 4.
But again, wave knowledge. But I think everybody is already at that level to be here competing in the main event. Is the caliber of riding. Pretty much everybody's on that same level, and the wave selection is vital.
It certainly is, and that's how we're seeing most of our competitors move on, is by selecting some of the better waves, and of course executing maneuvers and riding them exactly how they need to maximize that scoring opportunity. Just a beautiful day here in Tahiti. All our competitors so excited to be a part of the 2016. It's a safe area, and also a place where people can get their video and photo angles, because that's an important part of this event as well. Such a great place to watch from that beautiful channel.
This is the first time I've actually seen the full sunlight come out since we've been here.
And did you guys talk about the log and the little delay? And that was because of the storm. We've had several days of rain, And it is great that that's over. Now we got some sunlight shining down, not only on the competitors and those in the water, but even us here too. Back in the booth and on land, we got some nice sunny days ahead of us, hopefully.
Shoot fellow countrymen out in the waters who should be coming up next. I think PJ is coming up soon in a later heat. So look at this. We may have a rider up. Yes, we do. Okay, dropping in,
Ooh.
trying to find a nice little clean barrel. Nice
Manea.
pocket right at the end right there. Now he sneaks under that last part, goes into reverse, and digs the inside rail and loses that wave for the inside, till the inside. So not a bad wave right there for Manea. That will be his third wave that will be trickling down as far as the scores are concerned, but not a bad wave.
Certainly a good way for him to stay busy. He's secured, well, for the kind of edges a little bit more distance and a little bit higher score to be required from our riders in red and yellow, GT and GMAC, respectively.
So we are coming down to the 9-minute mark out in this 25-minute heat. Riders have 9 minutes remaining to do something, whatever they can, to get into that first place spot and jump to round number 3. Again, non-elimination round. And look at that, it's so glassy and beautiful. I just want to get out there.
Great time to swim.
Rider up.
Yes.
Yes, we do. I want to say blue again.
Flailed off the back with that one.
That was the Tahitian Manea Fabish from, where is he from exactly here in Tahiti? Well, we know he's from Tahiti. If he makes it through, we'll make sure we get Eric Apple's actually in the channel, so I'm wondering if Eric will be able to talk to some of the locals. We should be seeing Eric out there shortly, so that's going to be pretty fun to watch.
Certainly is. It'll be great to get some interviews and get a little bit more insight from the riders right after their heats. We do see scores coming in. Just a 1 for Manea's last wave, but the wave prior to that, 5.5. Now putting just a little bit more required for GT sitting in third. He needs a 4.25, and GMAC needs just a 2.75, but the heat is trickling down. We're within the final third of this 25-minute heat. There's about 7.5 remaining.
You'd see that little branch, another tree branch on your foreground of your monitor. Yeah, the river flowing out from the mountains into the ocean was running at full steam, I think yesterday morning, which was pretty crazy to watch. It's kind of scary, too, to see how much water was moving at that speed, rushing out into the water, into the ocean. But it was moving a lot of sand, and all the little grommies came out, and there's like 15, 20 little groms on this little inside sandbar that made it look super fun.
They were frothing. The river mouth was just a sight to behold if you're under the age of 14. It was just such a rippable,
Yes.
just such a playful little running barrel. Just a great way to train for these little youngsters. Get them comfortable with the water, get them comfortable with water moving. Like you said, moving quite fast with the river pouring out right there, and them just riding the water current as well as wave swell, interacting there at the river mouth.
Nah, it was pretty awesome. I think the last time I came here back in 2000, that same thing happened. As soon as that river was flowing, sand moved, and all the groms came out of nowhere to have fun on that thing.
I did want to just mention I did make a faux pas, an error, reading out the folks who made the trials. It was not Sean Peterson who advanced in one of those final spots. It was Maranui Richmond, a.k.a. the Caveman. Got to bear with us, and we'll do our best that we can, and if we do make little errors, we'll let you know as soon as we figure it out.
Currently out in the water, heat number 5, Guillermo Tamega in red, Garth McGregor in yellow, and Manea Fabish from Tahiti in the blue jersey. And it is Manea currently holding that first place spot with Garth McGregor in second and Guillermo in that third place spot. Guillermo in the red jersey currently with that priority in his hands, which means he has the first right to the next wave that comes in. So if he wants to grab it, it's all his.
He's been sitting with priority for a while now, and with only one wave ridden, as these waves are pretty inconsistent. Just at this point, we are seeing slow heats, but very critical final moments One thing that's not stressing these fellas out too much is the fact that we've been mentioning it's non-elimination, so their whole hopes of the Spark Green Tahiti Challenge do not ride on this heat, but the rider who wins it will skip.
What's happening down at the local beaches where I'm from, I'll jump on Magic Seaweed, and they've been pretty on it, so I'm stoked to use them. And the APB World Tour is also using Magic Seaweed for their swell and wind forecasts for this event, and where everybody is watching those forecasts to see when we'll be able to run days 3 and 4, the last day for
Walking outside and looking around, and if you're a really experienced fisherman, or if you're a shaman or another, you might have a little bit of insight into what was coming, or you'd make some calls to areas near you but hundreds of miles away, see if weather was potentially going to come your way. Now we've got the intranet, and it is just so technical. It can connect us with data coming from buoys, satellite imagery, all sorts of things. So we're able to compile, with the help of Magic Seaweed, long-range forecasts that are helping us make these calls. And something I've been hearing the event organizer as well as Simon Thornton kind of mention often is how the 180-hour forecast has looked good.
Sneaking under the lip on that one, and before he comes out, throws a little roll, a little sloppy right there, but nonetheless, he completed that maneuver and finding another section right here for Guilherme. Comes around the section. He's no one to be afraid of that inside section, just doing a big invert in the shallow. I'm not kidding you. It's 2 feet where he tried to land that way. Look at him. Look, he just pushed off the reef right there, and he's making his way back out. He is
to punch a commando vert and just didn't really come away with it, though. I don't think the judges are going to count it as a make. Luckily, the bulk of the scoring potential will be coming from the barrel. He did try a lip move on the exit. Mandy did mention it wasn't the cleanest, but the barrel was decent. He had been waiting for that wave quite some time. It probably will come in as the required score that he needs to attack the first position, and it does. 5.9 awarded for that last wave. Less than a minute remaining. Now G-Max in priority. Let's see him go for this wave. He's really deep on this. Let's see if he can get the exit. Here's the straight-on angle from the scaffolding. He strokes into it, gets right up in that barrel.
Oh,
now
did he come out of that?
Gets to the exit.
Is he going to hit it? No.
He probably might have needed to hit it to advance, but actually with only a 4.41 needed, it's totally conceivable that last-minute heroics have pushed him through. At the same time, rides were still going down. GT on another ride, and Manea is out the back now, holding priority with just a few moments left in the heat. Really exciting finish to a otherwise lackluster heat.
Exactly. No, getting those last couple rides in at the very end. There you can see Garth McGregor right there making his way to the boat, the bearded one, G-Mac, also known as the Bull, putting in a good showing. And that first wave, very impressive from Garth McGregor. He is super amped to be out here in Tahiti. I mean, he's been smiling. He's been pretty stoked. And you know what? He seemed really focused, too, when I talked to him a couple times. So he's in.
Definitely. I think he knows that he has a wonderful opportunity to compete and attend these events that have been provided him by, just friends and family as well as himself, and he's gonna try to make the most of that opportunity. He wants to bring it home for Nui, and the score comes in at a 5.9, which is enough to regain first position. Garth Mack on
no way.
round 3.
Sick. All right, we're gonna get if that's official, or if that is the official final. We're still waiting for a couple seconds to make that official. But if it did come in, then yeah, Garth McGregor slides into that first place spot, and we will see him in round number 3. Now,
I'm excited about this heat.
Yes.
This is
Yes.
a heat of experience out at Tehupo. Ben Player, Mike Stewart, Dean Fergus. A very experienced heat. I'd say collectively this heat may have the most experience out at this particular wave. So this is going to be very interesting the way this plays out. I'm not sure if either three of these guys have experience in hand. Keep in mind they were watching that last heat. They knew how slow it was. So they're very aware that there may only be 2 rides for them to catch.
All right, you can see right here, it looked like, Ben Player trying to get that first wave under his belt. But we do have Brahim Idosh from Morocco standing by with Eric Apple on the boat. So you guys take it away when you're ready.
Didn't get a lot of waves, but it was fun waves. And today I'm happy to make my first heat.
So tell us about your first experience here at Chopu, the first week. What do you think of the wave here, and what do you think about the potential?
Yeah, I watch a lot of videos of this wave. It's just, I think it's the best wave in the world, and it's really strong. But until now, we didn't get it like a bigger. So I hope that will be good for the next week.
Well, we're looking the best in the world here because the APB is the best bodyboarders in the world. Back to you guys at the desk. We're still here in the boat hanging out.
So Brahim is stoked, and I'm sure the country of Morocco is amped that he made it through and he showed a solid showing. But Mike Stewart on that last wave,
Uncharacteristic would be what
Yes.
I'd have to say about
and those two are barrel riding masters. Then they actually, along with Chris Tenberg, were the first ones to actually ride this wave back in 1988, I believe, when they first came out here. They were invited by the PSAA, the then competition that was international, and using skills not only around the world, but actually took it here, and they were in paradise.
unreal times had by them. Great story as well. I hope we get Mike on the morning show, or maybe in one of these clips to explain that story, and he can verse us by his own words, but just a proving ground.
Yes, and it's very exciting to watch him right here. Again, we would love to see the bigger stuff, but it's going to be pretty amazing to watch Ben Player, actually all these guys in this heat, and see how they handle this 3 to 5 foot. A little slow, not very consistent for the bigger stuff, but when they do come in and these guys are on it, it's going to be pretty fun to watch.
Super fun to watch. As I mentioned during the trials, getting you guys the lowdown on Dean Fergus, the fella who you might not have heard too much about, but I'm sure you guys know a lot about Ben Player and Mike Stewart. But Dean Fergus, the Australian now living in Sumatra, Indonesia, runs a surf camp, and he started getting a name for himself by coming here on big summertime swells and charging tehupo, getting some huge pits and charging, getting some footage actually in the Blackwater documentary all about this wave, tehupo. Probably only one of 2 or 3 bodyboarders to actually make their way into that film, and Dean Fergus is definitely someone to watch as this contest unfolds.
Look at how shallow it is on the inside, and that's the cool thing about with the bodyboarders here at this particular wave, is they're not afraid to hit the lip even though it's like super shallow. Here we go, up and riding. We do have Ben Player.
Gets a nice barrel, looking for a lip move, clean roll through the lip. He was not done yet. Here we can see his positioning. He didn't paddle very hard because he was right in the takeoff spot. Quick cover up, nice roll. Then he throws a spin. He's looking to complete this ride on the inside. He's going to push the envelope and get a rollo. Luckily, there's a bit of a cross-up and a little bit of a wave that happened in front, so that gave him more room on the reef to complete that inside roll and get out before the wave totally closed out. Nice, well-ridden wave with roll and, just icing on the cake, riding the rest of the wave very smoothly. He's got a great style. It's very classic.
We're coming up almost on the 17-minute mark, and we still have yet to see a wave from Dean Fergus, the rider in blue.
With a second ride, gets a nice tidy spin, throws a reverse. He's going to just milk this one for whatever it's worth, getting kind of just feeling the board. He wants to just try to get something going. He probably knows this isn't going to be a huge score, but he wants to ride it nonetheless. Know what he's capable of. Know what the small ones do. First position on the strength of that ride and his 1.33. Mike Stewart with a few nominal scores, giving him a less than 4-point total, but he is sitting in second because Dean Fergus is yet to ride a wave, as you've mentioned, Penny. And I notice he's sitting pretty far out. He wants a bigger one, you know. He's used to riding some, make a hop, skip, and a jump through the next, over the next round. They came here to ride Tehupo. They want a big pit.
Well, I mean, you mentioned it earlier because the swell has slowed down a bit, which means the bigger waves aren't coming in as often as we would like. So the riders have to catch whatever they can. They are still taking the top two waves and the first place finisher. Much there for Dean Fergus's first wave, but he needed something on his scorecard to get underway.
And we're going to see some nominal scores dropped for him, 1.77. He did get his campaign started out the back. This might be what he should have waited for. A nice barrel.
Oh!
Spin in the pocket. This is Ben Play.
Man, Ben Players. So Dean Fergus, who was sitting on priority, caught the wave just before that. And to Ben Players' surprise, the second wave was better. So, man, Dean Fergus sat on the priority for as long as he could, and he knew time was running out. So he grabbed a wave. Unfortunately, it wasn't as good as see that coming. I mean,
No,
that's the thing about
can't.
this wave is there's really no way of knowing if a set is coming unless somebody's whistling to you from the boat or, I mean, it really comes out of deep water and hits the shallow reef, and you really don't know what's in front of you until it's like, just feet away from you.
Well, I'll tell you what. This is his 6th trip to Chopu, and the experience here in Tahiti, so he's shooting 5. And it's been paying off, hasn't it?
Yeah, it certainly has. Just had to remember what to line up with. A couple of little secrets. But yeah, I'm stoked to be here, stoked to get a win to the start, straight into the third round.
It's got to be a good way to start the competition by.
How many world champs is there? There's like 5 world champs, probably more among us
What
here.
a great way to
The wave get big, I think it's anyone's. Hopefully we see that. Hopefully it's what we all come here for. So, man,
Well, I'm pretty stoked to see Garth put it down here at 3-4 foot chopes. And we are trying to make sure that actually just got word that they are fine-tuning the live feed to the channel, but I'm sure we're going to see Garth again on in the interview boat again, so that'll be fun.
G-Mac making it happen.
So out in the water, let's bring you up to speed right now. We are currently at 11 minutes and a half remaining in heat number 5. Where are we at?
6.27 dropped for Ben's last ride. Now he's got a total of nearly 12 points. Pressure's on. Stewart needs a 9.62 to attack first position.
Full high scoring waves to get into that first place spot, but again, non-elimination.
Not a limb, so these guys are just getting their fins wet. They're just feeling it out there. Checking the conditions. They're checking how it is to be in a heat. We've got wild cards. We've got trialists who haven't entered an event in quite some time. Of course, the trialists competed in the trials, but what I'm saying is there's a handful of riders in the Spark Green Tahiti Challenge that haven't surfed a contest in quite a number of years, and especially an international event. I'd say there's a huge chunk of the field who hasn't competed in an international event within the last 5 years.
Well, I mean, it's obviously that Garth is not worried at all because he ended up winning that heat with the likes of Guilherme Temega and local rider Manea Fabish. So it's definitely none of his concern who's in his heat, just a matter of
Patient. I think he only had those 2 rides. That was all he needed. You only need 2 rides to win a heat. So if that's all you catch, that can work.
Yeah.
But it may not be the recommended strategy at times, but in a very inconsistent or slow heat as we're having, yeah, that could be the go. And that's what he did, and that's how he succeeded.
All right. I'm sorry. Yes. I'm sweating bullets over here, and I see Dub's I thought was sweat, but he's just downing the water, keeping hydrated and energized for his next heat, which will be round number 3. And that may go down as far as tomorrow morning, but make sure you tune in at 7 a.m. local time to watch the morning show. And that's when we're going to give you confirmation if the second round of the main event will be going down.
Exciting stuff as we see this main event moving forward, round 1, as well as we start seeing names filtering down into round 2.
And we are currently in round number 5, and I'm seeing some of the names going down the list, and it's going to be a pretty phenomenal day today.
It certainly is. We're so stoked to be here. So stoked to be a part of this 2016 Spark Green Tahiti Challenge. And we've seen some interesting heat so far, and we're gonna
Ben Player is spin into the barrel, and nice, and it rolls out of that one. Another solid wave right there for Ben Player, and he kicks out of that one. That was Ben Player again showing his skills.
kind of just a wave magnet. You saw how that
Nice fault comes out of that pocket right there. Did he get for that maneuver? No, he cuts out of there, and definitely probably a good decision.
Yeah, potentially so. Just the timing was late. If he could have got on there a little earlier, he could have increased this situation. He is in combo right now. After that score, he probably will leave combo. So this is great. Here we see Mike scooping in. That's the classic scoop that we're used to seeing from Mike Stewart.
Oh, down on him, and he was able to kick out of there just in time. He is coming down to the 6-minute mark for Mike Stewart, paddling back out. He's currently in that second place position as scores are dropping for Ben Player's last wave, which are really good. And Dean Fergus's last wave was also coming down the pipeline, so stand by for those scores. Whew. We got another rider up front angle. Ben Player coming out of that. Look how much speed he has and goes for an invert on the inside and bails on the landing. Gets out of there just in time. Again, that is the most shallowest part of this wave. And if you were to stand up right there, oh my, look at these sets. Some of the biggest waves.
Yeah,
some of the biggest waves.
Some new swell approaching. I mean, there's been a flurry in the last few minutes. All of our riders
in the next heat, and we just saw that right now with a couple solid sets rolling in. Look at this down the reef. Nobody too deep. Looks like one of those inside ones that you were just. So we're waiting patiently, as well as the riders out there, for those bigger sets to come rolling through. So again, heat number 6 currently out in the water. We have rider up. Oh, coming around the section off the bottom. Going for a spin off the top. And that was Ben Player just a little bit off on his timing. Here's another look.
And it is really tricky. The air forward is a tricky move out here at Tehupo'o because it wants... Your trajectory is likely to take you off the back. You really have to push yourself to get back in front of the wave. So choice of maneuver there. I've seen him pull some really clean ones. Some of those free surfing days. But on that occasion, just the more typical experience of an air forward out here off the back just ends up incomplete for Ben. But he's been having a fun heat locking in.
With the pros, if you haven't downloaded on your phone or your tablet, the You Riding the Journey bodyboard game, you can do that now and play the wave at Chopes. And we do have a ton of prizes up for grabs for the highest scores that come down at the end of the contest window. So if you haven't done it, now's a good time to do it.
Super cool way to continue the virtual experience here at Tehupo'o. Watch the webcast and play the game.
We have a rider up. It looks like a red Ben Player taking a look and cutting out of that before even getting down the face of the wave. So we do.
That was a great way to garner some points off of a not that awesome of a wave, kind of mediocre, but he was able to get a good scoring opportunity with that roll.
That angle was pretty awesome. It looked like he totally just faded his bottom turn, touched the judge's tower, and was able to maintain that speed and come up off the bottom for a big roll. That was pretty sweet.
Yeah, that's amazing as far as what that wave was offering. And Mike Stewart using the experience he has on a bodyboard to produce a score that will help him attack Ben Player's lead. Now just 2 minutes remaining. And Dean Fergus holding on to that priority again. He'll definitely get the award for holding priority the longest in this heat, too. But right now it's Ben Player hoping to maintain his lead to skip all the way to round 3.
All right, I think we have another look at Ben Player's wave. Let's take a look. All right, so he came off the bottom, and that is an awesome wave to see again, where he just did an air forward out the back. So there we just saw what you kind of don't want to do on your wave. sorry, viewers. We'll get you the goods. Just keep watching, man. We're bringing you live feed from
Here's
Tahiti.
live. Red. Ben Player. Clean backflip. This is a smaller, kind of medium-sized wave. Throws the extra spin. The Maui boys have a name for that. And he ends up cutting out. So that was a pretty cool ride. Like we keep saying, paying off for Ben this entire heat. And within a few seconds, we'll know if he's going to make it to round 3 and if Mike Stewart and Dean Fergus are set for round 2.
We are going to have a special guest come in. We have Jace Finlay. He's going to take my spot for a heat so I can step out and take a quick little break. So you're going to have Dave Hubbard and Jace. Jace actually brought his board, so he's going to talk specifics on why he chose that board for this wave and for this competition. So you guys hang in there and keep watching. We got some more live action from the 2016 Spark Green Tahiti Challenge. And we'll be back right after this. Don't go anywhere.
Right on. Thanks. I got live here with me in the booth, Jace Finlay. Welcome to the show.
Thanks, mate. How is everyone?
Yeah, it's great to have Jace here, part of the event. He's sponsored by a few of the event sponsors. Tell us about that.
Yeah, that's right. Jared Gibson, or Jared Gibson as they like to say over here.
JG Bodyboards?
Yep, JG Bodyboards. He's a supporting sponsor, and he's really kicked it off this year, and one of his main goals is having the guys in the most premium events, and I guess Chopu is the most premium of all. And
yeah, I would say.
It's been a long time coming, so he forked out, and it's all about supporting events like these because this wave is special, and
awesome.
This comp is going to be special, I think.
Yeah, I think so. We're into the first round, so we've got Jace joining us for this heat. We'll be talking about his board, too. If we want to pull it up right now, Jace can show us his weapon of choice.
Yep.
And kind of talk us through this board. Maybe start with the dimensions. You can kind of tell us how big and the exact specifics that you're using here at Tehupo.
Yeah, so this board, for the warm waters over here, I've got a Polypro board. It's a bit different to the old Polypro. It's called a kinetic core, and it's beaded polypropylene. So they used to have extruded polypropylene, which could have a few flaws, but with beaded these days, there's no imperfections.
Okay, more consistent of foam.
Yeah, absolutely consistent. I've got some mesh, and I've got the new ISS interchangeable stringer.
Yeah, you want to talk us through that? What you like about the ISS?
Yeah, I guess when it first came out, to get my head around it, you really, I most use it when traveling, I guess.
Okay.
Either I'm from the south coast where it's really cold waters, so I would use, basically you can insert different stringers with different flexibility, and so for cold water waves you would have a softer stringer, so you got more response from your board, and for warm water waves and destinations I've put in a really stiff stringer, just so your board has that same propulsion that it would, and you can maintain your speed.
Yeah, that's awesome. So we do have riders up in the water, and let's see who that was. I do believe it was Blue, Cristobal Sharafia, getting his campaign started. We're 5 minutes into this heat. Not too much. Yeah, we've got a nice big backflip by our rider. So now we're seeing the waves starting to come in. They're kind of quiet at the start of this heat.
Yeah, it goes. I actually surfed it this morning. Blue's up. I think I was showing a replay. He's getting a bit one on the head. I was out there this morning before the comp, and it really fluctuates. It'll have a flurry of waves for 10 minutes where everyone's getting set after set, and then there might be a bit of a lully period. So you got to make a decision how long you want to wait. I mean, if you get one under your belt straight away, then you're pretty confident in sitting and waiting for another bigger set. But if you've wasted half the heat waiting for that perfect 10, you know, it's part of your game plan whether you're going to get on the inside, and there's still high scores at Chopu on the inside. Some nice barrels and some nice sections.
For sure. And in the free surf that you had this morning, what was your strategy? Were you waiting for bombs, or were you just going for it and kind of wiggling around on the inside?
This morning I was kind of waiting for bombs, I guess. I was also trying to suss out how feasible it was for boosting off any of the sections.
Ooh,
really.
Researching that end section.
That's right. I had a wipe out this morning that my ankle almost got tweaked, so I wasn't pushing it too hard.
Right.
But you know, that's what it's going to be about today. I mean, Chopu's known for its barrel, and usually when it's pumping Chopu, you don't get an air bowl, but today it's so fun and playful. Guys are just going to be going for it every wave, I think.
And some great barrels, but also just some kind of average barrels.
Yep.
So to get a lit move is going to definitely improve the situation for the riders in the water.
On screen now is a tube master, Toby Player, Benny's brother. He must be in the next heat, I'm assuming.
Yeah, I think he's coming up next.
He's a veteran out here. He really knows this wave well. I can imagine he's going to really sniff out those tubes, and he's not scared to throw something off the end either.
Yeah, that experience has been panning out and showcasing itself in some of the free surfs. Toby's been surfing it multiple times a day for the last several days straight, just that keen to be on a surf trip. He's got his Bodyboard King shop, an online store that he's been setting up and really turning into an empire, as it were. And so it's great that he's on a surf trip, but also here to compete. So he's kind of been practice surfing, but approaching it seemed to me like he was on a surf trip and just surfing nonstop, as much as he could, as many times a day. We had some days where there was, not good enough conditions to run the event, but at moments there'd be some really cool waves. Toby was getting some of the best waves that day that I know.
For years, and was really one of the top guys in the world, and to keep in the industry, he's developed his own shop and his own online store, and from there he's supporting back to the sport. I've been riding for Toby for Bodyboard King for about 5 years now, and just knowing that you've got a guy like that behind a company to push you and to give you opportunities, because he knows what it's like in the bodyboarding world, and then he comes and surfs with you and shows you how it's done as well.
Yeah, that must be so cool having someone behind you who knows the ins and outs, and you can have that relationship as well as a sponsorship relationship too.
Yeah.
So that must be really cool, and we're so glad to have Bodyboard King a
Yeah.
part of this event as well. So I guess you're rounding out all the sponsors of this event, as well as, like we were just talking about, that ISS stringer system.
Yep.
And that's just a really fascinating thing that's kind of been moving things forward in the sport of bodyboarding. Just the possibility to use your board in different conditions. Have you noticed anything with the lifespan of your board? Typically a board will need to be broken in, then it'll be ridden at its kind of peak performance for a number of weeks or months, and then it'll start fading. What do you notice about the ISS that kind of changes that?
Yeah, I guess I was meaning to mention that the longevity is extended hugely. I mean, it's tough when you get a brand new board. You want it to go the distance, so you would buy a stiffer core like a PP. But those first few weeks on that board, it's really stiff, and it needs some wearing in. So basically, with the ISS, you could chuck in a more flexible stringer and get comfortable on it straight away. And
here we
there's someone
got
up on
some-
this wave, pretty deep in that section.
Yeah, he was. Did he try to get a lip move off? It was so far back, even our camera angle had a tough time getting visibility of him. I think he either cut out or went for a lip move.
It's tough in this lineup today because there are a lot of quality waves in a deeper section of Chopu that are probably more consistent, but the higher scoring waves are probably
Right.
on that end bowl.
Right.
So it's a toss up to where you're sitting, and yeah, it's tricky when you got
That it's been mostly the Chilean Cristobal catching several rides, but nothing past the 4 points, just his high score out of 3.67. But that's putting him kind of in the lead at this point. It's been a slow start, and we're almost nearing the halfway point. But we do see some more waves approaching, and we are hoping that the swell starts picking up.
Yeah, as you can see, that one was, I guess that's the throw up, whether you weight wider or when you're paddling out, you paddle a bit slower to ensure you can maybe
Yeah,
scrap onto one of those
interesting.
wide ones.
Yeah, I wonder if the priority situation, if a paddle battle, when they set the line so that maybe you don't want to paddle too slow, but I totally hear your point. I in the heat 2.
And it's going to change throughout the day, and you've just got to adapt. You've just got to have that chameleon thing where you got to analyze the heat before and play to how that's gone.
I think that's a really important point that you bring up, and especially in a round that's conditions have probably changed since then. So it's probably best to be aware of what's happening out in the water, but be hyper aware of what happened the 1 or 2 or 3 heats just before yours.
Yeah, and that's what makes the sport so special, I guess. There's so many variables that when they do line up, you got something incredible. And the best guys who are consistently winning heats or winning world titles, those guys can adapt just like that. And yeah, that's a special thing to see, guys who can just take any situation and take control of it. As we see Tanner taking off, and it's got a good sized wave, a beautiful barrel. Tanner is an awesome kid. Nice tight spin in the pocket and a clean carve. He's from your hometown.
Yep,
Is
he's
he
from
done?
Kauai, and we've been doing some free surfing before he came over here to Tahiti, just to stay active and just to hang out. He spent so much time on the road last year that we didn't get to hang out too much, and he's been stoked to soak up time with his family, but it really is exciting. Here we got a rider up, looks like Davis Blackwell.
Quick little in and out for Davis. I'm sure he's hoping for more, but he throws a nice spin in the pocket. And then we're clicking to blue, must have been the wave behind.
Cristobal
Didn't
with
give
another
him
spin.
too much on the end.
So that was a great way to kick off that heat for Tanner. Personally, that was one of the better waves I've seen break out here in a number of heats.
Trying to find that pocket, but the wave didn't throw out too much. He got a spin in, but the end didn't cooperate either.
Yeah, just got away from him just before he could get another move in. So he's going to be heading back out there with all that commotion, if Tanner gets back out there, he might be holding first position in the heat as well as first priority. We'll have to wait and see. Does look like Cristobal has secured priority out the back, but Tanner's probably going to be sitting in second priority. Now with under 10 minutes remaining, he's going to have to hold on to that lead, which he only has with one wave, but the other guys need to stay busy if they want to attack that first place.
Yeah, it's interesting to see the scores. I guess Tanner kind of ticked all the boxes then. As someone's up and riding again, looks like a beautiful roll. He must have been paddling out, Davis. He must have been listening to us.
Yeah, about
Paddled
the
out
slow
slowly.
paddle out.
Yeah, got a wide one. It did give him a little bit of opportunity, but he's hungry for more, as you can see him paddle his ass off out the back.
And that could get the ball rolling for him as far as getting an average wave under his belt. It's comforting when you have somewhat of an average score. We're now going to see a replay of that front angle, but if this could be a backup score, he would only have to attack first position with a solid one.
So a nice, easy, quick scoop at the start, forced to roll through the lip, and a spin to end it off. I mean, the best waves out there are when you're racing and don't have to stall and force anything, but you know, you got to make the most of what you got, and I think Davis definitely did then.
Well, thanks so much for joining us. 2016 Spark Green Tahiti Challenge. Dave Hubbard here with Jace Finlay. We're bringing you live action from round 1 of the main event. We're into heat with Tanner McDaniel, who's holding the lead.
Yeah.
And what have you thought so far of the action in this first round?
Yeah, it's exciting. I know everyone's been waiting for a bombing 10-foot swell, but Chopu compared to any other wave at this side is awesome. And guys are surfing it as best they can. I mean, that last wave of Tanner, an 8.83, he ticked all the boxes. He had a combination of moves, and he got a barrel in it as well. Yeah, we're making the most of what we've got. It's a pretty awesome event.
It certainly is, and you're coming up in Heat 14, so we really appreciate you spending some time with us here in the booth. And what do you have behind your strategy, if you don't mind asking? You can just reveal a little bit of it if you don't want to tell us all, but do you reckon you'll try to stay real busy? Do you reckon you'll be really patient? Do you reckon you'll kind of just be a chameleon, as you mentioned before?
Yeah, well, I guess we've got to go back to the start, and that's preparation. I'll probably spend the next 3 hours just stretching, push-ups, psych-up songs.
Oh, cool.
No, not me. I'm actually more about staying mellow and just kind of feeling it out. And
okay.
I'd love to wait a little while to get a proper set, because that's where I feel I could excel more if I have a lot of speed.
Mm-hmm.
But if it comes down to it and I don't have enough of a score and I'm waiting for too long, I'm going to get on the inside and just work my ass off in there and milk it for all I can.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. But if you were going to be psyching up to some music, what would you be tuning in on your mobile device?
Well, there's a good story with that, I guess. The Canary Islands Fronton is an event I went in a few years ago.
Yeah, you did.
And ended up taking it out, luckily, as a wild card. But I've never been a competition man.
Oh, here we got live action. Let's get back to that
Yeah.
story in a moment, because it is a good one. But we've got someone trying to make it through that end barrel section. It was pretty deep, and that section looked like it kind of had some foam coming down on it.
Yeah, I think if it had stood up on the reef and threw out a bit more, he might have had a chance. But unfortunately, Cristobal it clamped on him that time.
Yeah, and that is something with the wind conditions as well as the size. It's not always going to pitch way out and give you a hollow tube. And it is hard to read at the start. Here we have Tanner McDaniels, I think. He's on his second ride. Big
Threw
lip
a
move.
quick flip there.
See if he
Right
gets
under the
around
lip.
this. Once we get the land angle, we'll tell you what happened on the rest of this ride. But that was his second ride, and anything additional to his first ride is going to increase. Really young kid. I think he's only about 16 or so. And he surfs just as well as anyone else, I'd say, in this event. And we've got legends in this event, so that does say a lot about Tanner McDaniels and his prowess that he has.
Yeah, for sure. yeah, he's surfing well beyond his years. He's really, I mean, he's invented a move almost.
Oh, he did.
Yeah, what?
Yeah, the tick flip.
The tick flip, yeah.
Did the tick flip, and he also completed the first Angry Dragon in competition, and in the trials of that pipeline event. When that occurred, I think there's a shot of you rotating a slipper, trying to get your head around
Oh, yeah.
what exactly he had just completed.
Yeah, that's
and
right.
that's just a classic shot that happened. What was it, 2012? I think
Yep.
was the pipe event that had that trials at Sandy Beach, where
Yeah.
Tanner entered his first event. He was 12 years old then.
I hadn't seen that move before, and to see a kid have that much aerial knowledge and that much confidence in his approach and how he's going to take that wave, it just flipped me out.
It was
I like,
alarming.
this guy's the future. Holy, what am I going to do? I better step it up.
Definitely putting the pressure on anyone older than him, but also the other young Grums.
Yep.
He's definitely who they would look to and think, hey, this is what we got a match to.
And taking off, trying to push through a bit of a foamy chandelier. I think that was Cristobal.
He just got caught behind it, like you said. That wasn't a very clean barrel, and just a lot of white water came down on him. Incomplete ride as we were coming down to the end of this.
And on the final wave, there's not too long left. You can see Davis, or Tanner maybe, was really hungry to get another little section. Didn't provide for him, unfortunately.
Yeah, looked like Tanner. He's making his way out the back now. Davis sitting with priority. And we're getting down to crunch time. And we're also, important scores yet to be dropped for the rest of the results of this heat. But these boys are going to make their way out, get back into the priority sequence. And how important is priority sitting out here at Tehupo on a day like today and being confident that you could sit where you want to? You mentioned being pushed deeper.
Yep.
That used to happen a lot without priority.
Yep.
But how important is priority out here?
Yeah, so for the start of the heat, there's no priority.
Okay.
So that's really where there's going to be the jostling, and you've got to, if you want that first wave, you've got to be dominant, but you've also got to be smart and know where you can get it from. After that, when it does get into a priority situation, that's when you need to have learnt to settle your nerves and be confident in your ability that if you've got your priority, you can take whatever wave you want. You can sit there and just keep cool and calm, and know that when the right time comes and that right wave comes, that you can strike in that moment. Because especially today, there's not too many opportunities as
Here
we
we
see
got
blue.
Cristobal from Chile. He's looking for an inside score on this. Not sure if he was able to get big points that he would have needed, but does look like he just had to dip out of that one. Minimal score is going to be going in Cristobal's favor for that.
Yeah, he might have been looking for a section at the end of that. Aerial maneuvers can be pretty critical. It's a shallow end bowl, and I think the judges should reward big airs off the end. So maybe that's what he was going for.
Yeah, definitely in that situation, if you're not going to get a smoking pit, maybe if you just hit the lip at the end of the heat, you might be able to get something. I mean, we are seeing quite a few closeouts, or at least advancing sections not offering. Here we've got a ride. It looks like our rider in red, maybe Tanner McDaniels. Not really shallow, really heavy. We're seeing guys getting washed up onto that reef shelf, and it's been really interesting to see how it all pans out.
We're talking ankle deep water. We've seen a lot of riders already do maneuvers on the inside, and when they finish the wave, you see them standing in like ankle deep water. If you want to shout out, we have our YouTube live feed, and we do have a little comments box right next to it. So tell me your name and where you're tuning in from, and we'll get to some shout outs throughout the entire live feed. For now, let's bring you up to speed. Actually, can you bring me up to speed too?
We'd love to be bringing you up to speed, and hopefully that happens soon. We're on into the next heat, which is PLC, Toby Player, and JG himself, Jared Gibson from Australia. Two of the riders in this heat are event sponsors. How cool is that? Getting behind the sport of bodyboarding. It's awesome.
And that's the one thing about our the bodyboarding community is that I mean, you have one of the top shapers coming out of Australia in the main event going against bodyboard shop owner Toby Player, and then you got world champion PLC all in the same heat. Pretty awesome.
This
I don't
is
think you can
super
find that in
awesome.
any other sport on the planet.
I would say you can't.
Look
But-
at this out the back. Some of the biggest waves. Oh, and they're getting cleaned up. An 8-footer rolling through, 6-footer, 6 to 8-footer rolling through, just cleaning house. Oh my! If you're not ready, it looked like everybody was waiting and still getting cleaned up in that whitewash. Oh, getting a pushback almost all the way to the reef. That was, I believe, in yellow.
Toby Player.
Toby Player taking a beat down without even catching a wave.
I wonder if that's going to help set the priority sequence, even though he didn't paddle or ride a wave. He's the furthest one in at this point, but I'm not totally sure how that's going to pan out. What I do know is that that wave came pretty wide. Here we do have live action.
Here we
Out
go.
the back, PLC in red. He's looking for that pocket ride, hoping for a lip move. No cooperation, and he dips out. He's going to even get back out before Toby. And this is setting up very interestingly that first wave that caught everybody off guard. It was on the
my
west
gosh.
pole, and it broke wide, but also outside. And that's why Toby ended up not being able to totally dip through.
Oh my
Got
gosh.
pushed back.
So what happened to Toby when that wave crashed right in front of him? Just to give our viewers who, let's just say, ride Huntington Beach. Compare Huntington Beach, 6-foot wave crashing in front of you, and this wave crashing in front of you.
What was fortunate for Toby was there was a little bit of texture, and it was kind of every morning in the crack of dawn has been helpful to Toby and riders like GT is they can't check it before they paddle out if they're getting out there in the dark. So they don't know what it's going to be like. They're locking themselves into a session with a mixed variety of conditions. That's giving them more experience in different faces of this wave. They're kind of getting to experience how it breaks when it's maybe a little on shore, maybe the swell's coming from this way, different sizes. That's helping Toby and some of the other guys get a little bit of an edge up and being ready for this round one main event, which is in some kind of different conditions than your classic Tehupo.
Yeah, I mean, and every little bit of experience out in the water, whether it's one session in the morning or, closing it out at night, is all going to help. In the end, it's putting it on the line and using that in this situation. I saw Toby sitting on his board and getting off his board. Maybe there is a set rolling in right now. Actually, no. Everybody's still standing by, waiting steady for that set to roll in. So I took a quick little break, jumped in the water, tried to refresh it a little bit. What did I miss in that last heat? Were the sets rolling in? Any waves, bigger waves coming in?
There's one really nice wave that came in for Tanner McDaniels. He
Okay.
got an 8.83, I believe.
Oh, nice.
And so that was one of the highest scores we've seen today, right underneath Brahim Adush's multiple lip move maneuver wave.
Yeah, we know Tanner's from Hawaii. Do you know exactly what his home break is and where it's located?
It's While High. It's on the south side of the island of Kauai, and it's a shallow left-hand reef break, similar to on your paddle out to Tehupo as the pass kind of turns around. There's a really shallow part of the reef it almost breaks a little too fast, but you can kind of ride it if you're paddling out on the right day. It's similar to that. It just peels on a super shallow little section of reef. Doesn't break overhead high, but it's just perfect about waist high, throttling little tubular, perfect for little groms who want to push it. And he's got a little contingency of little grommets back home that he surfs a lot with that are super excited to be riding with him, and they're just guaranteed rooting him on, probably watching from their classroom
Nice.
because hopefully they're in school.
Guaranteed they're in school, but will they have the opportunity to be watching right now? Toby Player, I believe he's from the Northern Beaches in Sydney, along with Dean Fergus and Ben Player, the Avalon Kids, the Garage Gang.
The Garage Gang.
They'll be watching right now their very own Toby Player out in this heat, and I'm pretty excited. I mean, Toby's one of those other, I don't want to say old school guys, but he's one of those guys who's been around for a while, so it's pretty cool to see the likes of Garth McGregor and Toby Player out here putting it on the line.
Well, I certainly think you could use the term old school, but here's Toby looking at this insider, just a quick in and out for him. He was hoping that the lip was going to form up ahead of him, and that's why he approached the wave really slowly. Didn't take off and get a speed burst. The wave didn't eventuate, so he just cut out before even moving down the line more than 5 feet. But I was going to say that old school's probably okay to use that term if he competed in an event out here 15 years ago.
You're right.
Him and GT and a few others, Mike Stewart, even my brother was out here, and that wasn't yesterday and that wasn't last year, but at the same time it is kind of hard to call them old school because they are so fit. They aren't really like
Here we go, up and right, and we got Toby in yellow, stalling to find a little pocket, finds it up high on body and muscles moving.
And that is a very warranted strategy when you sit in third priority. If it is an inconsistent heat, any of the first two good waves that come in are going to be taken by the riders holding priority above you. So it's totally a pretty smart and typical contest strategy to stay busy, as we say, on the inside. And what that means is catching as many waves as possible if they do look like they have any scoring potential. And like you said, it does have some physical positives as well. You stay active, you stay moving, and even mentally you kind of stay active. You're not sitting. If you sit too long, it can get a little sticky and a little cumbersome to actually pull the trigger and take a wave. And sometimes when you do, you haven't been moving for 10 or 15 minutes and you're a little stiff.
No, I totally agree. And the competitors that are waiting for their heats, as Jason Finlay mentioned, he's going to go stretch, keep warm, and get ready for his heat that's coming up. And let's talk about a little bit of history at here in Teahupo'o about the three events that did go down. Back in 2000, it was the Tahiti Skins, the first bodyboarding event that went down here, and it was Ryan Hardy who took that win in 2000. And then 2001, the following year, of course, it was the Mori Pro, and that unfortunately had a waiting period, and there were 16 days of no waves, absolutely zero. But they wanted to finish the event, and they moved the entire event over to Big Pass, where there was 3-foot waves, but they were long, and it was pretty fun. But unfortunately, it wasn't the event that they wanted to have here in Teahupo'o. But it was Guilherme Tamega winning that one. And in the 30 event, it was 2003. It was the Human Challenge, and it was Damian King that won that one. They had to stop the event. GT got hurt, and they finished it off with the next highest scoring person, and that was Damian King.
That's awesome that we've got such killer history here.
It's pretty awesome. And thank you for Craig Hayden for supplying some of these amazing facts. And we do have an interview on the boat. Let's shoot over to the chat. Oh, okay. I got it. We got it. We got word that he's not on the boat. We do have an interview standing by, or actually more of an interview with Toby that we got a couple days ago. But that's coming to go at one of the smaller waves and staying busy. But not much there for Toby Playa.
And he's up and out quick. So he's got a handful of rides now under his belt, and he's hoping that something comes in and there's a set with at least 3 waves.
Look at this. Turns right back around and was able to slide under another little pit. He's not going to, I don't think he's going to come out of that one. Again, from this angle, it's hard to tell, but Toby kicks out of there and heads back out. Here's another angle, as you can see from the I think this is from the tower on the judging tower. And yeah, not much there for Toby, but man, he's moving.
He's moving, staying busy, staying active, like we say. And he's definitely fit enough to do so, treating this like a surf trip. He's been surfing it hours every day. Look at this nice ride for Red.
That was pretty sick.
Tucking into a nice pit. This is going to look great from the front angle.
You can see him come off the bottom. Nice little speed check right there. Slides under the lip. Gets a nice barrel right there. Comes out, looks for the lip, and yes, goes for a big maneuver at the end of there, and he pulls up on the nose of the board to make sure it doesn't go into the water, because if it did, it would not be good. The PLC, that was a pretty solid wave, probably one of the highest scoring waves, I'm going to say, of the day.
Yeah, that was great. That was a great way to solidify his campaign in this heat. He had that other ride, but it wasn't terribly wonderful, and that wave was definitely the best wave of this heat so far. He's got a really nice barrel section, but that backflip, that was one of the best lit maneuvers we've seen all day. I do agree that that's going to probably get rewarded somewhere near the excellent range. High risk, too, where he completed that backflip. It was so shallow, and he made sure to totally exhibit control by riding it for quite a while after he totally landed it, just to make sure the judges knew he was in complete control. He was able to duck out before too long.
Our scoring computer over here actually getting a call in from somebody. Hopefully that number isn't known to everybody, or we'll be getting distracted by that all day. But not to be distracted from the live feed here at the Spark Green Tahiti Challenge. We do have heat number 8 underway. PLC out there in the red jersey, Toby Player in the yellow jersey, and Jared Gibson. You said Gibson earlier.
Gibson. Is it Gibson or Gibson?
All right, we're going to have to double
Jace.
Second and third place in these heats will go straight into round number 2, where it is an elimination round.
So we're going to have exciting action all day, and we possibly could be getting further into the rounds tomorrow. We'll wait and see. On the morning show, we'll get the call. But it is so fun to have back-to-back Jared heats, because Heat 9 coming up. The current world champion, Jared Houston.
Different spelling, of course.
Different spelling, but exact same pronunciation of the first name.
Yes, it is. So Jared Houston will be joined with the local Tahitian, Nicholas Richard, and another Tahitian.
Tiavanui Denard and Nico, as they say.
Yes, Nico.
Nicolas was in the 2000 and 2003 Tahiti events. He was the only Tahitian competing in those first 3 events, and it's great to have him here in the 4th event.
Oh, he's excited.
And he's frothing. He is so frothing to be a part of bodyboarding. He's got a bodyboarding shop, and he pushes the envelope, the limit. He keeps bodyboarding and has been bodyboarding at the highest level, and is one for the local Tahitians that they've been looking up to since they got on a bodyboard. He's been around that long that most of the guys in the trials, that would have been their biggest inspiration growing up.
Yep.
As a local, a Tahitian who's more or less made it in the sport of bodyboarding, Nicolas Richard.
Yeah, he is definitely known internationally as one of the top Tahitians, at least in back then and until now. He's still being captured on some of the biggest waves out here on this side of the island.
And that huge free fall drop that is just infamous. Looks like he's diving off of 2 Olympic diving boards. I mean, it's like 30, 40 foot top to bottom.
Yeah.
Dive, drop.
Massive.
Got the GoPro shot too. Survived it. He survived it. Unreal.
So, yeah, I'm sorry looking over my shoulder, but we are here in perfect, it's paradise. The sun finally came out after 4 or 5 days of the waiting period. And again, if you're just joining us, this is Manny V with David Hubbard, bringing you the live feed from the, here we go, Spark Green Tahiti Challenge.
PLC's hoping for something more.
Oh, nice.
You know, that wave was pretty small, but that backflip was huge.
That was a pretty good angle right there. You just saw, here's another from the front
Check
angle.
this out.
It's a smaller wave, but look how much projection he got off of that backflip.
That was super impressive. I don't know exactly how he did that, but he is probably one of the most proficient riders at backflips.
Wow.
And he finishes that wave off. You notice how he's been turning back to the right to dip out? It's very strategical to get back underneath the more powerful part of the wave sooner and not get dragged farther over the reef. So he's been doing that on the few rides that he's been completing these last lit moves very well.
Yeah.
And he's been riding to the point where he shows control.
Look at this, up and right, and we do have, I believe, yep, that's Toby Player trying to put something together here, fading back into the power zone, nicely cutty, And now, is he going to hit the lip is the question. Slides under the pocket.
Oh,
What?
that was
Are you
surprising.
kidding me?
That was
I
surprising.
thought he was just going to cut out of that, but no. Look at how shallow it is. This is what we're talking about right here. Oh my God!
And he's gonna
Look
take
at
a few
that,
steps.
ankle deep.
And he's going to jump back into the channel, which is just a few feet away from him, but he totally rode that all the way up onto the shelf. And that I really liked the technicality of that roll exit, because I don't think he would have been able to exit if that lip maneuver itself would be kind of helping those points. Again, it is a small wave, but he's got to stay active and keep pushing, because Pierre is kind of holding his own with these nice flips.
Yeah, I did not expect that from Toby to, pull in. And I thought seriously, I thought he was kicking out, but he held that line and pulled off that nice exit roll. That was pretty solid, especially in, ankle deep water. Are you kidding me?
Super shallow. And that was great that we just saw him, get off of that wave and just walk back to the channel, hop back in. Now he's paddling back out. and
Like nothing.
like nothing.
So yeah, this is pretty crazy action on the inside, and we're probably going to see more of that soon as the competitors see what kind of scores they can get if they ride it all the way through and end with a solid maneuver on the inside, even though it's super shallow. They may be changing their strategies accordingly.
Yeah, they might start adjusting. Here we got Blue up and riding. He's going to be hoping for some sort of a barrel. He's kind of hoping. Throws the spin while he waits and bides for time. Ends up just cutting out. This is JG. Here's the scoop. He's hoping. Getting that spin. Kind of a tricky section. And nothing else is offered. So he gets out there. Out the back now. Jared Gibson coming through with some terrific sponsorship opportunity. JG Bodyboards and Toby Player. Here's PLC.
All right, PLC again. Nice clean bottom turns. Goes straight into a spin, a quick spin, and then finds the pocket, gets barreled, and guaranteed he's going to hit the lip on the inside. I haven't seen him kick out just yet. But here's another look from the front angle.
Very clean spin and very nice pocket ride. Gets that tube. Here he's searching. See if he banks or... Oh, no, he just ends up cutting out.
Probably a good choice now that he's got two solid waves. That is going to be his, I think, third wave. So he's looking good right now.
He's sitting comfortably in first position on the strength of that one ride that we think is probably near the excellent range. At the moment, we aren't able to give you the exact scores, but we're hoping to be able to fish out that information as well as results for you soon. Yellow, Toby Player up and riding, also putting in a spin at the bottom of this wave. Now he puts in a reverse spin. We can hear that the horn blows in the background. At the end of the heat, it is PLC moving on. Here's another angle of the multiple face maneuver wave of yellow. This has been the story of Toby's heat. Just small inside scores. He's going to end the heat in second place. It is going to be the Frenchman, PLC, moving on to round 3. Toby Player and JG on to round 2.
All right, heat number 9. We are at the halfway mark right now through round number 1. We made it to half. So now we got 8 more heats in round number 1. And heat number 9 starts underway with... yes.
This is just JG getting to the channel.
All right, this is JG making his way over to the channel, getting out of the contest area to make room for our competitors in heat number 9.
We do hear that the heat has begun. It is Teavanui, Dinard, Nicolas, Richard, and
Reasons. I'm starting to bold, so I'm trying to make sure everything's nice and neat and even on my end.
it looks great.
Well, thank you. I'm kind of new to this, so bear with me. But we do have heat number 9 out in the water. 25-minute heat. Top 2 waves are scored. First place moving on to round number 3. Second and third going into round number 2. And we'll be back right after this. Don't go anywhere.
some, I don't know, just see how it is and just hopefully get some big barrels, maybe hit a big ramp. I don't know, just see how it goes. Could potentially see me hitting a bowl. I think so. I think if I need to score, I definitely could see myself doing it. This will be my 3rd year on the tour, like following it. Yeah, I'm pretty excited about this year. It's gonna be pretty good, I think. Try to win the Junior World Tour.
Welcome back once again to the 2016 Spark Green Tahiti Challenge. Manny V here with David Hubbard. Hey guys, how you doing? Yes, and this is it. We are giving you the live feed from the South Pacific in the Polynesian islands of, well, it's Polynesian islands. So we are coming to you from Tahiti. And you know what? The weather is on our side today. Unfortunately, Mother Nature is only delivering, I'm only saying only, but this right here is perfect in anybody's backyard. It is 4 to 5 foot, occasional 6. We saw like a 7-8 footer roll in. And it's perfect. I mean, the wave, when it does come in, it's really good. And we've seen the likes of PLC, Tanner McDaniel, and Ben Player, along with D-Hub, throwing down some maneuvers on what I think is pretty perfect conditions. But this is a round 1, heat number 9 out in the water. Who do we got?
We got Jared Houston, Nicholas Richard, and Diavanui Dinard.
So we got 2 Tahitians and the South African out in the water waiting patiently. And we talked about the swells that are rolling through. We do have a couple pulses, hoping that we do get some of that at the end of the weekend. But, I mean, when the waves do come in, the riders are throwing it down.
Oh, certainly. We've seen some nice barrels, some really well-executed lip moves. The backflips have been really impressive. And what's so exciting is the finishing moves right on that dry reef shelf at the end of the wave. Competitors know that once they've ridden the wave that there's maybe a little bit more scoring potential if they dare to find it on that inside section.
I tell you the truth, I would not do it. I love my knees. I need them. I like running. I like running trails. And if if I even try to maneuver on that inside section, my knees would be gone. And plus, I like drop knee, and I don't want to ruin my knees for that. But we saw the likes of PLC and Toby Player doing maneuvers at that end bowl where it's ankle-deep water. The question to the viewers right now, we do have a comments box under the live feed on the YouTube channel. Would you go for a maneuver on that inside section like PLC and Toby Player? So I will read some of your comments and give you a shout out. So tell me, would you even just a little roll on the inside? I wouldn't, that's for sure.
How is GT's commando vert just attacking? But he didn't quite pull it.
Yep.
But that was vicious. That was one of the most aggressive attempts I've seen on the inside shelf just yet today. But we're only halfway through this round. I think we are going to see some really intense moments on that end section.
And I think, explain to me what happens, because the tide is dropping right now. It's going to start dropping. What happens on that inside section? Is that going to be like fully dry reef? Are we going to see dry reef?
It is going to get even more shallow, but at times there will be water that pours off the reef. So you might be able to get a little bit more resistance of water coming towards you while the wave finishes onto the dry reef. Either way, it's not going to be a thing you want to do or push the limits of, but we are almost guaranteed going to be seeing fellas just really getting hectic on that inside section and winding up on ankle deep water, walking themselves back to the channel.
All right, so we do have a couple shout-outs. We got Nels from Long Beach. He said he would be honored to be able to hit the lip on the shallow reef. So that's a different perspective.
That's very cool perspective. I dig it, Nels.
And then he didn't put his name down, but he said he would go for it too, and he would even go for it even if it was dry reef. So we do got some hardcore type keyboard commandos out there, but the difference saying it and doing it are two big things. But thank you all for tuning in and coming down the line right now. Current world champion Jared Houston, the South African, coming off the bottom. Nice maneuver right there. Spins it around, maintains, and look how confident and calm he looks. Finds another section. Probably one of the better lined up waves we've seen so far. That was a solid run right there for Jared Houston.
Very complete ride. I did like the come forward. You could see that there was a little bit of a rib moving through that wave that kind of kept it bowling up. It didn't just terminate right after that section. So he was able to find another lip section, then just put a spin on it just for good measure before cutting out way on the inside. That was great. That was a great start to his campaign. And we are seeing scores drop now, a 6.67 for Jared Houston's first ride.
That was solid. Definitely a confirmation on why he is your current world champion, Jared Houston. Super amped, and now living in Puerto Rico with his lovely wife and new child too. So
I'm sure
congratulations.
Natasha and Poi are watching and rooting on their man, Jared Houston, who's starting off his campaign well, and he's quite far away from home, but I think in a very similar environment. Hot, humid, tropical, beautiful place. That's where he's living in Puerto Rico, but he's here in Tahiti competing, and so I think he's right at home.
Yes, I'm sure the family would be super stoked if Papa brought home the bacon. And that's what he's going to try to do here at this event with some serious cash money up for grabs. As you can see, some big waves and big action coming up right now. Nicholas Richard from Tahiti pulls up high. Oh, and goes for a roll before coming out of that. Goes for a little slow motion spin. Then you got some weird double up section coming up right here. And gets one more spin before that wave is just, it's done. And he's got to duck dive this. Is he going to get cleaned by this thing?
That's a good question. He's way over in the channel, but that wave behind him broke way west and inside. Could have potentially caught him, but he is a incredible waterman. I'm sure he would have dipped right through that, as that wave was probably only a few feet high. But still, nice size wave for today.
Yeah, I mean, we're starting to see a little bigger waves coming through. I mean, again, this is the first day of the main event. This first round's going down right now. We're halfway through. We're actually in heat number 9 of 16. So we are rolling through, and we're excited to see some of the riders moving on to the later rounds. Again, non-elimination, and what that means are going to battle once again for the non-elimination, or actually round number 2 is
elimination.
So that is do or die, essentially.
Essentially it is. So it's great that these riders have an opportunity. Some of them have traveled a far way. Some of them have competed in the trials to make it this far. Nobody is out of the event after this first round. They'll either move on to round 3, or they'll get their make or break chance in round 2. But it is very helpful for not only the wild cards, not only the APB seeds, but for trialists too. Now they're competing up against the best in the world, and if they don't pull it off in this first heat, they got another chance.
Yes. But that takes a lot of energy. I don't know what they're eating, but what's available everywhere are these baguettes with French fries and chicken with barbecue sauce. And I hope they're not eating that, because that, I mean, it's
That's
good.
fuel.
It's
That's
good.
fuel.
It's good, but is that gonna help them get on through 8 heats?
Well, the 8 heats will be spread over 3 days potentially, so it will depend.
Is that what you're eating?
I'd say no. I can't say that I am, but there's no shortage of white flour or white sugar down here in
No,
French
there
Polynesia. It is a staple that they consume these baguettes daily at every meal. But
Yes.
keep in mind, French Polynesia, there's French influence here. Have you ever been to a dinner table in France where there wasn't bread at the table?
No, monsieur.
Yep. That's a big negative. French
And actually-
need a piece of bread in their hand to consume almost any food.
You're right. Just like, actually, I'm Mexican, and we need tortillas pretty much on every meal. So
Same thing.
I get it. Here we go. Looks like we do have somebody paddling in on this one. It is
Jared
Jared Houston
Houston.
once again.
And he just trims and finds an exit strategy there. That was more of a transportation wave. If he scoots across the lineup, he's probably sitting in third priority, so he's going to want to sit maybe on that end bowl, maybe do that slow paddle out like Jay said. Somebody was unable to ride and capitalize on that wave. That looked like one of the better waves that came through, and that was on the inside bowl, on that west bowl, as they say.
We're going to bring you up to speed. I'm only going to give you the first place winners up until now. So it was heat number 1. Winning that heat was Henry Hitoti. In the second heat, it was David Hubbard. In that third heat, winning that heat was Alex Uranga. It was Brahim Idosh from Morocco winning heat number 4. Garth McGregor from Australia winning heat 5. Then it was Ben Player heat 6 and Tanner McDaniel heat 7. And we'll get you the winner of the heat number 8 that just finished.
PLC.
I believe it was PLC. So those are the winners that go straight into round number 3. So the rest of the field, you're going to see them face off one more time in an elimination round in heat round number 2, which possibly could go out tomorrow. But we will know for sure in the morning show. We'll give you confirmation. So look at this.
Whoa, he's speeding through that wave. That was Jared Houston. Looked like another West bowler inside of all these guys. Unable to get locked into the pit. And again, cutting out with just nominal scores.
So there is one thing missing here in the commentator's booth, and that is an espresso machine. We do need some caffeine somehow within arm's reach. Well, maybe not for you, but I would love some caffeine. So I think on my next break, I'm going to run down to the 7-Eleven and grab some.
The 7-Eleven, closest one would be back in the United States, but we have something similar. It's called a magazine.
Yes.
It's probably about a kilometer from where we're sitting.
Yeah.
And
a mile, 1.1 mile.
1.1 mile. Here we got Yellow ducking out of that wave rapidly. Nicolas Richard. What's so cool about this end of the road, small little village, is that Magazine is the only one around for miles, and they can dictate their own hours. They don't need to be open from noon to 3.
You know what? I drove.
They don't need to.
I
They
drove
just
by
don't need
there.
to.
I drove by there around 1, or we all drove by there around 1 o'clock, and it was shut down. Siesta time.
Siestas in full effect down here in Tahiti at the end of the road. And what a beautiful, beautiful venue we have. Just incredible, lush mountains which head up the island, which fades down to a nice low land where there's so much trees and some of the bungalows. And then we get to this beautiful lagoon, crystal blue water, beautiful reef shelf, and on the edge of that is where we find this mystical wave of Tehupo.
Looks like we do see a set. Is anybody in position? No, everybody was either sitting too deep or that wave just didn't hit the reef properly. So the riders out in the water in this heat have about 8 hours.
Yeah, we're just cruising through this. We've got all day to run this first round. So we got a little bit of a delayed start because of a nice large piece of debris that was threatening the scaffolding. Now that that's out of the way, we got the rest of the day to do round 1. And, you know, Tahitian time, like other islands, there's no rush. We got time.
We got a rider up right now, stalling for that barrel. Is that wave? It stayed open for. Gets out of there.
That was
just
cool.
in the nick of time. That kind of scares me. I mean, how deep is it where he bailed out? Because if he's going to bail out head first, I wouldn't do that or suggest that in the
We
shallows.
got a
Look at
rider out
this.
the back, Jared Houston.
What's
he's
he gonna
also
do?
speeding down this wave. He wants to find a lip. He rolls it, and he's out. So the wave of Te Awanui was, interesting. There's probably enough water surface for him to dive out, and he probably also chose that so that he could get out before it went onto the shallows. It was pretty much getting right up until the end, kind of the horizon, event horizon, if you will, of getting sucked over. And so if he would have went just a little bit further, he'd got sucked onto the reef, but I think he got out just in time. To me, that showed that he probably made at least part of that barrel, that he was able to dive off. I'm interested to see how the judges are going to decipher the score, because he was speeding through the tube. That's a really interesting place now for the judges to be in. Where did he end that ride?
Exactly. I mean, we have one of the top head judges in bodyboarding, Craig Haddon. He flew over from Australia, and he's on the judging tower as we speak. He's going to be hanging out there pretty much every day that we run live with the event. So Craig Haddon actually delivered some of the goods, too, of history and of this event. And you know what? He's just he's got every competitive bodyboarding competition stat in his brain.
So cool. He is a huge resource for us, not only his skills as a head judge, but the history that you mentioned that he possesses in that cranium of his. And it's also in his laptop. He definitely does keep some of the statistics in his laptop. Is great. He was able to dig up those results from the first 3 Tahiti challenges, 2000, 2001, and 2003, and provide us with those details, which have been just so fascinating to take a peek at.
Yeah, no, it's going to be pretty awesome the way he's... I'd like to see either him put him up somewhere, or probably just somewhere where there is a space. Maybe we should put Craig Haddon and Steve Action Jackson together and see what they can come up with.
That would be
Again, if you want to reach out to David Hubbard and I here in the booth, we do have a little comments box right underneath our live feed on the YouTube channel. So give us a shout out, give us your name and where you're tuning in from. And Craig De La Rey wants to know, hey, do they eat fish here?
Do they ever? Oh, do they ever? They've got a bevy. They've got such lush reefs that fish is one of the most common forms of protein.
Oh, what was that dish we had the other night?
Poisson cru.
Oh my
Poisson cru.
God. If I can eat that every single meal, aside from beans and tortillas, I would.
It's so amazing. Again, for those who didn't hear my explanation during the trials, poisson cru, it's like a ceviche, but with coconut milk.
Oh my gosh.
Oh,
I need to
yeah,
get that.
I'm salivating as we speak.
I need
It's
to get
just
that recipe.
so good. And it's just...
Do you eat it over rice? We ate it over rice, right?
We did. Here we got Yellow up and riding. He's looking to exit this pit. Nicolas Richard, the Tahitian wild card, unable to exit. Coming up dry on that one. And let's see what we've got. Less than 5 minutes remaining. Heat leader with 9.5 is Jared Houston. Second place was that man in yellow who needs a 5.84. And Teavanui sitting in third place with just that one screamer of a ride where he traveled through the tube. The judges did deem 3.77 to be the score earned by the travel, but no real deemable exit, so that's why the score didn't reach up into the good range.
So I've been talking to you about some of the stuff you've been getting into back home. We'll talk about breadfruit later on, but to finish up on the diet here in Tahiti, what kind of fish are they eating here?
Well, there's several smaller reef fish that they can get in the shallows, but there's also lots of deep water fish as well. Tuna is a staple over here, and there is a actual governmental kind of like a set price for tuna. It's such a staple food that people can't charge over a certain amount for tuna, for ahi. And that's like, I haven't heard of that anywhere else.
What does that do to the whole market? Keeps it on...
It just keeps it on level terms, and you can't,
It's actually a great idea.
You can't spike it. In where I'm from, at certain times of the year, the price for ahi will...
All staple foods around the world. For instance, in Southern California, they shouldn't raise the price of pinto beans at a certain point.
Never.
Carne asada, of course.
Gotta keep it. Gotta keep it the same. Horchata, I think, should even get included in that as far as a beverage that counts. So let's see if there's going to be more rides ridden. Just about a minute and a half remaining. It's been a pretty inconsistent, lackluster heat. considering that Jared Houston's backup score is less than a 3 and the other riders don't have a score higher than a 4. So this has been a very fascinating heat with the locals, the Tahitians, 2 of them in this heat, unable to find the big scores that we know they are capable of.
I know, and you know what? If they keep marching through and the swell comes in, then it's going to be pretty advantageous to them if they're able to surf the bigger stuff, because that's what they're known for. We got less than a minute to go in this heat. Heat number 9 out in the water. A little slower paced, but you know what? Nonetheless, everybody got their waves. It was denied with only 1 wave, but again, non-elimination, so we're going to see everybody once again. 40 seconds remaining in this heat before we start heat number 10. And heat number 10 is going to be another fun one to watch.
Sasha Demjavanik and George Humphreys and Maro Nui, the caveman.
Somebody in there? I just turned my head for 1 second and look
Nicolas
at that.
Richard with the wave of the heat, clicking it in with under a minute remaining. This could be a game changer. He needed a 5.84, and he just got a wicked pit, man.
Oh my gosh, I was looking over to my computer screen to check out the main event draw, and I turned my head back to the monitor, and it is Nicholas deep in a deep pit. And not only that, comes out with a sick maneuver.
I'm not a judge and say that he ended up winning that heat, moving on into round 3, but don't quote me, boys.
What would he have needed to move into that first place spot?
He needed less than a 6, and I'll tell you, he wound up with a 7.83, almost an 8-point ride. So he had about 2 points to spare. He made it into first place with a healthy lead over Jared Houston, sending Jared Houston, the current world champion, into round 2 with his fellow countryman Tiavanui Dinard.
All right, I just heard the horn, and heat number 10 has started, so we are plugging away heat by heat. We have a Chilean, an Australian, and another Tahitian out in the water. So heat number 10 is underway. And again, we are looking at, oh, wait a second, up and riding, the rider in red. Looks like Sasha.
Okay, this is the young Chilean, and he just gets a quick cover-up and a spin. He's out. He's going to stay busy starting his heat actively. After seeing a few heats, he's probably been out on the boat watching some very slow heats, inconsistently breaking down. He's going to just kind of get the ball rolling here with some average, kind of smaller scores.
I got a few sessions in, and there was a couple sessions where he was out there, and he's like that super energized Grom that is like paddling around nonstop, no matter if there's waves or not. And he's able to pull off. He was pulling off, catching a lot of waves on a couple of the sessions I saw him in. So it's pretty fun to see him watch. And if he can maintain and control his energy, he could keep moving forward through these rounds.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how this heat pans out. Like you said, very active Chilean from the town of Antofagasta, where we've had a few APB tour the Spark Green Tahiti Challenge.
Oh man, I would love to get there one year. I have yet to visit Antofagasta. Looking at this, it looks like we do have Sasha once again trying to find that little pocket and knows not much is going to come of that, so he's out of there.
Quick ride for Sasha, but like we anticipated, he's going to be staying busy, sitting in the 3rd priority after these 2 first rides of his.
Yeah, so, no, go for it.
And now we'll just see what becomes of George Humphreys and Richard Maranui.
Okay, so we're rolling away. We're rolling through heat number 10 of 16 currently out in the water. And, there's going to be a ton of more action. 3 to 5 foot waves. And we saw one or few of the heats of some of the riders going for that inside bowl. Look at this, up and riding.
Who is this? This looks like Maro, the caveman.
Oh,
very smooth style.
And another one.
Rolos.
Woo!
Spin and 2 rolls. That was a good start for Maro.
Yeah, he saw that it was starting to get into the super duper shallow area, so he cut out of there, but super clean.
Super clean riding. One of the things Maro is well versed in is his versatility. He can do big, smooth aerial maneuvers. So he's a great free surfer, but he's also a great competition rider as well. and he can definitely make heats. He knows what it takes because he's been competing here on the local and regional tour for quite some time. He also dropped knees too, so he's a prone and DK guy.
Well, we're going to pick up where you left off just now, right after this.
It's interesting, we ought to know.
West of the middle of the Pacific.
Yeah, this is a beautiful place amongst the bevy of tropical islands.
Did I say northwest?
Southwest?
Thank you.
But we get so used to other places in the middle of the Pacific that take northwest swells, namely Pipeline in Hawaii. But we are now in Tahiti for the 2016 Spark Green Tahiti Challenge. And we've got some great sponsors, man. We're so stoked that we have all these sponsors here. But
Oh, looks like we almost had a rider dropping in on that. It was George Humphreys.
he'll lose priority, which he was hanging on to prior to that. But we do want to thank our sponsors, OPT, Air Tahiti Nui, of course Spark Green, as well as the entire Tahitian government. Here we got live action. George Humphreys
Nice.
is able to scoop into this insider on the West Bowl. Opts out after just right in the pocket. Didn't get terribly deep on that.
And he was, he just caught a wave, and he just, on his way back out to the lineup, was able to turn around and get a nice, clean pocket ride before heading back out once again. But that will help him, especially in these early minutes.
Certainly will. I mean, he might have been using that as a transportation wave to scoot over to that end bowl. Maybe he just got on there to move in.
Oh, yeah.
Maybe he was sitting farther out and thought, ooh, one's coming in there and all these guys are out here, and moved himself over via a wave. Either way, we do have the heat kind of starting to take shape with the scores. Maro with a 4-point, George Humphreys with a 3.83, and Sasha with a 2.07. So just kind of getting the ball rolling and starting this heat. And so we are waiting to see what will develop. Here we've got yellow again.
What? He just caught a wave and is able to get back out there and get another wave. Pulls off a roll right before it shuts down on him. So George Humphrey just catching everything in sight right now.
Yeah, getting real busy. Time has ticked away. There's been about 8 minutes that have passed.
Ooh,
that was
somebody
cool.
was in that one.
Motto.
All right, I got to keep my eyes on the monitor. Because
Motto got spit out of
Oh
that
my.
pit, man. And when the camera first picked it up, it looked like it was an empty wave.
Exactly. He was just deep in that one. And I saw it spit, and then he came out. So pretty solid ride.
That was rad.
The little gnats are starting to come out. We are in the tropical weather, so we're guests in their hood. So gnats, please make yourself at home.
Yeah, they're all over us, so as long as they're not in front of the camera lens like they were the other morning, I guess we'll have to just take what we get here.
Exactly. So again, thank you for tuning in. We are now in heat number 10 out in the water, the current situation with 16 minutes to go.
First place belongs to Motto. I think he'll increase his lead with that last ride. Second place is George Humphreys, who's taken the active approach over the last few minutes. And Sasha actually kind of quieted down. He was real busy at the start there. and then all of a sudden now, he's getting kind of like sleepy almost. George Humphreys now needing pretty tall order, 7.85 required for him to attack Motto's lead.
Yes, welcome. All right, so yes, we have 15 minutes to go. If you want to reach out, give us a shout out here in the little comments box. We do have Craig De La Rey from South Africa Brew. Joelito Puro Gofio says, get barreled. And we got Fran Alonso saying yes with a triple or double exclamation point. And I think Guido Dossetti has been tuned in from the very start of the live transmission. So thank you all for tuning in. Manny V and D-Hub giving you the live feed from the very warm and very humid and I don't know if you can see, but we do have some friends flying around right now. We are we're in a tent with open windows. It's like we're right in the middle of the jungle.
We're right in the mix, and we're also really close to the shoreline, which also attracts a bevy of insects that are excited to find various orifices to fly around and maybe crawl inside if they're moist. So that's pretty much what can't really blame them. That's what they're told to do by their genetics, I guess.
Exactly. Instincts. All right, so here we go. Out in the water, heat number 10. And standing by, it looks like we do have a couple waves rolling through, but nothing that the riders are willing to take a look at. Whew. Man, it's warm.
It's warm, like
I'm not
you
complaining.
said.
I'm not complaining.
Humidity, heat, it's just all adding up, and this is all affecting our competitors as well. If you're out in the lineup, it would be nice to be in the channel actually off a boat, submerged in the cool, refreshing Pacific Ocean water that Tehupo'o is breaking on. But those in the boat might even be hotter than us now, with the sun beaming down on them and this very still air. There's not much wind, which is great for the waves.
I know you are cruising around with your little orange or your pretty big orange flask full of water. How are the other competitors? Are you watching them? Are they staying on top of their fluids? Because this heat will drain you of not only your energy, but also the fluids.
Certainly will, and I do my best to stay as hydrated as possible, guzzling water at every opportunity. Hopefully the competitors are doing the same, as well as the event staff. Here we got live action. Nice bottom turn. Here we're just trimming down for ages, and just exits that ride. It did look like Motto, our heat leader, looking to improve on a 4-point ride. He does have a 7.67, which is the largest heat score of this heat so far, and we've just passed the halfway mark.
Ok, mire, si están mirando la transmisión de Chile, por favor, dígame tu nombre. Aquí tenemos una cajita abajo del live feed en el YouTube. Y dime tu nombre y de dónde estás mirando, porque aquí tenemos como 5 chilenos y necesitamos a ver quién está mirando de allá. In other words, if you're watching from Chile or anyone, if you're supporting the Chilenos, make sure you give us a shout out in the little comments box.
Yeah, there's at least 5 Chileans in the draw, right? Maybe more.
I think they're at least 5. Could be more.
Yeah, there's at
But they're rolling deep, and each one of them is they've been out there pretty much every day and getting used to this wave, and they're no stranger to just sucking up dry reef barrels. So it's going to be very, very fun to watch these guys out in the water.
Yeah, they are used to different.
Nicholas actually brought his lady over, and they've been enjoying every single second.
Oh, certainly have. And who knows if it's a baby moon or a honeymoon or what kind of a moon they may be on. Might just be a full moon coming up next week, but that's where a lot of people think swell comes in during full moon activity. Ask Morris, the famous New Zealand judge, and he'll swear by it.
Oh, you know what? I may back him up because some of my best sessions were during a full moon.
Were they at night? Were you night surfing too?
I've night surfed, and we used to do these night paddles too back home. We'd start off in Coronado and end up in a pizzeria, have a pitcher of beer, and paddle back.
For some reason, I think you're adjusting your locations. You would start off in Tijuana, and you would night paddle over to IB. Is that?
I never did that,
No.
but I know what you're doing.
Okay,
what
okay.
you're
So
referring
it's
to.
all good. Some people do night paddles as a crossing, as it were, but it's not necessarily the legit point of entry for the.
Legit is probably the best word. All right, back to the action. 9 minutes remaining, and the coyote is howling right now. 9 minutes in heat number 11, or heat number 10, and we finally have some Chileno fans chiming in the comments box. So thank you guys. Diego Díaz, hola, buenos días, y también Diego Cortés, bienvenidos hermanos, y también Álvaro and Martín. Giving a shout out to Joshua, who's going to be coming up next as well. So, man, the Chilenos are in the house.
Chilenos are in the house. There's a few countries that came over with.
Oh, look at this.
What do we got?
It looks like we have
An
ducking
in and out
of that
for
one.
Sasha, just in and out. But yeah, a few countries have come over here in force. The Chileans, the French, even the Hawaiians
Yeah,
have come over here with some pretty solid contingents.
I didn't get the count, but how many Hawaiians do we have in the event, the main event?
Ooh, in the main event, I think we've got 5.
So they definitely have a chance to pull off a win here at the Spark Green Tahiti Challenge.
Yep, so we're all rooting for each other, coming up in various heats. I even think Trevor has already surfed. Mike has already surfed. I have. Now we're going to see Jeff Hubbard coming up probably at the very end of this round. And we did have Patrick Orr, but he was an unsuccessful trialist.
All right, we do have a lot more fans tuning in, and it looks like Viva la Cerveza Tropical. What? That's Invert Air Bodyboard. Maybe I should pre-read some of the shout-outs in the comment box. But either way, thank you all for tuning in from all over the world. We do have He Hope from Chile as well. So, again, we got viewers from all over the world. You know what? Since you're on the mic, you want to give a shout out to anybody? Yeah, I mean, we got a lull in the action right now. Oh,
On the spot. Yeah, just maybe Nicholas Rosner watching in Sintra,
Oh, you know what?
Portugal,
I got to put his video up.
as well as the rest of the CC board crew.
Here we go. Here we
Hopefully they're
go. It looks
tuning
like
in.
somebody. Sorry, I cut you off, but we got live action.
Sasha
Ah,
in and out. He's been notching up a bunch of sticks, looking like a boneyard on his score sheet. And it's a pretty tough place to be when you've just got a bunch of ones
Yes.
all over your score sheet. So hopefully he's able to get something a little bit higher. Motto's been kind of trying to find the fire again to improve on his 4. He still has the wave of the heat with that 767. Here's maybe this is Motto doing a spin, looking for more, milking the inside, unsure of exactly what transpired, but we'll see. We'll see when the scores pop up. It was a pretty small wave. I don't think it'll really factor in too highly.
So I was talking about how energized and a lot of ready to go was Sasha, but he already has 5 waves scoring less than 2 points. If he keeps at this pace, I mean, it's not going to help him in the very end.
No, and especially with only, just over 5 minutes remaining, it's starting to come down to the wire. And if he's been unable to find a score yet, it's starting to look less and less likely for getting 2 scores in the 5 minutes that are remaining. So we'll just have to see. Hope for the Chileans that some cool waves come for him, but Nothing thus far.
Well, Dave, sorry to leave you hanging for a second. But we are in heat at number 10 out in the water. Again, slow moving, just a little slow moving ocean for us in heat number 10. Probably the slowest heat we've had so far, which is really, really stressful for not only the competitors, but, the following heat number 11. But I did mention it before. As soon as we have a super, super slow heat, like heat number 10, like the one we're having right now, we do have heat number 11, which, all right, looks like we do have a rider up. Oh.
All right, we have seen plenty of.
All right,
cool-
standing by right now. Our monitor is getting fixed right now, so we know somebody took off. But all right, I just got word that Sasha took off, but again, another stick.
He's in the boneyard. Tough spot to be, and some riders find it hard to get themselves out once there's so many sticks around them.
Little things are starting to come together, but yeah. So we are now in. Is it the gnats again? Are the locals
They're
bothering
on
you?
us. The locals are being friendly, overly friendly, I'd say.
Yes, but no, we're currently in heat number 10 out in the water. And again, I really wish we can give you every single second, but we're fine tuning these little pieces each and every day. And we're gonna give you the best we can. So that's where we're at. Heat number 10 out in the water. The Chileno and the Australian and the Tahitian currently in the water. And look at this thing rolling in.
So it is Maranui with the lead. Let's see who can attack his position. This looks like it might have been George. Not totally sure if that was a rider in yellow, but that looked like a cool wave. That looked like a cool ride. Do not worry about the best waves ridden. They will show up on our highlight reel that we'll be able to get to you and probably show it to you on the morning show tomorrow morning. But any awesome ride. Oh, let's see. Here, this could be a replay.
Oh, nice. Sneaks under that. Oh, comes out with the spit. Solid barrel right there. Tries to throw a spin. Luckily, he got pushed over the wave on that one. George Humphrey finally, within the last 2 minutes of this heat. Wow, that was pretty solid. Oh, my goodness.
Here
And
we've got Sasha out the back, so this has been a little flurry here at the end of
Yes.
this heat. Within the last few minutes, we've seen a lot happen. We will get you maybe a replay, but we do have word that a 10-point ride has been dropped for Mato. That is going to be the highest.
look at that drainer. Oh, my. I think that that was, whew,
There
that was the low.
There it was.
That was the 10-point ride?
That was the 10.
Okay. Woo. Okay, good. We got to see it at least. We got to get a little glimpse of one of the best waves of the event
I'm
so
not
far.
surprised it went to a Tahitian, a local with
Yeah.
local knowledge. Maranui Richmond now posting the highest cumulative heat total, 17.67.
Nice.
He's going to close out this one, jump, hop, and skip right over to round 3. Even though there's less than a minute, the other riders like Sasha's comboed, and George needs a 9. He got close to that. He got an 8.67 just a few minutes ago for that cool ride that he didn't complete the 360 of. It is just a matter of time if he's going to actually succeed and get a big score to attack Mato's huge lead that he has now. What a cool way to finish out this Heat 10.
Man, that the very last 2 minutes of this heat just saw some of the best waves roll through, and the scores are going to show that. Man, George Humphrey and, wow, Sasha was just getting ones all the way through, but waiting patiently was George Humphreys and Manori, and they both waited patiently, and it paid off.
The caveman making it through to round 3, keeping all the Tahitians Fired
Yes,
up.
yes, yes. All
So
right.
does that mean did Nicolas and was that him? So is there a few Tahitians on into round 3? I think Nicolas Richard and
Here we go.
Molinari.
Look at that. Oh my! Trying to do a spin right off the bat,
Big
and
wipeout.
wasn't able to pull it off. Oh my goodness. Oh man, this is where it's going to happen. We had a super long lull, and now we got to keep our eyes on the monitor as some of the bigger waves are starting to roll through into heat number 11. Maxime Castillo is in red. Joshua Toledo from Chile in yellow, and Shane Ackerman in the blue jersey is from Australia. So hopefully this pulse of swell is coming through for this heat, because these 3 riders are not going to hold back. I can see all of them going for that inside section, whether they're going to get hurt or not. So hold your breath.
And keep this in mind, Manny. All those riders were in the water. Probably already had their competition jerseys on.
Yes.
Ready for their heat, which was coming up in just a couple minutes. And boom, Otto got the
here
10.
we go.
Here's
Here we go.
yellow.
This is the Chileno. Oh, nice clean roll off the top. Comes around. And,
He's
oh,
hoping for more.
still driving, finding that inside section, and then cuts out. Oh, my. So the Chileno, another Chileno, Joshua Toledo in the yellow jersey, putting together a nice piece of work right there. And look at this, another solid wave. Oh, out the back. Knew that there was nothing for them to do on the inside.
Huge flyaway.
Oh,
Maxime Castillo. Big section and opted to go off the back instead of into the front. It would have been really hard to land a big maneuver like that, but wow, it would have been pretty cool to see the attempt. But hey, this early in the heat, he figures he's just going to clamber out the back with a big OTB flyaway. More
all right, here's
waves
another
coming.
look. This was
Here's the replay. No, this is a new ride, and he's just in and out.
all right. So again, we are in heat number 11. Maxime Castillo is in the red jersey from France in yellow. Joshua Toledo in yellow from Chile, and in blue, Shane Ackerman, the Australian, will be the 3rd rider out in this heat. So hopefully these sets keep pushing through as I'm excited to see what they're going to do on that inside. I mean, we saw some solid waves at the end of that last heat, deep barrels and big maneuvers. So it's going to be fun if these waves still keep pushing through. Because I think of the riders want it more than anybody to be able to get some of these bigger waves that are rolling through.
Yeah, and they're starting to come through. Like you said, there's been several of the last heats with at least one solid set coming in during the heat. We've started to see scores reach into that excellent range with the first 10 of the competition being dropped for the Caveman. And this is becoming a classic part of the Tahitian Spark Green Tahiti Challenge. This main event is starting to take shape in the way that we all hope it will, with some big kegs and, like you keep mentioning, hopefully some big moves off that end section.
So I need to ask you this: do the competitors talk to each other out in the lineup? If everybody's waiting for a wave, are you talking to another competitor, or are you staying to your own into your own zone where you're there to compete? I don't want anything to do with anybody. Just let me catch my waves.
Well, I typically try to mind my own business and surf my own heat. There are times where, if something kind of interesting happens, we'll kind of, maybe chat to each other about it. It'll depend on the other riders and personalities in that heat. But there is definitely competitors who will request information from you, trying to be friendly, but basically just trying to distract you. We're all professionals entering this event, so if you can't hear the result of the last score, or if you don't have a watch to know the time, and you're asking another competitor for that, for sure that's just a tactic. I mean, no one gets to this level and doesn't really know what's happening and just kind of plays dumb. But, people will do that. Sometimes that's their strategy.
Yeah. Do you think these riders right now are chatting to each other? I mean, is Maxime talking about his last wave? Is Joshua talking about the last time he ate his fish dinner? is Shane can't wait to get home back to rugby land.
But like I said, hey, it's dependent on the personalities of the Aussie bloke, Shane Ackerman, who's holding priority right now, but third position yet to ride a wave. And it is Joshua Toledo with a 4.5 for his first ride, holding that first position. Maxime, let's see if he does not repeat our rider in red's stick land performance of the last heat, but that's where he's headed now. He's just got 2 sticks on the board.
Well, Maxime's another one of those riders he's full of energy, and he's going to be paddling into anything and everything, whether it looks like it's going to line up to be a perfect wave, or if it's not, he's still going to paddle into something and try to make something out of it. But obviously the last 2 waves didn't work out in his favor. Pretty awesome view right here of the judging tower out on the reef, and again, it was pretty crazy hectic morning when they had to go out there and call in the local environmentalist to go out there and remove that tree properly off the reef. It totally could have taken out that judging tower. It's pretty crazy.
Yeah, it was great that the tower was still standing, and that hectic scenario was able to be averted. Did end up taking a little bit of time. That's why we got under a little late of a delayed start. But we're into the action now, well into the main event, round 1. Here we are in heat 11, and we're 1/3 through. We're waiting to see who's going to make it to round 3 out of this heat. The other 2 riders will go to round 2, non-elimination for this first round of the main event.
Awesome shot. This is one of my favorite shots right there. Is you can get up and close and personal to the riders out in the lineup. And you can see it looks like a lake out there at the moment. And when the swell does come in, when the sets do roll through, you can't really see it until it's, almost right in front of you.
Exactly. The swells stack up so close to each other and so abruptly that they really happen really fast. And so these riders are just kind of sitting out there. They're just kind of waiting and cruising. But there could be some big stuff out the back, and they won't know until it's right up on them.
Wow, look at that thing just peeling on the inside reef right there. So heat number 11 out in the water, and heat number 12 on standby. Another Chileno, Alan Moon. All my boys in Cabo, I miss you all, and I miss the warm water, and I miss
Bajos recursos.
and Cesar and all the crew down there. Why not? Where are you guys at? I miss you guys. All right, check it out. We are running through the event again. Round number 1 of the main event out in the water. Heat number 11. These are all 25-minute heats in round number 1. And top 2 waves are being scored. Top rider is moving on to round number 3. Second and third place going to round number 2, which is the first of many, actually the first elimination round in the event. That's somewhere I wouldn't want to be for my second heat.
Right, but at the same time, gaining experience, continuing
Yes,
momentum.
you're right.
It could be a momentum-building exercise for the competitors in round 2.
Yeah, so you're right. I mean, it could work in somebody's favor, where lights and fuels their fire to do a little better in their next heat. So, yeah, that's going to be coming up on the next live feed, round number 2. But we want to finish through heats. We have 16 heats. Oh, look at this. Maybe a little bump in the water. At least we have glassy conditions. It could be totally blown out and rainy and all systems down. But you know what? We're good with this. 3 to 5 foot. And we see some serious action already from some of the top guys and some of the trialists that have made it through the main event. So it's just a matter of waiting for those bigger waves.
It is, but it's also a matter of the strategy, not sitting too long. We saw Hitoti catch the best wave of the heat, and he ended up just having to do a spin on an insider just to get the score needed just at the very final moments to win his heat. So he almost let it slip out of his hands, being too selective. Then there's guys like Mato who are surfing a great heat and then got a 10 to boost. Guys like Nico, these are all the Tahitians that have made it onto round 3. Nico last-minute heroics against Jared Houston.
Yes.
Just in those final moments, got a wonderful wave and was able to overtake Jared's lead. So we've got a few Tahitians on into round 3. Some of the others on to round 2 since it's not elimination, but you know the people in Tahiti are loving seeing their boys make it that much closer to the dream.
I mean, that's everybody's main focus here is they're here to win the event. I mean, hands down. There's no other reason why you would want to enter this event, not to get last, not to get second or third. Everybody here is here to win, and they're going to do everything they can to win, whether it's do a big maneuver on that inside bowl section where it's shallower than anything I've ever seen, where it's like 1 foot, less than 1 foot, where people are landing and rolling up onto the reef. But it's whoever gets the best wave selection, and whoever puts together a solid run on that wave.
It definitely is, and it's so important and strategical and just interesting. Different strategies are paying off in different heats, and it also depends on what your competitors are doing. If they're finding a strategy that isn't working, even if your strategy isn't perfect, and you catch a better wave, hey, you're going to make it on through. So a very interesting round 1 that we're just over halfway into, and we're looking at getting heat 12.
Yeah, heat 12.
Alan Munoz, Lachlan Cramsey, and Tehai Tahiti. It's so cool to see like a Tahitian, not quite in every heat, but almost. I think there's 13 Tahitians. And, we've seen a couple heats with 2 Tahitians, and we've seen some without any Tahitians, but it's great to see so many locals in this very historic Spark Green Tahiti Challenge.
Yeah, it looks like heat 13, a couple heats from now, we are going to see a couple Tahitians in that heat, and we're going to see another Tahitian at the end of the day in round 6 or heat number 16. So coming up next, right now heat number 11, and waiting very patiently. Everybody just calm. It seemed like everything just went into slow motion as we wind down heat number 11. But heat number 12, we're going to see Alan Munoz, Lachlan Cramsey, and Tehe Tahiti from Tahiti in heat number 12. So we're standing by, waiting for a set. Oh my gosh, I'm just getting anxious sitting here. What are they going through?
Their nerves are probably at a boiling point, just kind of like, anxiously awaiting, especially for the guy who's sitting in like second or third priority. He's like, oh man, how many more waves are going to come in? And even the guy who's sitting in first priority must just be like, come on, crossing his fingers, being really hopeful that something's going to come in. But just a beautiful view right here we have of some foliage in the foreground and the scaffolding, a jet ski, and then the reef in the background. So as you can see, the lagoon takes up most of the frame right here because there's a large expanse from the shoreline out until this barrier reef. And that's where the wave is, the famous wave of Tehupo. Breaks on just a beautiful, shallow, alive reef that's on the fringe of this lagoon.
Together an amazing
Wow.
menu for all the staff and some of the competitors. I mean, we've been eating like kings and queens here in Tahiti, so we appreciate Bernadette and her entire staff for taking care of us.
Yeah, the Vaira'o Surf Club has, united with other clubs and other individuals who are passionate about the sport, passionate about Tahitian bodyboarding, and just passionate about life, really, and just having the Tahitian lifestyle really represented well. And they're doing such a great job for all the staff, competitors, as well as we hope that we're bringing you just a wonderful show. That's why we're all here trying to make it happen, is to bring you the 2016 Spark Green Tahiti Challenge right into your mobile device or right into your here with us while you're tuning in.
Yeah, I mean, I would check out right now. Pull up if you can side window Magic Seaweed and see what's going on as far as the weather or the winds and swell, because we're waiting here too. I mean, the competitors are waiting patiently out in the water for a wave to roll in. I wonder if the tide has something to do with it, or if there's Mother Nature's just taking a serious little break right now.
Maybe Mother Nature's on lunch break. Here we got red.
Yeah. Oh, we're all excited on a 2-foot wave, and the rider just cuts out of there. So funny.
That was Maxime Castillo just hoping to get some more scores going before the heat trickles down to an end.
I love it. So yeah, Maxime Castillo out there in the red jersey. We're pulling up our scores. Joshua Toledo in yellow and Shane Ackerman in blue. And yes, I mean we're standing by waiting for those waves to come in. I mean, if I was one of the competitors sitting right now in second or third place, I would just move it inside and catch anything possible and try to put something together. And you know, I would definitely want to get out of this heat in first. That way you can jump right into that third round spot, no problem.
And like you mentioned, accessing smaller rides, some of the competitors have spoken about maybe paddling up the point.
Ooh, yes, here we go. Here we
up
go.
The reef. Here he is, Maxime.
Maxime, the Frenchman, trying to find something, make something.
He's stalling. Not usually a good sign, but he wants a lip move. Gets a Rolo. Throws a spin. Let's see how far he's able. Oh, he just cuts right out the back of that. He's going to stroke back out because moments are precious and time is winding down. Out the back, we do have yellow with a incomplete arse. Just catches an edge on his way around. That would have been pretty cool to see. Joshua?
Yeah, Joshua Toledo, the Chilean, unfortunately becoming unglued on that landing right there. The projection he got right there was pretty crazy. We seen PLC get some projection off a backflip, which seemingly was like no lip there, but was able to, you know, fly on that backflip. And Joshua, same thing, but he couldn't hold on to the landing. What do you think happened on that landing?
Well, the section was tricky, and it's hard to tell what the surface of the wave was like, but maybe he was leaning a little too far forward, swinging it around, because he caught the front edge of the nose of his board, and that's what flung him over. So, I mean, it could have been a number of things, but that is a possibility.
All right, looking into that little drainer on the inside is standing by. That was Alan Munoz, the Chilean, standing by in the channel, waiting for their turn. Man, oh my. Like I said, I'm sitting here waiting for some action to happen along with David Hubbard. But I can't imagine what the competitors are feeling out there. I mean, they've been sitting just as long waiting for a wave to come through, and the anxiety that they must be feeling right now, waiting for a wave to come through and nothing is coming through.
They've got to be hoping for those final minute heroics of Mato and Nico. Here we've got a paddle from yellow Joshua, is it?
Yes, Joshua.
Getting a nice roll, throwing the spin. He's going to hope for a little more, just carving reverse. We'll see if he hits that ever so critical inside section.
I'm going to say he went for it on that one. But, yeah, so, another wave right here. It looks like, yes.
Ackerman getting busy with some spins on that face.
Oh, my gosh. Not much there for the competitors to work with. But at least they're making a move. Joshua Toledo, probably that was the best wave of the heat right there. Which, you know, they had to do something.
They did. Time was winding down. They got to ride waves. You can't get scores if you don't ride waves. And holding priority the whole heat isn't going to earn you an advancing position. Although sometimes they're connected. Here we have red. Nice bottom turn.
There we go.
Nice looking wave. Maxime Castillo with a smooth roll. Again, throwing that spin while the wave finishes on the channel. He's going to slide a reverse before he pearls and gets a refreshing face full of Pacific Ocean water.
So that may have been very well the best wave of the heat so far. It was one of the bigger waves, but pulled off a nice clean roll. Oh my! Can you believe that? All the riders on the inside as a nice set rolls through. Or maybe not. Maybe they're going down the beach isn't a bad option.
Right. We've got less than 2 minutes remaining.
Oh, check this out. We do have the scores on our screen with 1 minute and 30 seconds remaining. Where are we at?
Joshua Toledo with a 4.5. And another ride yet to be scored in, I think. Maxime Castillo, he's getting out of Stick Village. He's going to get himself somewhere around 8.5 total. 8.26 now. Seems like he's leading the heat. We'll see if Joshua Toledo has a score to drop in that'll overtake that, but we do have 1 minute remaining. Shane Ackerman just with a couple of 2 halves. Boy, very close heat.
Here we go. It looks like we do have... Oh, priority was with Blue, so that was not a drop in. He will not get an interference. He did have priority, and it looks like it could shape up to be a solid wave. Oh, but ends up kicking out at the very end there and getting sucked over the falls. That was Shane's last-ditch effort to try to come out of that third place spot. I don't think that's going to be a 5.94, which he's going to need to get into that first place spot. But it was a good effort. Here's Yellow, Joshua Toledo.
Our current heat leader after the scores came in, he's got an 8.6. It is Maxime Castillo on the chase with less than 5 seconds remaining, needing a 3-2-3. And just doesn't quite come up with it.
So close.
The heat is over.
That was probably the toughest heat of the day. Oh, my.
It was brutal. It really came down to it. It came down to consistent riding. If you look at Joshua's scores, he surfed consistently. And with average range scores, which were enough to pull him through. Ackerman surfed terribly consistent as well, but just not at a higher caliber of scores. And Maxime, even though he was all over the place, he did catch the highest scoring wave of the heat, that 5.33, but unable to back it up.
Ooh, look at that drainer out the back right in front of the judges' tower. Of course, once you have the slowest heat of the day, it's going to be followed up with probably one of the most exciting. Look at these sets again rolling through right when the heat ends, but it's going to start for heat number 12. Look at this, dropping in.
This could be Tahiti.
Oh.
Ooh, diving out.
Yeah, that was a solid size. We'll take the size for sure right now.
Tahiti looking for the first wave of that heat, getting it going. We've got Lachlan and Allen ready to roll as well. They would have seen how inconsistent that last heat was. They might have been out in the channel to see the 10 that Motto had 2 heats prior. So they definitely would have heard rumors about it if they didn't see it in person.
Here we go. We have Alan Munoz, another Chileno. Oh, wait.
I think this is Maxime scooting out of the competition area, double-handing it for good style points. He's going to get himself back to that French boat, the French freighter that's carrying all those Frenchies. They're enjoying their time here in French Polynesia, being able to speak with the locals, their own language, and having baguettes all day long back home. So they're comfortable.
That's pretty cool. I mean, I still trip out. We're on a totally middle of the ocean, and everybody speaks French halfway around the world. It's pretty awesome
It's wild
to experience it.
It's wild.
And
straight up wild.
Heat 12 out in the water. The Chileno, the Spanish-speaking Chileno, Alan Munoz, is in the red jersey, currently standing by. We do have yellow, Lachlan Cramsey, the Australian, and Tahiti, the Tahitian. Look at this. Now, like I mentioned, one heat of almost 0 waves, and we may have a heat full of some good size action. So keep your eyes on the monitor.
I mean, to me, that looks like that would have been the best wave of the last heat.
Exactly, and these guys let it
just
go.
Let it go, yeah. We
And
see some paddling.
here we go.
See
Nice.
Lachlan up and riding.
Oh my, nice.
He's got
Nice
a
little
cool barrel. He's just sitting in it. Makes
Woo
it through that
hoo hoo.
chandelier section.
epic.
Looking for a beautiful carving reverse in a very critical area of the wave. Lots of power and spray demonstrated there. We'll catch the land angle to double check if he pulled that finishing maneuver. But he's starting off strong.
Oh my gosh, that was amazing. Great wave right there. That would have been the wave of the heat in the last heat. But who knows how it's going to compare in this heat. All the judges press reset because everything changes heat to heat, and Lachlan Cramsey clocking in a solid ride right there.
Scores are ticking on in. 7.60. Just a point or so away from the total that was able to progress the winner of the last heat on. And so that's a great place to start. And that was a good use of positioning and paddling. And he rode the barrel really well. We noticed that he had to kind of pull up on the reins, kind of stall at the start just to make sure he stayed in the pocket. And then while those sections kind of came over him, held tight to the wave face in the middle of the barrel to make sure that he would exit and not get creamed or clocked by the falling sections. Came out of it, and just a really smooth, powerful carving reverse off the top.
I think we just got word we get another shot and take a look at Lachlan's last wave. That would be sick. Let's take a look. Perfect glassy conditions. Check this out.
Look at that takeoff. There's the pulling up
Nice.
of the nose, getting in there, just hanging on tight. Look at the power here. It comes right up to the top of the wave.
Oh my
Chunks
goodness.
it, and by the time he finished the rotation, he almost free fell back onto the wave face. Totally deserving of that nice score of the 7.6.
So if that was you on that wave and you paddled up to Alan Munoz and Tehe out in the water, and let's say Alan says, hey, Dave, how was that last wave you just caught? What would you say?
I'd say it was fun. And it would be an honest answer. I'd say, it was fun. I got a little barrel. That'd be about it.
All right, so that's a little mind games going on right there.
Well, yeah, I mean, there's pros and cons. There's, some guys would want to psych them up hard. Some guys would want to over-exaggerate and say that the last wave they caught was amazing.
Yep.
But that could inspire a little bit more juice and fire out of the competitors. So it could go either way if you over-exaggerate, because the guy could be like, "Well, we caught the best wave." You could psych him out, or you could psych him up.
Yep.
And
What
then
if you said nothing?
And then if you downplay it and be like, "No, I caught my edge and didn't make it," then they would know you're lying when the score got announced. And
Yeah.
they'll be like, 7.60 for catching a rail with a bog? Nah. He's lying. Okay, I can't trust this sucker.
Would you not say anything and just give him one of those dark stares and paddle away?
You could just give him the death stare, lower your head to the water surface, and then let out like a monk seal bark, just a huge exhale of water that just sounds like a kind of a marine mammal's bark, and then maybe even just slither away under the surface of the water.
Guarantee there are some competitors out there that take that route, most definitely, and I think I can name a couple, but I won't do right now.
Right, we'll wait till their heat comes up.
Yes, heat number 12. As we're looking from the channel straight into the lineup out in the water, and here is the current situation. Wow, look at that score from Lachlan Cramsey.
Yeah, that's solid. That does put pressure on the rest of the fellas, especially if they saw the last heat.
Are you going to give it to us?
Oh, it's the same score that we've been saying, 7.60.
Okay, good.
Hasn't
Look
changed.
at this. Again, the Australian Lachlan Cramsey.
He's going for it on this one. Looks like a smooth bowl on that inside section.
Oh.
This could be a good backup wave for Lachlan.
Yeah, that was another solid glassy wave right there for the Australian. And you can see him making his way back out to the lineup. Woo. Again, once again, we do have a little comments area. If you guys want to give get a shout out and you want to reach out to Dave and I here in the booth, we have a little comments box right below the live feed on YouTube. Give us a shout out. Let us know where you're coming in from. And for sure, Diego Cortez and a couple other guys have been on since the very beginning, going on hour 6 or 5 or 6. I don't even know. I've lost count. Look at this. Smooth as silk, glassy conditions.
Look at this one.
Oh, Lachlan slides under that one. And is he going to come out? I'm going to say he came out of that for sure. So Lachlan's on a good one right now. I don't know if Mother Nature and him got something going on, but Lachlan's scoring. Look at this. Dropping in Alan Munoz, the Chileno, on his first wave. Oh! Looked like he was going to hit the lip right at the very end bowl there. Oh, my goodness. So Alan Munoz, known to go big on some of the bigger moves. And so, yeah, Alan Munoz is showing no fear on that one. Jolito Puro Gofio tuning in. Thank you for tuning in. Benjamin Salazar is also on the live feed. Gracias. Sounds like we got some Latinos tuning in. So, bienvenidos a todos los Latinos y amigos de Sudamérica. You know Spanish. Why are you holding out?
I'm letting the expert
Yeah.
say it like it is. You're the one with the Latin last name. So
Vargas.
So I'll leave it to you.
All right, heat number 12 out in the water. Alan Munoz in red, Lachlan Cramsley in yellow, and Tehe Tahiti, the Tahitian, in blue. Again, this is heat 16, which has a lot more action than, unfortunately, heat 15. Didn't have much as far as waves are concerned, but again, I've seen it time and time again where there's always that one heat where there's absolutely no waves, almost zero waves, and then the following heat, boom, 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 back-to-back action.
No, that's totally a standard procedure with Mother Nature, that she pumps for a while and she takes a breather. I mean, even some of the best days of the year at Pipe are just like that too, where it's absolutely firing, and then maybe half hour, an hour, kind of quiets down, and then pumps
boom.
again.
Yeah, we can hear our voices in the monitor. It sounds like a reverb. So again, thank you for tuning in. We got heat number 16 out there, and heat number 12 out there, and they are pumped. They actually have waves coming in through their heat.
Yeah, they're stoked.
Can't wait to enjoy another dinner from the crew here that are taking care of us.
That'll be killer. I'm excited what it could be tonight. They keep mixing it up. Hey, Karipule, the chicken curry, was pretty radical, and they had accompanying that some ulu, some breadfruit, which wigged me out. So stoked. I found one in the water on my paddle out yesterday. A fruit had fallen and was just kind of cruising out in the water. And when I brought it back, they kind of realized how much I loved it. They said, "Don't worry, tomorrow we're going to get ulu."
And I'm sure they brought you some, and it was delicious. And here it looks like we did have a couple waves coming. Looked like they were coming through. So we're going to get you up to date on who has advanced while we do have a little lull in the action. Oh my, look at that. That's a deep one. Nobody was in position for that one.
We do know that the few Tahitians so far have made it into round 3. Nikolai Richard, Hitoti Henry, and Maranui.
Look at this. Look at this. It is Alan Munoz sliding under the lip right there. Is he going to come out of it? Yes. Draws a higher line and is able to come out flawlessly. You can see him doing a cutback or a reverse on the inside. Couldn't tell from that angle, but he was able to get cut out of that wave, no problem. So Alan Munoz, this those waves are for me the best conditions. Glassy, nice clean barrel. Your board's just slicing through the face of the wave like butter, and it's that right there was my favorite conditions. Look at this. Oh my.
And to add to that, he kept a nice speed line most of the wave, which is really critical. I mean, some of the guys are getting nice barrels by stalling and kind of sitting slowly in there. But we want to see guys flying through deep pits, making long sections. And he had a nice amount of speed on that one. That was really a beautiful wave, like you mentioned.
So the results from that last heat number 11, we have red, Maxime Castillo in red. He ended up in second, sorry. And in third, wait a second, we may have some paddling action going on right now. It looks like, yes, the rider in blue.
Tahiti.
Nice.
Nice barrel. Stalls on his way out. Now he's looking for the finishing move.
Is he going to hit it? Oh, goes for a spin.
Looping Revo out of there.
But not much there happening on that way for him. But you know what? No, he did get a solid barrel. Yeah, okay, so heat number 12 out in the water. We're coming down to the wire for that heat, and we still have four more heats, and then we are done with round number 1. But don't go anywhere. We have the likes of Jose Octavio, the Brazilian. Rusty Friesen is also going to show some face. Jason Finlay, Jeff Hubbard, Sean Pine, and the Guadalupe rider Martin Moridian, and Maz plus PJ from Puerto Rico. We have a ton of action still coming up. 4 more heats in round number 2. But we're not going to get there until we finish heat number 12, which is currently out in the water.
And a cool heat. It's shaping up. We did have that slow heat 11, but we've seen some nice rides come in this heat so far. Lachlan with that killer start. And Allen's last wave looked really nice as well. We know that Lachlan got into another backup score or 2. And we're just kind of waiting to see exactly the shape of this heat as it is. But we know that this heat has had a lot more action than the last one.
Yeah. All right. Well, check this out. We do have heat number 12 waiting patiently. And while they're waiting patiently, Dave's going to step out, and we're going to get Eric Apple back in the hot seat here to give us the lowdown on what has been going on outside of the booth, and see if he's talked to anybody. And I really want to see what he thought of Garth McGregor, who won the heat earlier today with a pretty awesome performance out there. But again, we are winding down round number 1, heat number 12. Eric, how you doing, brother?
Well, I'm back.
There we go. Back in business.
Back in action.
So tell me, how was it out on the boat, and did you talk to the locals, and what went down?
I mean, we had some conversations out there with some of the athletes, and man, all the guys are. I mean, they're like little kids. They're stoked to be at Chopu, and that's 100% fact. It's real nice and smooth and glassy out there as we see a rider take it off on the left.
Yes, Lachlan Cramsey, the Australian, slides under. Ooh, quick little fade, throws a spin, and look at this sick combination right there, making it look easy. Lachlan Cramsey, that was 3 pieces of art put together. That was a pretty awesome wave right there. That's what you call some skilled riding from Lachlan Cramsey, the young Australian. That was pretty solid.
Yeah, Lachlan is he's like a little acrobat.
Yes.
With some of his ARS, like double rolls that he did back in South Coast back a couple years ago. He is so acrobatic. He can spin or roll anywhere on a wave.
No, this kid, him along with Louis Finnegan, they're just like little pieces of muscle rocking around waiting for a lip to hit. And once they do hit the lip, it's pretty cool to see what they can do. Here's a quick little replay of Lachlan's wave right here.
Man, so it's gotten conditions definitely changed. You see the replay, him stalling there, looking for the barrel at first. He knew it wasn't going to work out, so he kind of went around that section, and then the bottom turned to that 360 on the roll.
That was pretty sick. I mean, it took a lot. Oh, wait a second. Live action in here. It is Alan Munoz. Oh, my goodness. That was amazing. A huge projected roll right out into the flats, and he's landing.
Roll, it's okay.
He's landing out into the flats where it's, we've seen it before. It gets super shallow, super quick. but Alan Munoz showing no fear out on the inside of Teohopo.
So how much time do we have left in this heat? Are we in the last few minutes?
Here
of
we go.
round
Here we
number
go.
12, heat number 12.
Yep, this
Bottom
is
turning blue.
the Tahitian. Can he come out of that?
Yeah.
Oh, solid wave right there. The Tahiti, the Tahitian, going to the inside, and we're going to see. But you know what? It was a solid barrel ride right off the bat.
Looks like Tahiti.
Epic. Yeah, I mean, these guys are stoked right now. I don't know where you were for heat number 11, but that was excruciating with barely any waves coming in
Yeah, I
for
was just gonna
those
say, it
riders.
seems like it's
But
gotten
here in heat
less
number 12, you can see that the pulses are starting to come through.
I was just going to say, it seems like it's gotten much less consistent, but the sets are bigger.
Yeah, no, it's pretty awesome. Finally, these guys are pretty pumped to be able to actually ride a wave.
Now, and did I hear correctly? We had 110?
Yeah, that was very, very end of heat number 10. That was pretty solid. So we do have another look at the rider, the Tahitian. Let's take a look. Oh, wait a second. Hold that replay. Look at this. Lachlan Cramsey again sliding under the lip. Perfectly timed. Can he hold on? Did it pinch out on him? Did he come out of that? Yes, he comes out. Nice clean carve off the top. Lachlan Cramsey's putting together a pretty awesome heat right now, just pulling away from all the riders with these solid waves that he's catching. All right, let's take another look at Blue's last wave. Talk us through it.
Let's take a look. Setting up nice bottom turn, driving through that, and just holding, maintaining composure through that whole barrel. Once he set up, he didn't change anything, man. He just picked a direction and said, I'm going that way.
I know you talked to Stuart about how to ride this wave, and he essentially said just find the line, hold on, because this wave's going to push you through the barrel, even though it looks like it's going to close out.
Yeah, this wave is all about faith, isn't it? I mean, from taking off on it in the beginning to riding the barrel. It's all about the faith and just sticking to what you see and keep going.
Heat number 12 coming down to an end out in the water. Again, we are going to keep rolling through rounds, actually heats 13, 14, and 15, and 16 to finish off round number 1 and the first day of the main event here at the Spark Green Tahiti Challenge. And look at these guys. They are
Set's
pumped.
coming.
Look at this monster coming in as super classy. Wow, letting that one go was Alan Munoz because he's hoping that there's something bigger and better out the back. Let's see if it is true. Oh, there's nothing there for Alan, so he's got to wait patiently along with the other riders.
Yeah, it seems like that set was a little bit too much out of the south here, which keeps it from barreling quite as much.
All right, so again, out in the water in red, the Chileno, in Alan Munoz in yellow, putting together a pretty awesome show. Is Lachlan Cramsey in yellow? Yes, and Tahiti, the Tahitian, in the blue jersey. So pretty exciting, action-packed heat compared to last heat. But these guys are stoked. So we are going to be rolling through round number 1 through the rest of the day. But I'm hoping this kind of action keeps rolling through the next 4 heats.
Yeah, although it's gotten inconsistent, the waves have definitely picked up. Some of the bumps are much, much bigger. We've seen some real waves. We saw a 10 as well. I mean, it's real action.
Yeah, no, I mean, aside for a couple of the heats, a lot of these guys are stoked to be out there in these conditions. Even though it's not monster, these guys are still having, obviously, a lot of fun. I mean, you were out in the channel, and they were just super pumped to be here in Tahiti.
It's a great atmosphere, 100%. A great atmosphere. A lot of the guys are just floating around in the water, just loving it.
All right, no takers on this one. Wow, look at that. It's just sheet glass right there. That's definitely one of my favorite conditions to be riding any kind of wave.
And we'll try to get you some scores as soon as we have them back up and running. We lost our score connection here on the computer. We'll get that back up and running here momentarily and let you know where we're at here in this heat.
Yes, again, we are in Heat 12, and we got Heat 13 coming up next with Nicolas Chiara from Argentina, Angelo Farayer from Tahiti, and Nye Oliver from Tahiti as well. Oh, my. Look at that. It's just perfect out there.
It's oily.
Yeah, I love these are my favorite conditions. There's hands down. Maybe a slight offshore, but you know what? Pulling into a glassy barrel is like nothing else. All right, here we go. It looks like we may see a little action. Maybe we don't want that. I see a little texture on the outside, just on the other side of the bodyboarder. So how was it interviewing Garth McGregor?
Oh, Garth was pretty stoked.
Yeah.
Garth was Guilherme, no disrespect to Garth, but Guilherme must have been like, how did I get beat?
Exactly.
Okay, so we got some scores back
Yes.
up. We have 2 minutes and 20 seconds left here in this heat. In first place, no surprise, Alan Munoz with a 14.66. Behind him, Lachlan Cramsey with a 13.27. Lachlan needs a 7.07 to take the lead. And in third, Tahiti, the Tahitian, he needs an 8.64. His best score is 6.03. So we got some scores back, and that's good.
Yeah, Alan Munoz with that giant invert that we saw from the channel, the camera in the channel. It was 8.07, 7.83. So yeah, Alan Munoz, epic invert on the inside right there. So yeah, Lachlan Cramsey, he's pretty consistent. I mean, he's got some solid scores, but nothing super duper spectacular like Alan Munoz. Look at this. Here we go. The Tahitian.
Bottom turning, looking for a nice roll section. Finds a backflip.
Nice.
Cut back reverse there in the pocket. Trying to milk it for all it's worth. Maybe even another lip to hit. Oh, another spin. So he's going to try to improve his situation. Remember, like I said, he needs an 8.64. I don't think that's quite going to be it, but a valiant effort with a minute left.
Yeah, it looked like he did pull off a maneuver on the inside right there, and jet ski rushing over there just to see if he needs to ride back out and around. But that was a sick wave right there, which it might help him to get into that second place spot.
No, not even close. I mean, second place, but definitely not going to be a first place wave. And with 45 seconds to go, it doesn't matter if that ski hurries over or not. It was a good wave. He got a lot out of it for what it was, but the wave didn't have much to offer, so really didn't have the opportunity to take first place.
So another solid wave right there for the waves in this heat have been the best in the last heat. So these guys are pumped, and I'm hoping, cross my fingers, it continues on into the next heats.
As we see our water patrol going by in the foreground.
I think the guys have a pretty solid system right now. There has to be a certain amount of jet skis in certain parts of the competition area, along with certain types of boats, just in case we need them to haul butt to the marina for any situation that may arise. But they've got everything nailed down as far as the safety and the jet skis and the boats out in the water.
So we got a final score for Tahiti. He's bringing in a 5.67. So like we said, a decent score. It replaced his 4.50, but not near the 8.64 he needed. He's going to end up in third. Second place, Lachlan Cramsey. Alan Munoz moving on to the third round.
All right. Booyah.
Booyakasha.
So yeah, Alan Munoz, another Chileno, moving on to round number 3. Look at the glassiness. The riders making their way out of the lineup, and from Heat 12, Heat 13 now, waiting patiently for the waves and action to continue on. Again, in the red jersey, Nicolas Chiara from Argentina. In yellow, Angelo Farrer from Tahiti. And in blue, Nye Oliver from Tahiti as well. So we got a couple Tahitians again, so it's going to be fun to watch these guys.
And again, for those of you guys who have been watching all day, don't get tired, don't get bored. We got big heats coming up. Rusty Friesen, Jeff Hubbard to come, and Amaury Laverne. So some of the best in the world are going to be here still. So stay tuned to the end of the round for sure.
Base in the Pacific Ocean on the island of Tahiti.
That's right. French Polynesia is the spot to be, the Society Islands to be more exact. And man, this place is just a magical spot with some of the best waves and most beautiful country I've ever seen.
No, I mean, it's been unreal all day long. Getting the first round of the main event on lockdown. We're coming down to the last 4 heats of round number 1. Currently out in the water is Heat 13. And we have in red, Nicolas Chiara from Argentina, Angelo Ferrer from Tahiti, and Nye Oliver from Tahiti as well. As you can see in the foreground, Jeff Hubbard standing by. He's going to be coming up in a couple more heats. He's just chilling in the channel, but look how epic the glassiness is making it look out there.
Yeah, it's definitely a beautiful afternoon here at Chopu. Hubby just waiting for it, just chilling in the water. I mean, it's plenty warm. Might as well hang out there. It's probably warmer in the water than it is in the air, I think.
I agree 100%. Look at that thing. Oh my. I'd be just I just want to be out there. I want to be swimming out there.
Yeah, I can't wait for the swell to pick up even more so we can be in the channel or be in the lineup.
Yeah, I mean we're I think our lay days we get mean, we've been taking advantage every time we once we have a lay day we're taking advantage. So
and that's a really cool shot to see Hubby right there in the channel and in the background the current competitors while Hubby waits to get for his heat next.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. And I mean he's not out for another couple heats, so he's going to be waiting at least for
50 minutes.
At least another 30-40 minutes before his heat starts. So pretty cool to see Hubby. He's going to be going off against Sean Pine and Guadalupe rider Martin Meridian. So it's going to be pretty fun to watch that one because Martin, through the trials, he comes to us from the trials. He was laying down some pretty sick rides. So it's going to be fun to watch him go against Jeff Hubbard and Sean Pine coming up in heat 15. But right now, heat 13.
Well, we actually have a little bit of rain for the first time of the day. A little drizzle I'm starting to hear outside. Get a little wet out there for once.
Man, it just changes by the hour here. So that long stretch of sun and warmth, it's been it was pretty nice to enjoy. But now we got some more rain. I wonder if it'll slow down before we eat dinner.
Huh. Well, I think everyone here is prepared for it. It's nothing they're not used to. It's us that may not be ready for it.
No.
But everyone else is prepared.
No, we come from a part of the world where it rains maybe 30 days out of the year. Maybe. All right. Again, thank you all for tuning in to the live feed of the Spark Green Tahiti Challenge. Again, David Hubbard holding it down in the booth while he's competing. He put it down.
Like I said, he hurt feelings. That guy was shutting it down. Look, got a rider up. This is our rider in red. Bottom turning, Manny.
Yes, the Argentinian nice invert. That is Nicolas Chiara with a nice move, but he puts his arm up right now, knowing he's super deep in the wave where he's going to get up onto the reef. So he put his arm up to call the jet ski to whip him around. He's not going to lose points for getting on the jet ski, but he is going to lose time.
Yeah, for sure. He's going to have to come all the way in and around, all the way down by us, basically, like we've seen a couple times. And I was actually surprised the first time I saw somebody get picked up by the ski, and then I heard him come right by the beach here. I was like, whoa, that is a long ways.
Yeah, they lose easily anywhere between a minute and a half to 2 minutes by the time they get on the ski and get back out into the lineup. But we've seen the likes of PLC and Toby Player who are catching waves where he ended up, and cutting out and making their way out back to the lineup, and that only took 30 seconds.
I mean, that's all about being a veteran of the APB tour.
There you go. That might be it right there.
Well, there he is. He makes his way back out.
So maybe he did just make his way back out.
Change
so there you
his
go.
mind.
Nicolas Chiara, the Argentinian, with the first wave of the heat.
It's all about the conservation of energy, right, Manny?
Right now it is. I mean, this guy, he knows that he's got some pretty fierce competitors, the Tahitians, that he's facing off with. So he's going to try to do everything he can to fend them off. Again, non-elimination round out in the water, which means you're going to see all these riders once again. What's happening is the first place will bypass round number 2 and go straight into round number 3. That's the advantage of winning these heats in round 1.
So we got some scores if you're ready, Manny.
Let's do it.
We got a score of 4.33 for Nicholas's first wave, the Argentinian. 4.33 to take the lead. No scores so far for Angelo or Nye.
All right, how much time we got remaining in this one?
16 minutes, 5 seconds. 16 minutes, 5 seconds. So a good chunk of the heat's already gone. Only one wave has been ridden.
Oh, boy. So big shout out to everybody who's tuning in. Thomas Lambert, thanks for the love, brother. We know you're... Oh, wait a second. Out the back, up and riding.
Nicholas again. Now he's in the barrel.
What? Did he just give you a peace sign?
I think he did. And rolls it.
Nice. So Nicolas Chiara, the Argentinian.
Oh, look at this in yellow. This is Angelo Ferrari driving through that barrel. Can he carry the speed through? Looks like he just about did it, but couldn't make it through the shockwave.
Oh, he was so deep, and it almost looked like he had a chance to get out of there. But, yeah, the shockwave, just that one little bump from that wave inside of the wave just hit him just enough where he lost his speed and lost his rail, and that was the end of the ride for our boy Angelo.
I mean, he couldn't have been set up any better than that. He was, he took off, bottom turn nice and smooth. He was planing well, trimming across that wave, pretty much going as fast as he could possibly go.
No, he did it. Oh, wait a second.
Look
Here
at
we
this. In blue, Nye Oliver, the Tahitian. Oh, finding the right section, just cruising, waiting for it to barrel around him. The Tahitian Water Patrol give him a shaka. It looks like he ducked out there last minute out the back. Those local boys saying, yeah, buddy.
Yeah, the Tahitians all supporting each other. That was the cool thing I'm seeing around here is that they're very proud of each other and they're supporting each other in and out of the water. Pretty sick.
Well, you have to imagine, Manny, and people at home, this is such a small place and there's so few people in here when you think of the big picture of the whole world that when a Tahitian makes good for themselves in any activity or any sport, no matter what you're doing, if you do something at the world championship level, you've really made it for yourself and for Tahiti.
We're going to take another look at the Tahitian Angelo's wave right now in yellow. I mean, he was deep in there. Right here, it looked like he was going to make it through this section, but that shockwave right there, boom, just outran him inside of the barrel. And unfortunately, he didn't make it through there. But, man, that looked like it was almost makeable.
Well, if you saw during that wave, he was driving nice and smooth, nice and clean, planing across. But when he hit that shockwave, it made him bounce. And the problem is when you're bouncing and you're in the air, you're not going fast downhill. And when you're riding that barrel, people don't really realize you're going downhill to exit that barrel. So when he's bouncing, he's slowing down, and that's just not helping.
And you lose your speed, and once you lose your speed, then you're going to get caught behind. Look at this, out the back, another nice pulse right there. Slides under the barrel, gets covered up, holding on, nice. I'm guessing he was stalling a little bit in the barrel to stay in there a little longer. That is the local knowledge from Nye Oliver, the Tahitian. That was a nice, clean barrel. It's going to definitely be in his favor. Good scoring wave.
Yeah, nice little small wave for him. Get a nice score on the board. He already had a wave earlier. We haven't quite got that score yet. It looks like we lost our scoring system again. We're going to get it back up, and we'll let you guys know what these scores are coming through. Looks like a set, though, coming through. Look at this, Manny.
Oh, my. Look how glassy and perfect that is. Each wave is pretty perfect out there. It's just a matter of how deep you want to be and how big you want to go on the end section. That's going to make all the difference. Woo! 12 minutes remaining out in the water for this heat number 13.
Okay, we got some scores again. So our second wave for Nicolas Chiara, the Argentinian, 6.10. That brings him to a total of 10.43. He's in the lead with 10.43. Second place, Nye Oliver. He has a total of 6.17. His last wave was a 4.67. And third, Angelo Ferrari, only has a 3.0. But he's bringing in another score right here, but they're going to be small ones.
So time is running out. 12 minutes remaining. And anything, again, could happen. We say that throughout the entire event, but it is true. It can happen within the last 2 minutes. So look at these pulls. Finally, we're seeing some real action. And I'm going to say it again. Heat number 11 was pretty excruciating to watch. There was nothing coming through for these guys. But we are getting something now. Look at the guys waiting in the channel right there. Is that Rusty freezing?
Looks like it. We got some more scores coming in. So Angelo's last wave, a 7.33, which that boosts him up to first place. Angelo in first place now. The Tahitian is going to be looking pretty good there with a 7.3 and a 3.0.
Yeah, I mean, this is it. When the waves are pulsing through, you almost have to catch anything that comes your way because you don't know if it could go flat again like we saw in Heat 11. Woo! Man, I love these conditions, man. Look at that.
Definitely epic for this time of the afternoon.
Turn it around. Oh, almost looked like Angelo was taking a look at that one. So tell me more about you sitting in the channel. What else did you see out there?
Well, like I said, all the riders are just definitely a great vibe. All the riders are happy to be hanging out there. I mean, half the guys are just sitting in the water, floating, talking, being very, very chummy. You know what I mean? And there's several boats out there. Some are officially with the event, some are not. But everyone's hanging out, tied up close together, and just chit-chatting, having a great time. And you can definitely, I mean, man, it's almost like I'm anxious for when it gets big and crazy.
Yes.
I can't wait to be in that channel or in the lineup when it's just mean and crazy.
When did you see the competitors finally switch over and say, okay, my heat's on? No more talking, no more being chummy. Did you see that happen out there?
I saw it 20, 25 minutes before they actually had to jump in the water. Guys were changing their mode for sure.
Mm-hmm.
So they stopped talking to all their buddies and start waxing their board and checking their equipment and making sure everything's where it's supposed to be and how it's supposed to be.
Have we seen any lost fins or broken leashes out there?
No, not yet.
Okay, cool.
So some of the riders did bring extra fins out there. I did notice. So we're looking at Nicholas Chiara in first place with a 6.10 and a 4.33. In second, Angelo Fiori, 7.3 and a 3.0. All he needs is a 3.11, so he's just about a tenth behind. And in third place, Nye Oliver, 4.67 and a 1.50. He needs something much bigger. He needs a 5.77 to get up to that lead.
Woo, thank you all for tuning in once again. And if you want to get a shout out, just hit us up in our little comments box that we know. Elliot Rubido is tuned in, and Kerry Chapman is stoked that Rusty is going out with his smile, typical calm and collective. That's true. And Justin Smith, yes, everything is smooth rolling here in Tahiti, as smooth as the water is right now. Super pumped on the waves that are coming in. 9 minutes. What could happen in 9 minutes?
A ton. Everything. A 10.0.
Yep. And we saw that happen in the last 2 minutes of heat number 10, where Maro Nui actually got a 10-point ride in the last 2 minutes of his heat. So, and it was weird because right after heat number 10, heat number 11 went out, and there was absolutely no waves. I hate bringing that up, but it was pretty tough to see the riders just sitting there waiting for nothing came through for 20, 25 minutes. It was crazy.
Yeah, it's the nature of the sport. You know, sometimes the ocean complies with you, and sometimes it doesn't. Sometimes nothing happens for a long time, and sometimes a big wave just pops up out of nowhere.
Yeah, we're at the mercy of Mother Nature, and right now, so far, so good as far as having some pulses come through in these last few heats. And again, don't go anywhere. We have 3 more heats after this one of some serious action, and looks like the pulse is coming through. Look at this thing creeping in.
Yeah, just out of the south is a problem. We need these waves to wrap around more from the west. But I'm sure we'll see it as the contest window continues.
Yeah, I'm pretty stoked to see some of the other riders coming up, especially the Brazilian Jose Otávio, Rusty Friesen, and Jason Finlay in Heat 14. They're coming up next, and that's going to be pretty fun to watch. Dave Hubbard sat down with Jason Finlay earlier, and they talked about board choices, designs, dimensions, and look at this, taking a peek at this one, Nye Oliver. It looks like he may have dropped in onto another glassy one. And Nye Oliver, the Tahitian, grabbed that one. That was a pretty solid wave. We're gonna get you hopefully the replay once we get that dialed in. But again, Angelo Faer in yellow and Nicholas Chiara in red, standing by for the next solid wave coming in.
7 minutes away from our next heat.
Sorry about that.
It's okay. 7 minutes away from our next heat. Fan favorite Jeff Hubbard going to be in that one, like Mandy said. Wonder how many heats Jeff and Dave have had against each other head to head.
Why don't we ask Dave? Dave?
how many heats have you and your brother gone head to head in? Quite a bit?
Yeah, at least 10.
Oh, wow.
Not always in a world tour.
Well, that's
good to know. Good to know these guys have experience against their own brothers.
And it would be interesting to see these two face off, along with Toby and Ben Player face off later in the rounds. But who knows? What if we had there's not a 4-man heat from round 2 on, so that would have been epic to have sibling rivalries, 4-man heat. Can we have an expression session with that happening at the end of the contest? Would you guys mind doing that? Oh yeah, that's right. The Henry
and
brothers,
the players,
the locals. That would be pretty epic.
And the players.
Yeah, the players.
We'd have a tag team bodyboarding event.
All right, we got Team Koki bodyboarders are tuning in as well. Again, thank you all, Justin Smith and George Atunes. Everybody, thank you all for hanging in there through the a couple little hiccups here and there, but you know what? We are bringing it live and direct from the end of the road.
That's right.
Oh man! So we want to thank the local Nats for greeting us and saying hi to us.
Yep, I'm surrounded by them, my face and my feet.
That's what we get for being out in the open. I went into the production room, and they're sitting in the chilly, nice, air-conditioned room. Very lucky. Very jealous of that. But you can see the jet skiers standing by on the inside reef right there. They're on standby for a couple reasons. One, just in case somebody gets hurt, and two, if a rider comes into the reef and they know they won't be able to get back out quick enough, so they'll hitch a ride in and around the reef and get them back out there into the lineup. Look at Jeff Hubbard on the inside.
Just waiting, only a few minutes away from attacking this wave. 4 minutes and 45 seconds for Hubby.
Did you talk to him out there? Were you out there with
He
him?
wasn't out there when I was out there. So still Nicholas Chiara in first, Angelo Ferrari in second, needed a 3.25 take that first place position. And Nicholas, I don't know, with 4 minutes to go, looks like he's hoping to cruise through to the third round.
Yeah, I mean, that would be epic. Again, non-elimination heats right here in round number 1, which means you're going to see each and every one of these riders once again. You can see the competitors in the next heat standing by. And, yeah, these guys you're going to see again. The winner, the thing about this heat, the winner is going to be able to skip a round and jump straight to round number 3. And second and third place in these heats will go battle again head-to-head with other competitors that ended up in second and third in this round. And they're going to go head-to-head, man-on-man. It's going to be pretty sick, where wave selection will be not as crucial. It's definitely a part of the strategy, but, I mean, when you have two people out there, it's actually going to be really, really exciting to watch, because they're going to catch a wave and they're going to paddle back out as quickly as possible to be able to get the next solid wave. So round 2, man-on-man, but we're not there yet. Currently out in the water, heat 13, and we're coming down to the wire.
Certainly is, and the riders are all sitting real close together. Kind of surprising considering that, Angelo is within striking distance. He only needs a 3.25. That's a very mediocre wave. For him, pretty much any wave that he does in it, he can get through. And he does have priority, so that makes a difference.
Yeah, I mean, he's got the opportunity right now to take that lead away, who is currently held by Nicolas Chiara, the Argentinian. So if he can fend off Nicolas from catching the next best wave with that priority, that could be definitely in his favor.
For sure. Rain's starting to trickle down some more.
It's actually a little stronger than it was right when it started about 30, 40 minutes ago. But we are coming down to the wire of round number 1. So how many boats? I can't see right now, but how many boats?
Probably 6.
6 boats.
A lot of boats out there.
Anybody swim or paddle out there on kayaks?
No, definitely. I think one person was out there in a kayak. But you don't need to be. There's plenty of rides.
Yeah, exactly. Is anybody aside from the French team on the French boat? Or are they sticking to their own?
I didn't notice.
Okay, yeah. Dave mentioned that earlier. There's a boat out there with only the French team. The French freighter. Look at that.
One.
And they
it
let
wasn't
that
bad.
one go. You can see the water droplets hitting the surface of the water. That's when's the last time you went riding in the rain?
It's definitely been a long time. Well, I've done a Hawaii. This is in yellow. Angelo Ferrari. Remember, all he needs is a 3.25 Lewis barrel. I don't think he's going to make it out of that one. But we don't know.
Oh, my. So Angelo needed a 3.25.
He lost priority for that, but he had to take a shot, Manny.
Yeah, I mean, he only had a minute and a half to be able to get that 3.25 ride, and we'll know in a second whether that wave was it or not.
Yeah, he's getting some scores right there. Got a 1.93. It was not enough, so he has a minute and 14 seconds to get a 3.25, but he's lost priority, and that's gone to Nicolas Chiara.
All right. Yeah, well, I just got word. We want to give a huge apologies to our viewers. We are going wireless here at in this event, so, I mean, when the rain comes in, I think it hiccups a little bit more, but you know what? You know what? I'll come back to that. Sliding in under the lip. Comes out in front of that. I don't know how he made it out in that part of the wave, but he did. Angelo's still going. This is probably going to be his last ride with 30 seconds remaining, but I thought he was going to be dust right there.
I'm surprised he popped out of the whitewater then. I didn't think that was going to happen.
No, I mean, he took off really late, but his angle inside of the barrel was more towards the beach than it was down the face of the wave, and he was able to pull it off. That was pure strength of holding on to the board through that water. 13 seconds. We are coming down to the wire. Again, who you're going to see next, it's going to be Heat 14, Jose Octavio from Brazil in red, Rusty Friesen in yellow, Jason Findlay in blue, the Australian. And I'm going to step out for Heat. Oh, so you're going to...
We got it. No problem, buddy.
You're going to hold it down for Rusty at this one. He's our sole Californian right now out in the water. But Dave Hubbard's going to step in. But look at this, out the back.
Our rider in red, that's Nicholas Chara. He's a leader. He had priority. He's just cruising because the heat's over. He's trying to make his way back to the boat, and he has a heat win to celebrate. So we're going to move past that heat, get our next athletes out there in just a moment. We've already talked about who it is. Again, we only have a few heats left here in the first round, but stick with us. Some of the world's best riders. We still got Jeff Hubbard, Rusty Friesen, as well as Amore Laverne coming up here in the first round, and everybody wants to see that. We're going to step away right now to a commercial. We'll be back with our next round action. Rusty Friesen in yellow and Jason Findlay, the Australian, in blue. They got 25 minutes to prove to the judges why they should skip round 2 and move right into round 3, a la David Hubbard.
Yeah, great to be back, and we're seeing some more waves trickle on in.
Trickle is the word of the day, I'd say, of the week so far. Been trickling quite a bit out here.
And at times more than trickling. Sometimes it's really pouring down. And the afternoon rain has set in. We've been fortunate to not get onshore winds today. It's been pretty glassy, just a few little adjustments throughout the day.
So again, we've got a little over 3 minutes into this heat. We have 21 and a half minutes to go. Again, tell us about, as being a competitor, tell us, how many waves count, how that works and stuff for the people at home who don't understand.
Well, there's 25 minutes in the heat to get the top 2 rides that will count towards your advancing total. So competitors were going to try to get 2 rides, and they don't have a maximum as far as waves they can catch. So they can catch as many as they want. There is going to be a limit as far as what Mother Nature offers them, and we've been seeing that limit. Sometimes it's quite low for some of the heats. We've talked about an infamously slow heat 11. I think there's only about 6 rides or so. Pretty low scoring affair, but we have had some high scores as well. So the what you need to do is you need to catch 2 solid rides to get through.
Another question, David, that I thought you could answer for us that I'm curious of is, why are drop knee waves not scored at all?
It was a rule that was just completely random and just kind of came out of the blue, and it was just made by a few judges, and they somehow pushed it through, and it made its way into the rule book basically without anyone else kind of catching on to it. So it's not supported by the riders. It's not supported by the event staff. So in the reprinted version, I'm pretty sure I've heard the APB going to be rechecking this rule, checking why it actually made its way into the printed version. But the judges definitely well-versed in the rule book, so they're going to be following what's in the rule book. And live action red, cutting out of that wave, didn't have much on the end.
Jose Otavio, not quite able to see what he had going there. The Brazilian in the red jersey. It's going to be a relatively small score, I'd say, but it looks like a nice set coming through. Look at this bowl section.
And he's got to duck dive that. As you can see, that broke right in front of him, Eric. And did you get any like that when you free surfed, to just feel the pressure of getting caught inside?
I did on a small one, and I could tell. That is not a joke here.
Yeah, even though it was a small one, it really can rattle you. And yeah, luckily that wave wasn't too big. Nicolas is going to make it out after that, but he just gets a little jostling just in the first 5 minutes.
Another thing I did as we look at, we got 19 minutes to go. Jose got 3.50. Here's blue. Jason Findlay, the Australian, bottom turning through the barrel.
That's a cool looking barrel, and he smoothly goes through it. He's doing great on this.
Yeah, nice poise there. Good style there. Bottom turn had a good trim. Throws a spin for good measure. Maybe another roll on the inside as well. That's going to be a great scoring opening wave for Jason. I'm claiming that's going to be a 6.5 maybe.
Yeah, I'd say at least, because he was able to trim through a good amount of barrel section on that. And what I liked was he was able to carry it with speed. You know, he wasn't just sitting and stalling. He had a great line. Carried speed through that section and was pretty tidy on the finish too. So here you can see a nice close-up of the prowess of the Australian Jace Finlay, riding for a few of the sponsors that have helped put this event together, Bodyboard King and JG Bodyboards.
Nice. And again, so Jose Octavio opening up with a 3.50. So there must have been more to that wave than we were able to show you guys. So 3.50 is actually not that horrible of an opening score for a day like today, is it?
And it especially could come in handy as a backup score. If he's able to get a huge number on the board, he might be a little bit more confident having that 3.5 in his back pocket. It's not like having to start from scratch, so to speak, but he definitely wants to improve on that. And it's a good strategy. Sometimes we call it building a house, where you get a decent little ride. It could be a poor score, but then you start building on that, and that's what Jose Octavio, a very skilled Brazilian bodyboarder, is going to be doing.
So, David, I got a score coming through for Jason Finlay's opening wave, 6.60. No surprise there.
Wow, pretty much right on the button. That's pretty much exactly the number you claimed.
Yeah, I wasn't going to talk about it, but if you want to mention it, it's okay.
Yeah, pretty good job. Eric is no stranger to the sport as well as to events, as he has helped in a few events. Here we have a rider who just had to dip out. That could be Jace again, actively catching a ride on his paddle out.
You know, Dave, a little known fact is I did compete in an old school PSAA.
Oh, at least one.
Just one?
Oh, just one?
Just one at lowers.
Okay.
And I actually made the semi. So back then I was like, I had to compete against, like, I had heats with like Spencer Skipper, Brian Press, and like your brother Jeff all in one heat. I made it through that heat.
6-man heats.
No, 4-man heats.
4-man heat.
But I had those 3 guys in the heat, and I made it through in second place. I won't say which ones I beat and which one beat me, but I made it through a heat like that.
That's pretty
sick.
sick.
I mean, just once like that was good for me. I was stoked.
Yeah, no, semifinal appearance in a big event like that, getting a 5th or a 7th, that's solid. So
I mean, years ago, the lower trestles, that was a prestigious event.
Surf bout.
That was a Body Glove surf bout. Here we are in blue, Jason Finlay again, having a look, opting not to go. But, I mean, Jason Finlay with that 6.50, I mean, he's got to be feeling pretty good about that score. I mean, he can really be patient now.
Yeah, exactly. He's sitting on a nice number. Now he just wants to get that back up, whereas the other riders are really searching for scores that will count. So they're looking for bigger numbers. Jace Finlay is setting the bar as to what's going to be necessary if they want to skip round 2 and go to round 3.
So again, guys, we got just a few heats to go after this here in the first round. We'll have at least 2 more full days here in the 2016 Spark Green Tahiti Challenge of competition to go. So 2 more full days after this. There is a possibility it could be broken up into half days here or there, even though that's not the most likely thing, is it?
Right, that's pretty unlikely, but because we only did get 1 round out of the way, there might have to be some adjustments. So our technical director will kind of sort that out. We will still try to run full days as possible. So we're looking at round 2 and maybe even all of round 3 for our next day of competition. We'll wait and see. On screen,
Your brother getting rained on?
my brother, he's already wet. He's in the water. I don't think he minds that rain. It's probably pretty refreshing. I'm sure he's got some sort of neoprene on.
I just feel bad he's getting his parade rained on.
So he's patiently waiting. He's got plenty of time, just under 15 minutes remaining in this heat. He'll be watching very attentively to see what is it that helps whoever advances in first position earn that place and how he can recreate that.
You know, another thing, David, I learned when I was out there in the water, a lot of our viewers at home might not understand is that there is there's a PA system on the judges' tower, and the athletes and the riders and all the staff out in the water in the channel, they can hear it. So they know who's in first place, they know who's in what position, and they know what scores they need to move up.
Yes, and they also get the priority positioning. There's a few discs, a few visual signals that in case the rain starts pelting down so hard or other issues that could interrupt the audio, that they can take a peek at the tower and actually get the information they need. And of course, there's the tower itself, just a magnificent piece of art.
And the caterpillar eating leaf
Yeah,
in the foreground. I didn't notice
the
that.
foliage.
Dave,
Yeah.
are there big millipedes here like there are in Hawaii?
Those centipedes, yeah, there probably could be. I'm not. Shoot, I don't actually want to find out in person by experience.
Have you been bitten by one in Hawaii?
I need to knock on some wood. I haven't been bit by a centipede back home, but
No.
I'm very fearful of
They
them.
don't hurt you, but they do have a little bit of poison that makes it very painful, right?
Right. Yes. So they're not terminal, and you won't get
Sick or
a
anything.
fatality or die or get sick, but they are excruciatingly
Yeah,
painful.
I heard you get bit by one. It's not funny.
It's not fun. Not. You're in pain for several days, and yeah, it's can be intense.
I did find one in the garage because I used to always stay at Michael Thompson's house on the North Shore. I found one in the garage about this big.
Whoa.
So-
Eric's using his hands to map out
About-
at
about a
least
foot.
10 inches,
Yeah, about a
almost
foot.
about a foot. That's insane.
I didn't want to mess with them.
Not leave that thing alone. If not,
Now, what about
remove
do
it.
they have cane spiders here?
I'm not sure if they have cane spiders. That's another one that's you want to avoid back home. I think it's similar to a brown recluse. But
Oh, they can really hurt you if they bite you?
well, same thing. Not poisonous, but the venom in the bite is very painful.
Well, brown recluse can be. I think it can definitely hurt you or make you sick or kill you.
Maybe different species of them, but
Yeah.
maybe the overall brown recluse. Yeah, and I'm not sure. I'm just kind
But
of.
the cane spider's so big, and you know the general rule with spiders and those kind of animals: the bigger they are, the less poisonous they are.
Yeah.
It's the little ones you want to worry about.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense for sure. Are snakes that way?
Yes.
Okay.
Well, in general.
Okay.
In general. Of course, there's some.
So the
few
boa
exceptions here.
constrictor
Has no
it's
poison at all.
no
It
poison.
doesn't have any fangs. It has no way to deliver any poison.
Okay.
That's why they say getting bit by a rattlesnake is the worst thing because the babies, because they don't even conserve their venom. They'll deliver all their venom in one bite.
Oh
Where
goodness.
An older rattlesnake knows to conserve some more.
Whoa. So the more rattles on the tail, the older it is.
Mm-hmm.
And so you're hoping for lots of rattles.
I don't know about that either. You're hoping for no rattles. So again, down to 11 minutes, 25 seconds here. David Hubbard, joined by myself, Eric Apple. We're having a good time chatting it up about random island facts over here because we don't have any waves to talk about at the moment. But I will remind you, in the water, Jason Finlay, the Australian, he's in the lead. He has a 7.17 in second. Jose Otavio, the Brazilian, in third. Rusty Friesen. Rusty has yet to get a wave with 11 minutes to go, and he should have priority. He does.
Yeah, he's sitting with priority. He's being patient, but over half of the heat has expired, so he's going to need to get busy in the next half of the heat if he wants to skip round 2. We saw that killer wave he got. I think it's been posted onto the APB social medias, the Instagram and the Facebook, of Rusty getting a really cool barrel.
Yeah, that was our first session out here, and he got a good one for
That
sure.
was cool. So if you haven't checked out our social media, keep up with it. It's APB as well as our Instagram and Facebook. So thank you so much for joining us, and thanks for tuning in to those social media platforms.
David, I'm pretty sure you got several good waves that same day as well.
That was super fun. You know, we just found this nice little window of opportunity, and yourself and I and a handful of others were just getting ride after ride. It was just a fun vibe, too.
Dave, how many times have you been to Tahiti now?
This would probably be my 5th or 6th time
Nice.
down here, and I love it. The first few times I stayed here at the end of the road, and I really made it a point to try to get out here to Tehupo'o because it's such a famous wave. And since then, I've started to explore the rest of the island, which has super fun waves as well. Very high performance. Not maybe necessarily as heavy as Tehupo'o, pound for pound, but there are a couple other waves that handle huge, and they can get really similar.
Yeah, I'll tell you, now that I've been here, you know, this was never really somewhere I saw myself going very often or, you know, really, I'm going to be there soon. But, man, now that I've been here, I'm like, I'm coming back real quick.
Sick.
Direct
yeah.
flight from L.A. We got the spot. We got a spot to stay at with Bernadette and the crew right here. Why wouldn't I come back here?
Yeah, it's definitely addicting, like you say. Once you've been here, you feel like, wow, I really like it here. I want to continue. Here we got live action. Our boy Rusty Friesen scooping into a nice barrel.
That's the one he was waiting for. Look at that. Nice in and out. Is he going to still roll? Pops out. But I think that was a good barrel ride to start things off.
kind of reminiscent of that one he scored the other morning. So he's feeling that rhythm that was worth the wait. Now he's got to work on a backup score. Let's see if it comes in higher than Jace's first wave.
Yeah, well, I thought the barrel was a little bit better than Jason's, but he didn't do a roll.
Yeah.
So it might even out, or he might just have a score a little bit short of Jason's, and we're seeing 6s right here. So there you go.
There it is, 6.0. If Eric wants to take a break from commentating, I'm sure they'd welcome him into the judging tower, because it seems like he's spot on so far.
That doesn't sound like any fun to me.
Yeah.
I don't want to have him point the finger at me if they don't like their scores, because I might break that finger.
But a very good point. The judges are very patient and do their best not only to put the right score, but to be very professional. And, like Eric said, sometimes people get a little bit fussy and they want to point the finger somewhere. They got to find someone to blame. And the judges do great to deflect that in a very professional manner and explain to you why they gave certain scores.
Well, I think one thing, David, that the judges need is they need the right tools to do their job properly. And that job, those tools include different angles as well as replays.
Right.
And then also they need to see a wave in red, Jose Otavio.
Oh, this is cool.
Oh, nice barrel. Is he going to finish it with something? I'm not sure if he does a roll or a spin there. Looks like he ducked out there last minute, but he had a nice barrel there as well. So all three riders now getting a decent barrel in this heat.
And like you said, if they want to set themselves apart, they're going to have to hit that end section, get a finishing move like Jace did. That's how Jace has the edge right now. We'll wait to see what scores come in for Jose, but I think he'll at least temporarily take the lead because he's got that backup score.
Look at these scores, 7.43 for Jose Otavio, who was a backup of a 3.50, puts him up into first place. Second place is Jason Finlay. He needs a 4.34. Rusty Friesen needs a 4.94 to move up to first. So I'll tell you what, with 6 minutes and 50 seconds ago, David, this is an extremely competitive heat. All three riders have gotten one good wave. This is some real action.
This is some real action. This is the way we like to see heats go down. We like to see riders getting the opportunity to score. We know they're all capable because they either qualified through the trials, they received wild cards, or they're qualified through the APB to be here. And they all have the talent to do what it takes to get huge numbers. So we love it when we see them gaining opportunities, getting the waves, and then we see a battle as far as who can get the best wave, the biggest score.
So the thing I was trying to talk about, David, is the judges need to be given the right tools to be able to do their jobs properly. And we talked about they need to be able to see replays. They need to be able to see different angles. They also need to be able to look back at their scores from prior waves and see what they gave guys for similar waves earlier.
Rusty's backup wave starts with a nice tube, kind of spits him out.
Let's see if he does a little air or something here.
To the end section, forward off the back.
But I'll tell you what, that's probably going to be the best backup wave we've seen. That's going to be the best backup wave we've seen. I mean, the best backup wave up until now has been a 3.50. I'm going to dare say that's a little better than a 3.50. So, man, I think Rusty's going to be moving up into the lead temporarily at least.
Yeah, and that's a great way to enter into the last 5 minutes of the heat.
Here's a replay?
Video from the front.
Oh, look at this. Perfect.
There's that little whisper of spit. He tries to get a section, just kind of gleefully hops off the back.
So right where the wave closed across, how shallow is it?
It's super shallow. It's only
2
maybe
feet or
a
less.
foot or two. Yeah. It can get all the way up until dry reef where water is actually pouring off the reef at times.
So a little first-hand knowledge there from David Hubbard. I've been out in this spot a couple times. I've yet to explore the inside or try to throw any rolls on the inside. I don't know if that's going to happen anytime soon, though. I'm not in a big rush to find out how shallow it is there.
I don't think you need to be too anxious about experiencing that firsthand, Eric.
So Rusty improves his score, comes back with a 6.07 now. So a 6 and a 6.07 for Rusty Friesen. Man, no maneuvers other than riding the barrel, and he's winning the heat. Looking good. In second place, Jose Otavio with a 7.43 highest scoring wave of the heat. 3.50 to back that up. He needs a 4.65 to move into first. And in third, with 4 minutes and 20 seconds to go, Jason Finley. 6.60 and a 0.57. Jason needs a 5.48. And he has priority. That is the rider in blue.
This is shaping up really interesting, and there's enough time, about 4 minutes remaining, to see another scoring opportunity for our other riders, and maybe even again for Rusty. He could even improve on his situation. It'll be interesting to see if he opts for the West Bowl, sitting a little farther away from the fellas, or if he's going to just go up and scooch right up to them, make his presence known, as well as I'm sure they're announcing his current lead over the heat.
I mean, I'm pretty impressed with Rusty. A guy who doesn't bodyboard full time, runs a surf school, rides stand up quite a bit, and he's big boy now. He's got his wife at home, and he's not really on the pro tour as much as all these other guys, or competing as much as all these other guys, but he's doing it.
Yeah, well, he made an appearance at Pipeline this year, and he was able to make his flight back home, which was scheduled for the day of the final day of competition. Here we see Jose Octavio, our Brazilian rider, hoping to get about a 5, which will get him into the lead. Tucks in behind that kind of closey section, doesn't let him out.
Looks like it one crumbled a little bit. Not going to stay open enough for him to drive through it. I don't know if that's going to be the 4.65 that they needed, David.
No, I don't think so either. It just didn't quite pitch enough to be open. But this is shaping up. Just a few minutes left. This has been a very exciting heat. I think we got an exciting heat coming up. Martin Meridian's one of the top qualifiers coming out of the trials. High-flying inverts he had. Sean Pine, no stranger to the barrel, from Shark Island, Australia. Jeff Hubbard from Hawaii. He's competed out here before at Tehupo'o, so this is a little bit of a reunion heat for him. He hasn't competed out here for about 13, 14 years, but he's back.
Well, with 5 trips here or more, I mean, to me, you're the Tahiti expert. I want to know how Tehupo'o became Chopu.
So I think it's along the pronunciation. If you catch on to some of the linguistics of the locals, they have a language that definitely has glottal stops or different devices. And before I get into that too much, let's check a replay of Rusty's last barrel that put him into the lead.
That's the one that gave him a 6.07.
Boom, he just pulls up tight, nice clean riding, smooth exit.
And he stalled pretty hard there for a second to get in there. You kind of really did the wheelie there for a second.
Yeah, he did wheelie up, pull back on the reins to get it. Now we see our guys waiting again. But as far as the pronunciation, they really slammed the... we got blue.
In blue, Jason Finlay tucks in. He's a 5.48. I don't know if that's going to be it. Do you?
I don't think so. That barrel wasn't anything special. He's only done a spin after.
Just a little head dip.
He was waiting with his priority, and he was hoping for a big score.
And now your leader... Sorry to interrupt. Your leader, Rusty Friesen, has a priority, and with a minute to go, that's not gonna help anybody.
No, that's a great place to be with a minute remaining in the lead of the heat and with priority. That means he can wait for the next best wave and make sure his competitors don't get it. At the same time, he might even be able to increase his current situation if he gets a smoker.
David, I have a question for you. Are there any other riders here at the APB that you watch to learn, or you pay attention to see how they handle priority and how they negotiate that? As we see in red, looks like Jose Octavio.
Jose Octavio, not a super good choice of a wave, but at the same time, he doesn't need much. So he was really hoping to get on the board, just a few moments remaining in this heat. You know, if that wave would have offered him a lip section, he might have done a cool flip and gotten the score, but he didn't, and time is winding down. But that's a great question, Eric. I think I'll use that tip and start doing that and paying more attention to the way.
Well, it's just a question. Are there guys that you watch how they use priority? Or what about guys in the WSL? I mean, Kelly Sater is notorious for being able to use his priority really well, and Joel Parkinson as well. Have you ever watched those guys and paid attention to what they do?
I always find it fascinating the way that they use their priority, because it is very tactical and it has a big part to play in how heats pan out.
This is our riders coming in, so it looks like unofficially Rusty Friesen winning the heat.
Your boy from SoCal making it through. Only one of 2 USA competitors. We did have Roy Overstreet in the trials, but it's Rusty Friesen in the main event. Moving on to round 3.
So a couple more heats to go. This is our second to last heat. Heat number 15, round number 1, Jeff Hubbard in the red, Sean Pine in the yellow, and Martin Mordian in the blue. Behind them, heat number 16, Amori Laverne. In red, in yellow, Fred Tamori. And in blue, Pedro Tartak. So your brother in arms.
Brother in arms, brother in blood. He's out there. And let's see how it goes.
Are you sure he's your brother? Because you guys don't look very similar.
I heard after I shaved that I look identical to him from a few people, but
I think you're better looking than that, dude.
Martin on his first ride. Ooh, Jeff might have had a wave as well. We might have missed during the break, so we got blue and red.
Red and blue both ways. We don't have a score yet though, but I think you look better, Dave.
Cheers, thanks, Eric.
Did he ever mess with you guys were young and tell you were adopted and there's no way you're related? Was he one of those brothers?
No, he was a pretty nice bro.
He didn't beat you and terrorize you?
We got into a few disagreements, but
this is yellow. Sean Pine having a look.
Didn't end up going on that one, but a smooth roller that was definitely reeling across the reef. Maybe if he had been deeper, that was kind of on the deep section. That wasn't on the west reef. That was pretty deep.
So a score coming through for the Elder Hubbard, 3.83 on his first wave, and Martin's first score, a 1.17. So priority is to Sean Pine in yellow. And again, we have one more heat to go after this, and man, we're having a pretty good day out here, round number 1.
We are having a great day out here for sure. This day is really showing us some cool fireworks coming in, and we're excited. Oh, I think that was my bro. I think that was red.
I couldn't see it. We didn't have it there for very long. I saw someone punching through the lip, though. What I did see is how low the tide is.
The tide is getting lower and lower for sure. Making it shallower and shallower, making it more risky to hit that inside section.
Like it wasn't risky enough.
It was already very risky, but maybe just slightly more so now.
So let's see if we can get a score coming through.
But just following directions.
Still waiting for that score. Looks like it's going to be popping up here momentarily. Again, Jeff Hubbard, Sean Pine, and Martin Moradian in this heat. One more heat to go after this. And we're going to see Amori Laverne from Reunion Island. Definitely a fan favorite here in the sport. One of the best riders in the world to ever touch a bodyboard.
Yeah, I'd have to agree with that, probably. And so we've got some great action, not only in this heat, but in our final heat of round 1. And that's going to be definitely an exciting heat to watch with a Tahitian, a Puerto Rican, and a Reunion Islander. All Islanders coming up in heat 16 of round 1, but it's Sean Pine, Jeff Hubbard, and Martin Meridian from Guadalupe in this heat right now.
Okay.
Still waiting on a couple scores. We'll give you the situation once we get them, but just know
20 minutes to go, so just about almost 4.5 minutes through this heat. 20.5 minutes to go here in the second to last heat of the day. Eric Apple hanging out with David Hubbard from the 2016 Spark Green Tahiti Challenge. Here at the end of the road, it's called Chopu, one of the most magical places and one of the most scary waves you'll ever come across on this big blue planet.
Oh, it's super intense out here. We all know Tehupo'o for its infamous blue barrel, like you mentioned, Eric. And this is a place that we wanted to showcase bodyboarding at its finest. We did whatever we could to round up some of the best sponsors possible, and we've brought you the main event, round 1, here today live. Thank you so much for tuning in. We're just 2 heats away from knowing exactly who will be in round 3 and who will be in round 2. This is the non-elimination round of the first round of the main event.
That's right. So the winner of these heats moves on to round 3. Second and third place will squirt on over to round number 2, where they're going to have to compete, and that will be an elimination round, correct?
It will be. And one thing that you definitely want to tune into is the highlights. We're going to have those up tonight on apbtour.com. We'll be able to see all those killer waves, some last-minute heroics that made it through some of the heats, but also that 10-pointer from Maronui, Richmond, the caveman Mato, making an awesome performance and getting the biggest score of the contest, the perfect 10.
Man, it's amazing to get a 10-point on a day like this, to find that wave and to get in there and ride it perfectly. That one wave that comes through with the potential, and he's able to conquer it. It's
That
really
was-
something to say.
I think so too. I think there was probably only one 10-point wave that came through, and Mato rode it for the 10-point ride. All he needed to do is get a super deep shack. That's all he did. But he got spit out, raised his arm with the caveman claim, and he got 10s across the board. All of the judges awarding him big points.
So we do have a score on that second wave of Jeff Hubbard's, a 5.0 even. So a 3.83 and a 5.0, giving Jeff Hubbard the lead with an 8.83 overall.
Not a huge lead, but a great way to start. This heat is kind of slowing down, perhaps since the last heat had some fireworks. The competitors know that maybe this heat's going to slow down a little bit. So we'll kind of see exactly what materializes, but we know that in the first 7 minutes, just 4 waves have been ridden, and it's Jeff Hubbard with the lead. Sean Pine sitting in second on the strength of a 2.6. He only needs a 6.24 to move into first above Jeff Hubbard, but plenty of time for all the riders to improve on their second and first scores.
Priority right now sitting with Martin Moradian.
He's from Guadalupe, and he's been such a great guy to see on these World Tour events. He had an incredible run at Nazaré. He's made it to finals of Dropney and Sintra, and he is just a versatile machine. One of my favorite new blood bodyboarders on the World Tour.
And let some of our fans know, where is Guadeloupe on the map? Because a lot of people don't know where Guadeloupe is.
I think it's in the Caribbean. I believe it's French-occupied area of the Caribbean, and just goes to show how much real estate these Frenchies got.
They got some influence out there, huh?
They've been holding on. You know, I think they had most of North Africa at one point, but
Yeah, for sure.
they've let that go, and if they're at least holding on to the Pacific. Right now we're in French Polynesia, made up of at least 5 groups of islands.
5 different archipelagos.
Yep.
French Polynesia has approximately 118 actual islands.
Wow, solid. And then I'd say at least that many atolls or small little barrier islands that, you know, probably wouldn't be classified totally as an island. They might get swamped
I'm
at
wondering
high
how you
tide.
cross over from an atoll to an island. What has to be?
I think it's something along the lines of if you get swamped at high tide,
It's still there.
or if big surf, you're not an island anymore. So if you're consistently an island or have maybe an elevation of 3 feet, maybe you're an island.
If you don't disappear during big waves or high surf, then we'll count you an island.
Exactly. But yeah, beautiful place to be, beautiful part of the world, and beautiful company and culture to be a part of here at the Spark Green 2016 Tahiti Challenge.
And I talked about with Manny earlier, talked about some of the numbers here. Tahiti gets just about the same amount of tourists per year that Hawaii does per day. How about that for a number?
Really?
Yeah, approximately the same.
That's amazing. I had no clue.
And part of the problem is if you added up all the hotels and bed and breakfast, there's about the same amount of rooms here in Tahiti to sleep in as there are at the Hilton Hawaiian Village alone. There's about 5,000 rooms.
Really?
In the whole place.
This is some great information, Eric. I love it.
I'm a wealth of useless information.
Well, it's useful today. And we're talking our way through these lulls in the action before we can give you some more water time action. There's definitely going to be some more scores being dropped here, but long waits today. That's been characteristic of the first day, is just being patient, wave selection, and finding the right waves needed to move on through.
Some of the other fun facts about Tahiti is that archaeologists have basically 100% proven now that the Polynesians, the Tahitians, and the people from the Easter Island have 100% gone back and forth with people from South America thousands of years ago.
I'm not surprised
Basically,
about
it's
that.
basically been proven, and they've traded goods and stuff.
Okay.
And the reason they were able to find that the Polynesians had visited with the South Americans is they have sweet potatoes here. They had sweet potatoes here before any Western explorers got here, and the sweet potatoes came from South America.
Got it.
And
that
then,
makes a lot of sense. And sweet potatoes were even in Hawaii as well. They're known as uala
Yep.
over there, and that's a great point. I had no clue how the uala got to Polynesia, but that's a really, really good indicator.
so the native people there were able to trade with the South Americans, and I believe they traded chickens the other way around.
Oh, so they gave them chickens.
Yes.
Oh.
So South America got chickens through the Polynesians. So it's very interesting to be here in French Polynesia because, we spend so much time in Hawaii. Obviously, you're from there and I'm there. I've been there since I was a kid, quite a bit. But I feel I'm learning more about the Polynesian culture here in Tahiti than I have when I'm in Hawaii.
Right.
Because, Hawaii is so westernized.
Right.
And it's a really good thing I'm happy to learn about the people and the culture of the places I visit. And in Tahiti, it's awesome to learn about it.
I think you're hitting the nail on the head. And as far as the culture, people a lot of the time say it's like old Hawaii, and they make these correlations to what Hawaii was
like 100 years ago.
A few generations ago. And I think that's so awesome that Tahiti is still holding on to that really rich culture, and they want to share it too. They're not holding on tight and keeping it for themselves. They live it, but they are so happy for others to live it and experience it with them.
Yeah, the Tahitians for sure are some of the most genuinely happy people I've ever seen. Everybody here is stoked all day.
People are stoked all day. They're so stoked to welcome you. They're very genuine when in their greetings, even if you're total strangers. And it is really a delight to be a part of this event, but here at this venue and this culture.
So again, halfway through this heat, 12 and a half minutes to go. We had 25 minutes in the beginning. We're halfway through the heat. Jeff Hubbard in first place. He's in the red jersey with priority with a total of 8.83. In second place, Martin Moradian from Guadalupe with a 5.24. I'm sorry, he needs a 5.24. And behind him, Sean Pine in yellow, the Australian. He needs a 6.24. He only has a 2.60 thus far. He really needs to get things moving if he's going to make it on into the third round without having to serve the second.
Yep, so crunch time coming up. Like you said, second half of this heat. If the same amount of rides are ridden, we're only going to get 6 more because we do have another score logging in now. Sean Pine.
That's right, a 3.70 for Sean. So he's still in second place. He still needs a 5.14 to move past the elder Hubbard. And nothing happened from Martin Moradian from Guadalupe.
But for me, Guadalupe, Martin from Guadalupe, he was one of the top performers in the trials. And I did make some claims to people back home before I came that I expected trialists and wildcards to be some of the heavy hitters. And we'll see, possibly event champions, because, just whether it's the Tahitians or whether it's guys coming out, they got nothing to lose, everything to prove.
That's what I was going to say. So this being the APB, the best guys in the world, most of these guys, I'd say 90% of these guys are very capable of riding this barrel as good as it gets. Now, the difference maker is going to be what? The wave selection, and B, who's willing to huck it on the inside and add those other 2 points on top of the barrel ride.
Exactly. And, if you've got other events to really focus on or you don't really want to turn up with a gouged leg, you might opt out of those final
Some of these guys have a modeling career to think about, Dave.
Well, and some of the guys don't. So they're like, hey, I'm going to go for it. I could only improve on this mug. So we'll just see who it is that really pushes the envelope, pushes the limits. But we've seen some radical stuff in the inside section thus far. But the star of the show today has been the barrels.
Oh, 100%. The star of the show every day at Chopu has got to be the barrels, right?
Gotta be for sure. We do see another score coming through, and apologies for not being able to bring you the current rides, but we'll give you them via replay if possible when we receive them. But we do know that Jeff just logged in another score, 6.0. So he's improved his situation. He's got a total of 11 now, a 5 and a 6. So he's putting a little bit more pressure on the fellas. Now both of them need just a little under a 7.5 to take his first place position. And so Sean Pine, as well as Martin Meridian, just kind of waiting.
Well, we've
Patiently.
we still just got this beautiful shot of the judges' tower. Hopefully you can see the waves from here.
And we can see some waves breaking in the background, but it's not necessarily the end of the section where the riders are surfing. This shot is wonderful, but it's not exactly of where the riders are riding. So we want to show you the scaffolding, the jet skis that are actively attending. Here we got a shot of Jeff staying active, under third priority, and he just pulls out the back of that one. Just staying busy. Probably a good call on his way back out.
And you know, one thing that's pretty interesting is the wave is so far out. Is we going to see a rider in blue take off?
Martin
Meridian, bottom turning, setting up. Look at that barrel rolling through that lip, nice and crisp. Back into a bowl section again. Is he going to do another one?
This was cool. I think this was a well-ridden ride by Martin. He knew that that barrel section wasn't so deep and not to focus on it, and so he opted for a roll off that top section. Was patient, sat in the pocket, and got a second roll. So that was cool. That was well-ridden. I think it'll get some well-deserved scores there, probably in the average range. Here
In yellow, Sean Pine, an Australian. Look at this one lining up.
He's eyeing the ramp. He just gets clipped by the lip on his approach.
Not two nice rolls, though. He recovered pretty well.
He certainly did, but you could see that he lost that initial line up to the lip and lost some speed. But like you said, he recovered well for sure.
Yeah,
you see a nice West bowler just roping on through.
Man, it was
no one to get on it.
It was unfortunate to see Sean. I mean, he had a nice line, slid out for just a moment. But like I said, I mean, kudos to him for getting it back together and throwing that roll still in that critical section.
Yeah, for sure.
A lot of riders would have just let that one go afterwards and pulled out once they made that mistake.
That's true. Very true. And that was patience, and he kind of maybe a little bit of desperation, knowing that with just under 8 minutes remaining, he did need that score to count, even though it wasn't going to be as high as he was hoping.
So Martin on that last wave, 5.03. That's his best score so far. He's in second place, and we're still waiting for scores to come through right now for Sean Pine. So as of right now, Jeff Hubbard's still on the lead with a 6 and a 5, making a total of 11 if you don't know arithmetic. In second place, Martin Meridian, the rider from Guadalupe. He has a 5.03 and a 3.60. He needs a 5.98 to pass up Jeff Hubbard for the lead. By the way, Jeff does have priority, and in third, still waiting for some scores for Sean Pine.
And this is great now, seeing how glassy the conditions are out there for the finish of this round. We've got one more heat after this, but you can see the locals are pretty antsy to get amongst it. Here's Jeff. Going to use his priority on this one.
Just scoping in this one. Oh, perfect.
Our heat leader finding a nice crisp barrel.
Nice
smooth reverse.
Cutback reverse. Throwing some spray. Looking smooth.
Nice ride for Jeff Hubbard.
Yeah, 100%.
Probably going to increase his lead over Sean and Martin.
I'd say a pretty good chance that he's going to get rid of that 5.0.
Yeah, I think so as well. That was a really clean, smooth ride. So we'll wait and see. Here we've got a nice insider coming through. The competitors don't go for it. And so they're just going to wait out the back. Jeff's going to stroke out the back, try to get back into the mix. There's just a few seconds, under 6 minutes remaining to this.
So 5.5 minutes to go. Waiting for some more scores. And look at this. Hubby. Jeff Hubbard with a 7.33. That's going to increase his score to 13.33 total. Man, it's going to, just as those riders started to inch closer, look at this set.
Almost catching Jeff off guard, but that was definitely a West bowler. We see some new swell coming on in. This is pretty interesting the way that the end of the day is shaping up. We're seeing some really nice conditions now. And I wouldn't be surprised if we see our best heat of the day still to come, whether it's this one or the next one.
Wow, that was a big claim.
It's possible, We've seen a few heats with higher than 15-point heat totals, but not many.
It's cool to see here on the APB too how spread out our riders are internationally and how many competitors we have from all over the world.
It is. It's certainly a global sport, and it's great that our tour is representative of exactly how global the reach of the bodyboard is.
We got Hawaiians, Americans, Mexicans all here on the broadcast team alone.
And an Australian doing so many jobs, wearing so many hats. Alex Leon is doing a terrific job.
We're like hands across the. I was gonna say America, hands across the world. We're like the Olympics here.
Yeah, that's awesome.
So again, 4 minutes 10 seconds to go. Jeff Hubbard, the flying squirrel, the nickname he hates.